cultivation world, I begin by getting struck by lightning. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 651. I want to see how long you can hold out. Su Fan glanced at Shen Fang and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This is a typical prodigal son. This is not good. Shen Fang saw Su Fan showing a hint of hesitation, and he immediately became energetic. Brother, I have traded all the family inheritance, which is already considered a betrayal of the family. After hearing Shen Fang's words, Su Fan almost couldn't help laughing. After all, I have sworn a poisonous oath. Shen Fang waved his hand excitedly and interrupted Su Fan's words. How about this? You don't have to teach me the way of the sword. We are just exchanging ideas. This way it won't violate the oath. Su Fan pretended to be hesitant after hearing this, and after a while, he made a look of risking his life. Okay, let's do this. Let me make it clear first. I am not teaching you the way of the sword. Shen Fang was so happy that he laughed. Haha. I understand. We are exchanging ideas. What a fool. Su Fan couldn't help but shook his head, and then said, let me teach you how to cultivate the sword first. Your flying sword is of top quality, but it's a pity that you have delayed it for so long. Shen Fang sat up straight and looked at Su Fan solemnly, with a hint of fanaticism in his eyes. Next, Su Fan taught Shen Fang some of the most basic things about sword cultivation. In fact, he was also ignorant about some things about sword cultivation before. After all, Su Fan's mind was quite normal, and he didn't want to be a sword madman at all. He only practiced a set of purple sky thunder sword art, and apart from that, there was no other sword cultivation tradition inheritance. Later, Su Fan killed the red sword of Forgetful River Hall, and only then did he seize some sword cultivation inheritance from him. In his spare time, he also studied the red sword's tradition, and only then did he understand what the real sword cultivation was. After studying the real sword cultivation tradition, he found that he had hit the mark unexpectedly. Just talking about a way to build the foundation of the sword, he was actually not wrong at all. First of all, he cultivated the sword. The Dao seed of heaven and earth thunder contained in his body was the best place to cultivate the flying sword of the thunder element. Because the thunder sword was not Su Fan's main means of fighting, it was always cultivated in the Dao seed. The purple lightning in the Dao seed in Su Fan's body was the purest heaven and earth thunder. Over the years, this flying sword of the thunder element had already been cultivated to the extreme by him. In addition, when Su Fan's Jinden and Yuaning broke through the tribulation, the thunder sword experienced 2 baptisms of the heavenly Dao in succession. Now Su Fan's thunder sword is no better than the flying swords of those elite disciples of the super sword sect. Of course, although he took the right path to build the foundation of sword cultivation, strictly speaking, this guy is not a real sword cultivator. The combat power of sword cultivators is said to be the strongest, but the path of sword cultivation is also the most difficult. Cut the unkindness of heaven and earth above, and break the magic of all things below. Survival and destruction, rise and fall, all depends on one heart. It is necessary to sharpen the swordsmanship in constant battles. Even if one fails, the sword may be broken and the person may die. And there is no possibility of turning over. Sword cultivators have been accompanied by swords since childhood. They spend their whole lives practicing swords and fighting. Is that the life of a human being? With Su Fan's temperament, how could he do such a stupid thing? So don't look at him when he controls the flying sword. He is just wearing the skin of a sword cultivator, but he is still a magic cultivator. But after all, he has rich theoretical knowledge. It is no problem to lead a novice to get started. At least there will be no problems in the foundation building stage. As for the future, it is not his concern. And Su Fan knows very well that Shen Fang's temperament is not the material for a sword cultivator. What's more, Shen Fang is so old, he grew up in a cultivation family since he was a child, and his skills have long been finalized. It would be nonsense to change to the sword. But who let people like it, just like those military fans in the previous life, although they like to study guns and tanks, it does not mean that they are willing to go to the battlefield. But Shen Fang didn't understand this. He was just a young master from a cultivation family. In his eyes, sword cultivation was just his imagination. He didn't understand what real sword cultivation meant. The real sword art existed for killing. In the eyes of this young master, It was just a hobby. Su Fan taught Shen Feng these basic methods of sword cultivation, just to satisfy the sword art dream of a middle school boy. It must be said that the power of dreams is also very strong. For a whole day, Shen Feng's learning attitude was extremely serious. If he used this energy on the formation art inherited from his family, he would have become a master of formation art long ago. Su Fan told Shen Feng the most basic things about sword cultivation, and then taught him some of the most basic manipulation techniques of sword cultivation. That's all for today. Don't slack off when you go back. You must practice every move of the methods I taught you 10,000 times a day. After hearing Su Fan's words, Shen Feng immediately looked bitter. Do I have to practice these methods 10,000 times, big brother? Do you want me to die? Su Fan only knew the basic theory of sword cultivation. As for how the sword sect cultivators practiced since childhood, he really didn't know. But these are not important, why bother about those details? I am only responsible for teaching, whether I practice or not is none of my business. Anyway, based on his understanding of Lao Yi, when this guy was just starting out as a sword cultivator, 10,000 times was probably not enough. You can't stand it, you want to be a sword cultivator. After being squeezed by Su Fan for a few words, Shen Feng gritted his teeth. Practice. I'll fight your uncle. This is just the beginning, I want to see how long you can hold on. As far as I know, this is just an appetizer in the sword sect, and it is also a must for every sword cultivator. Why are sword cultivators so powerful? Do you think it's a joke? Su Fan talked nonsense seriously, and Shen Feng really believed it. His face became solemn again. You're right. When I become a sword cultivator, I will surely establish a great reputation in Cultivation in the future. Su Fan rolled his eyes. He hated these young masters who were ambitious but incompetent. He hadn't practiced sword for a day, but he started to make great ambitions. He was so good at bragging. Anyway, he had taught everything he should have taught. As for what this guy could finally practice, it had nothing to do with him. Okay, stop bragging in front of me. Get out of here quickly and come back in half a month. After Su Fan finished speaking, he reminded him, next time you come, remember to bring me the array inheritance of your Shen family. Shen Feng nodded, then stood up from the ground. He bowed respectfully to Su Fan, then turned and left. Su Fan was also a little confused. This guy looked serious, and it seemed like he was serious. But he shook his head immediately. Young masters from such cultivation families often have no perseverance. It is estimated that it won't take long before they will complain about the hardship and fatigue. In the next few days, Su Fan stayed in the secret realm to study and ponder various classics on the formation. There was nothing to do in Zishan Market on weekdays. Although he was the on-duty worshipper here, he actually had nothing to do every day. The general affairs were handled by the offspring sent by the Shen family. The actual role of these Yuanying realm worshippers was to deter the villains. A real mascot. After all, in Cultivation, there were as many golden elixirs as dogs, and Yuanyings were everywhere. Even in a small market in the remote prefecture, if there was no Yuanying realm cultivator sitting in charge, it would inevitably make people have unrealistic thoughts. The Yuanying cultivators of the Shen family liked to study the formation in the Shenjiabao, and of course they were unwilling to engage in such things. So Su Fan lived a very comfortable life in Zishan Market, and his life was leisurely. Occasionally, he would show up in the cave, let a few young female cultivators brew a pot of spiritual tea for him, and then disappear after drinking a few brews. The few young female cultivators who served him in the cave were of course happy to do so. The only thing that disappointed them was that this Yuanying's engine was good in every way, except that he had no interest in them. These young female cultivators were all from ordinary cultivator families. They were able to come here to serve Yuanying's engine because of their connections. It was not just to win the favor of Zhenjin, who usually gave them some small gifts. This morning, Su Fan sat cross-legged in the thatched cottage, reading a book on formations with great fascination. The communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. He took it off and saw that it was a message from Shen Feng. Brother, I'll go to your place later. Damn, this guy is getting more and more disrespectful. How are you practicing? You won't be lazy, how is it possible? Now I practice swordsmanship from morning to night every day. Su Fan curled his lips and didn't believe him at all. Then come over. I have to test you to see if you are slacking off. Su Fan put away the communication array disc, then stood up from the ground and walked out of the thatched cottage. At this time, Sister Zhen floated over from a distance. Master, it's time for dinner. What are you doing here again? You eat first, I'll be back in a while. Su Fan sent Sister Zhen away, and then he left the secret realm and came to the Jingsh in the market cave. He sat down cross-legged, and several young female cultivators saw him coming, and hurriedly trotted in from outside and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for him. Su Fan took the teacup handed over by a female cultivator and pretended not to see her flirting. You guys go and do your work, and you don't need to report when Shen Fang comes, just bring him in. Seeing several young female cultivators leave the Jingsh disappointedly, he picked up the teacup and took a sip. These little girls, none of them are easy to deal with. Fortunately, the old man has a firm heart. After seeing the best of the world like senior sister, Gu Qinghuan and Li Maiaxu, how could an ordinary little girl catch his eye? Even Su Mailan, his later dating friend, was enchanting, bright and beautiful, and breathtakingly beautiful. Then there was the little girl Luosha, who was as pure as a little white lotus in bud, with clear eyes that made people feel distressed. Even the witch god Agi, the old witch, had a stunning appearance, especially her cold and dignified noble temperament that looked down on all living beings. If she started to flirt, the huge contrast would make Su Fan unable to resist. After a while, the little female cultivator in the cave led Shen Fang into the abode. Su Fan glanced at Shen Fang, and his eyes suddenly lit up. This guy's temperament has changed a lot compared to the past few days. His face was calm, his behavior was much neater, and his eyes were particularly bright, looking blazing. I didn't expect that this kid really worked hard. Although in Su Fan's eyes, he was still a scumbag, but he was much stronger than before. Shen Fang sat down cross-legged, took the spiritual tea handed over by the female cultivator, picked it up and took a sip. Su Fan waved his hand at the young female cultivator and said, "You go." After he finished speaking, he looked at Shen Fang with a smile. "It seems that you have not been slacking off these days." Shen Fang slapped his thigh and said, "Brother, you don't know how I have been through these days. This is fucking." It hasn't even been 3 seconds since he pretended to be cool, and this guy has turned back into a fool. It's not his fault, he has only practiced for a few days. The temperament of a sword cultivator is accumulated over many years. Okay, don't complain to me, this is all your own fault. Shen Fang smiled, then took out a jade slip from his ring and handed it over. The family members can only borrow one jade slip from the library each time. You can look at it first. When you figure it out, I will help you borrow it. Su Fan took the jade slip and placed it on his forehead. After a while, he put the jade slip down, with a hint of surprise on his face. No wonder Shen Zhongying's jade slip was so obscure and difficult to understand. It turned out that in order to understand the content, he had to learn a lot of prerequisite subjects. Just a simple look just now has benefited him a lot. For a cultivation family like the Shen family that focuses on the art of formation, the inheritance of the art of formation is definitely not covered by 1 or 2 jade slips. The children of the Shen family also need to systematically learn the basic knowledge of various art of formation from an early age, so that they can gradually master the family's art of formation inheritance. Well, in the future, please help me borrow this kind of thing, the most basic thing of your family. Shen Fang laughed and said, "That's a must. I was also forced to learn it by my father since I was a child. Of course, I know what you need." After he finished speaking, he picked up the teacup and took a sip, then said, "Let me show you my results these days." Then Shen Fang's eyes condensed, and he pinched his fingers and sacrificed the flying sword. He pinched the sword finger and pointed it forward fiercely. Swoosh, the flying sword rushed out of the abode in an instant, and then drew an arc and returned to him again. Su Fan covered his face. What the hell is this? Well, this guy has only practiced for a few days, so you can't ask anything of him. Shen Fang put the sword back into his body, and then looked at Su Fan with a smug look on his face. "Brother, my sword is pretty good, damn it." But Su Fan didn't want to discourage him, so he had to give him some confidence. "You've made great progress. If you practice like this for another year, you'll be almost there." "What the hell, you still have to practice for another year?" Shen Fang was anxious at the time. He felt that he was very perseverant. But asking him to practice these basic methods over and over again from morning to night was simply unimaginable. Su Fan sneered and teased, "With the sword you just used, you can't even kill low-level monsters. You have a lot to learn." Shen Fang made a bitter face after hearing this and said, "When can I go out and travel the world?" Su Fan was so angry that his liver hurt. "You want to travel the world like this? If you go out, you won't know how you died. Chapter 652, Did I offend Daozu? Shen Fang wanted to stay, but Su Fan kicked and scolded him and drove him away. This guy was too noisy, a complete fool. After sending Shen Fang away, Su Fan couldn't wait to return to the secret realm, then took out the jade slip that Shen Fang gave him and placed it on his forehead. In the next year or so, except for going to Shenjiabao every month to listen to the master of the formation, he hardly left the house. Every day in the thatched cottage, Su Fan studied and pondered the jade slip that Shen Fang borrowed from home, and started from scratch as a primary school student. He had never worked so hard in his 2 lives combined. With these basic jade slips brought by Shen Fang, it was obviously much easier to study Shen's Hongying's inheritance jade slip again. In the past, many contents were like heavenly books, and Su Fan couldn't understand them no matter how hard he tried. Now he realized that he didn't even master some basic things about the formation, and he wanted to skip a grade to go to school. Su Fan finally opened the door to the formation and began to systematically learn the knowledge of the formation. Although Shen Fang was not interested in the Dao of formation, he, like other children in the clan, learned the basic knowledge of the Dao of formation since childhood. At that time, even if he didn't like the Dao of formation, he had to learn it, otherwise his father would really punish him. So Shen Fang also started from the most basic, and gradually passed on the family's basic knowledge of the Dao of formation to Su Fan bit by bit, just like he did when he learned the Dao of formation. Through these knowledge of the Dao of formation in the Shen family system, Su Fan finally entered the door of the Dao of formation. It was not until now that Su Fan understood why the knowledge of the Dao of formation was so profound, and the amount of the most basic knowledge alone was as deep as the sea. Fortunately, Su Fan had some basics and had been immersed in the Dao of puppetry for many years, so it was not difficult to learn. Especially the puppetry of the Sulan people, which was also profound, and many aspects were related to the Dao of formation of the immortal sect. In fact, many Dao of formation cultivators did not pay much attention to the basics of the Dao of formation. Even the Dao of formation cultivators of the immortal sect, most of them only knew how to follow the map and blindly stick to the rules, and there were few innovative Dao of formation masters. To put it bluntly, most of the formation masters are actually engineers. A true formation master must first have a strong perception ability, and then have an extraordinary sensitivity to the complicated and obscure formations. There are countless ways for formations to exist, and runes and formation eyes can be matched at will, with infinite possibilities. Many formation masters do not need ready-made formation plates at all, and can easily arrange formations that suit the current situation according to the on-site environment. There is no need for any formation plates at all. Using the surrounding mountain shapes and water potential, you can arbitrarily arrange various formations. Such a formation master must not only have rich theoretical knowledge, but also have a creative thinking mode. Shen Fang has never understood why Su Fan attaches so much importance to the basic knowledge of the formation. Like many children of the Shen family, when learning the basic knowledge of the formation, most of them are rote memorization, and they don't try to understand it at all. They want to learn how to apply and make formations as soon as possible. There is no way. The basic knowledge of the formation is like a deep sea. Children who have been learning the formation since childhood, how can they have so much patience to think about deeper things? It's similar to basic subjects and applied subjects. After all, there are not many people who have deep cultivation in basic subjects. Most cultivators don't want to spend more time studying and figuring out the basics of the formation. They all want to make their first formation as early as possible and become a qualified formation cultivator as soon as possible. However, Su Fan still has some ambitions for the formation, and he doesn't want to be an engineer. If possible, he still wants to become a master of formation with profound attainments, and there are unlimited possibilities when arranging formations. So he has been constantly consolidating the basic knowledge of the formation, mastering various runes and formations as much as possible, and having a deep understanding. Shen Fang has also been working hard to become a sword cultivator. Although Su Fan's requirements are very strict, what he didn't expect is that this guy actually persisted. Su Fan's teaching method is very casual. He is only responsible for teaching and never tests Shen Fang. Anyway, you can practice or not, and if you don't practice, forget it. If it were someone else, he would have tried every possible way to be lazy. However, although Shen Fang complained all day long, he had been gritting his teeth to complete all the tasks assigned by Su Fan. Su Fan had never expected that this middle school boy would really go all out for his dream. This also greatly changed his impression of the eldest son of the Shen family. At noon that day, Shen Fang came to the Zishan market again. He sat cross-legged in front of Su Fan, drinking spiritual tea while boasting eloquently. "Brother, if I continue to practice like this, when can I go out of the mountain?" Su Fan rolled his eyes at him and teased, "You are just getting started, you are still a long way to go." Shen Fang was not happy when he heard it, and he waved his hand to sacrifice his flying sword. Swoosh, he pinched the sword finger with his hand, and instantly controlled the magic sword to rush out of the abode, and then flew up and down in the yard outside. After a while, Shen Fang put away the flying sword, and then looked at Su Fan with a show-off look. "That means, hurry up and praise me a few words." Su Fan took a deep breath, and then put down the formation book in his hand. "Do you think you have practiced well enough?" Seeing Shen Fang nod, Su Fan stood up from the ground. "Don't you want to leave the mountain? Then come with me." Shen Fang was confused. Seeing Su Fan leave the house, he hurriedly got up and followed him. Su Fan led Shen Fang out of the Zishan market, and then flew all the way to the depths of the mountains. The two flew for several hours before landing in a place. They had come to the deepest part of the mountains. There are more and more monsters here. All kinds of 3rd and 4th level monsters are scattered all over the mountains, and even 5th level monsters are lurking. "Give me your ring." Shen Fang was stunned after hearing Su Fan's words. "Brother, what do you want to do?" Su Fan was amused by him and scolded with a smile, "What else can I do? If I wanted to kill you, you would have died several times." After he finished speaking, he glared and said angrily, "Hurry up, hand over the storage ring. You are not allowed to cast spells, and you are not allowed to fly with a sword. You can only walk out of here step by step." Shen Fang was stunned when he heard it, and said with a bitter face, "Brother, do you want to kill me? Didn't you say you wanted to leave the mountain?" "That's not what I meant. What I meant by leaving the mountain is..." Before Shen Fang finished speaking, Su Fan interrupted him with a wave of his hand. "Don't talk nonsense. Don't you dare to do this? Then what qualifications do you have to be a sword cultivator?" Seeing that Shen Fang still didn't speak, Su Fan laughed. "Okay, let's go back. If you still want to be a sword cultivator like you are only worthy of being a young master of the Shen family who eats and waits for death every day." Shen Fang was also provoked by Su Fan and said loudly, "Who said I don't dare?" After he finished speaking, he took off the storage ring on his hand and threw it to Su Fan fiercely. Su Fan took his ring and pointed at his robe. "Take off this top-grade robe and change into an ordinary robe. Also, give me the necklace on your neck, the communication array disc on your belt, and the protective jade pendant." Seeing that Shen Fang didn't say anything, he continued, "Sword cultivators have nothing but a sword." Shen Fang took off his robe in a fit of anger, and gave the communication array disc, necklace, and jade pendant to Su Fan. He put on an ordinary robe that Su Fan threw at him, glared at Su Fan fiercely, and then walked out of the mountain alone. Su Fan collected Shen Fang's things, looked at his back with a smile, and then flew into the sky with his magic weapon. Not long after Shen Fang walked in the mountains, he was attacked by a 4th level monster. In the past, although he had no actual combat experience, he could deal with a 4th level monster with the various talismans and magic weapons in his hands, plus the use of various spells. But now he has nothing on him, only a sword. Although Shen Fang practices swordsmanship every day, practice and actual combat are two completely different things. From the beginning, he was forced into danger by the 4th level monster. The flying sword that he had practiced was not as sharp as he thought. "Brother, save me. If you don't come out, I'll die." "Brother, I was wrong. I don't want to be a sword cultivator. I'm injured. You can't watch me die." Although Shen Fang screamed desperately, no one responded. Su Fan seemed to have really left. Now he was really scared. From birth to now, when has Shen Fang experienced such a dangerous situation? He just brags about it, imagining that he can become a sword cultivator and create a great reputation in Cultivation. But he never thought that the gap between dreams and reality would be so huge. Now facing a 4th level monster, it is so difficult to deal with it, and there is no chance to escape by controlling the flying sword. When people are in adversity, they will burst out with potential that they can't even imagine. The strong instinct for survival also made Shen Fang bloodshot, and he controlled the flying sword like crazy to attack the 4th level monster. Although he almost died under the claws of the monster several times, he avoided them all by the skin of his teeth. At the last moment, Shen Fang finally killed the 4th-level monster with his flying sword, but he was already covered with wounds and had no strength in his body. Fortunately, Su Fan left him some healing pills, which controlled his injuries. Shen Fang regretted it, but it was too late to regret it now. Because no matter how he called Su Fan, he didn't get a response. In the next 10 days, Shen Fang walked out of the mountain alone with a sword, and experienced several fierce battles along the way. Each time was dangerous, and he almost died again. Of course, the dangerous environment also stimulated all of Shen Fang's potential. With a life and death struggles with monsters again and again, his combat experience began to rise. These dangers are nothing if you get used to them. The most troublesome thing is how to solve the problem of food, clothing, housing and transportation in the deserted mountains. Shen Fang, the eldest son of a cultivation family, has always had everything he wanted since he was a child. When has he ever done these things? But reality forces him to do it, or he will be really hungry. These days, Shen Fang has learned how to build a simple temporary residence, how to roast the flesh and blood of monsters with fire, and how to avoid the harassment of insects, snakes and rats. At this moment, his image is very miserable, and he has no human appearance. Not only is his body covered with scars, but the ordinary robe has also become tattered, just like the beggar outside. This guy tried to control the flying sword to leave the mountain several times, but he was attacked by flying monsters and almost died in the sky. There is no way. The flying monsters in the mountains are extremely ferocious, and the cultivators can't fight them at all with their magic weapons. In the end, Shen Fang could only walk out honestly and never dared to have any improper thoughts again. And Su Fan has not shown up until now, which means that he has really left. Now if he wants to get out of the mountains, he can only rely on himself. These days, Shen Fang kept cursing Su Fan. Even when he was fighting with the monsters, he would curse loudly while fighting, desperately venting his grief and anger. It was not until he walked in the mountains for nearly a month that Shen Fang finally saw the hope of getting out of the mountains. At this moment, Shen Fang burst into tears. It was too difficult. What kind of life he had these days? Every day he could only eat some tasteless burnt barbecue, and his mouth was full of disgusting bloody taste. At night, he could only sleep in the wild or in caves. Not to mention the mosquito bites, he had to face the sneak attacks of monsters at all times. This month, he even had to open half of his eyes when he slept. Shen Fang has already made up his mind that when he walks out of the mountains, he will never pay attention to that guy again. What the hell is a sword cultivator? Isn't it good for me to be a young master at ease? When Shen Fang thought about going out of the mountain, he could go to the city to eat all kinds of delicious spiritual food and sleep with a few beautiful girls, and he couldn't help but get excited. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and his pace became faster. Suddenly, Shen Fang's eyes condensed, and he rolled to the side without thinking. Bang! A sharp claw had hit the place where he was just now, digging a big hole in the ground. 4th level monster, this is already the edge of the mountain, how could there be a 4th level monster? Unfortunately, he didn't have time to think about it, and saw a ferocious monster several feet tall turned his head and roared at him loudly. Fuck. 4th level monster Blackbone Tiger, what the hell is going on? How could this big guy appear here? Oh woo. At this time, another shrill roar came from the dense forest next to him, and another Blackbone Tiger rushed out of the forest. 2 4th level Blackbone Tigers, have I offended Deozu? Such Blackbone Tigers are usually solitary monsters, and only during the mating season will 2 of them be seen at the same time. Shen Fang was completely desperate. Was he really going to die here today? Chapter 653. Do you think I'm stupid? In his current state, he could barely deal with a black-skinned tiger if he met one. But now, there was a male and a female. How could he fight them? This matter was strange. Black-skinned tigers rarely appeared at the same time, unless it was the mating season, but they would hide and not show their heads easily. Oh woo. Oh woo. The 2 black-skinned tigers in front and behind roared at Shen Fang almost at the same time. If Shen Fang had encountered such a dangerous situation in the past, he would have been trembling with fear. But after experiencing a month of life and death struggles, he walked out of the mountains alone and encountered such a dangerous situation again, but he calmed down. Shen Fang's eyes condensed, and murderous intent suddenly appeared between his eyebrows. He pinched his sword finger and pointed it at the black-skinned tiger in front. Swoosh! A flying sword with a sharp edge instantly slashed over. Compared with a month ago, both the speed of attack and the lethality of the flying sword are no longer the same. The biggest change of Shen Fang was that he used the sword this time, which made people clearly feel his determination to be invincible. Because Shen Fang's move was very fast, the Black-Bone Tiger didn't react. It didn't use its magical power until the flying sword rushed to the front. The huge beast body teleported to the side, but the speed of the flying sword was too fast. Puff! The flying sword instantly broke through the defense of the Black-Bone Tiger and pierced directly into its skin. Shen Fang took the opportunity to suddenly change the finger gestures of both hands, and slashed the sword fingers downward. With a hiss, the flying sword took advantage of the situation to draw a deep scar on the Black-Bone Tiger, and the red blood of the bear splashed everywhere, dyeing the surroundings bloody. Then, Shen Fang's flying sword had been withdrawn. The flying sword drew a perfect arc in the air and soared into the sky, and then plunged down again, roaring straight towards the Black-Bone Tiger behind him. The way Shen Fang controlled the flying sword was very tricky and imaginative. The only thing missing is that the flying sword has been nurtured for too short a time, and he has not yet condensed the sword heart, making the flying sword's power still far behind. There is no way around it. Sword cultivation cannot be achieved in 1 or 2 years. Among them, the sword sex cultivators are all trained from childhood, and they have been with swords for dozens or hundreds of years. Moreover, sword cultivators have to fight constantly, always in the most dangerous environment, wandering between life and death, and caressing death. To be honest, it is already good for Shen Fang to be able to do this. Next, Shen Fang controlled his flying sword and fought crazily with 2 Black-Bone Tigers with all his strength. The flying sword he controlled was seen shuttling back and forth in the air, and from time to time, a sonic boom piercing the air could be heard. Shen Fang has tried his best, and it is definitely a super-level performance. In this battle, he clearly felt that the speed and power of his flying sword control were much higher than before. Although there is great terror between life and death, it will also stimulate the infinite potential of sword cultivators, and even comprehend the true meaning of swordsmanship that cannot be comprehended at ordinary times. But despite this, Shen Fang had experienced a month of life and death struggles alone in the mountains. Whether it was his mental power or his physical condition, he had already been exhausted. He was able to get to this day only because of his strong instinct for survival. He found himself at the edge of the mountain, and he was so excited that he couldn't help himself. The breath he was holding in his heart had already been released. This breath had been supporting him to get here. Once it was released, it would not be so easy to pick it up again. So even though he tried his best and killed the Black-Bone Tiger, this was already his limit. Bang! Shen Fang was knocked away by the Black-Bone Tiger, his body was thrown high up, and then fell heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up, but found that he didn't even have the strength to move his little finger. And at this moment, he was already covered with the wounds, and the severe pain almost made him faint. He could only watch the ferocious Black-Bone Tiger pounce on him. At the moment when his life was about to disappear, Shen Fang didn't feel any loss. Because in the past month, if I hadn't risked my life and had good luck, I don't know how many times I would have died. It's a pity that I can't see my family again, and I can't eat the soup made by my mother. Although my father scolded him when he saw him, now think about it, the old man actually cared about him. In addition, he didn't scold that bastard before he died. Thinking of this, Shen Fang closed his eyes resignedly. Go to hell, just die. In the next life, I must be a real sword cultivator. The first thing I do when I come down the mountain after learning is to kill that bastard with a sword. Bang! Just as Shen Fang was waiting for death to come, he heard a loud noise. He touched his body with a confused look on his face, and then slowly opened his eyes, and saw Su Fan stepping on the head of the Black-Bone Tiger with his foot, looking at him with a smile. The originally brutal and ferocious Black-Bone Tiger now looks like a pet dog, shivering all over and lying on the ground without daring to move. Although Shen Fang is stupid, he is not stupid. You don't need to guess that this bastard has been following him all the way. And the reason why these 2 Black-Bone Tigers appeared here must be because of this bastard. What a bastard. I almost died several times along the way, but he didn't make a move once. It was not until I was about to die that this bastard came out. I just happened to pass by and saw you here, so I came to take a look. After hearing Su Fan's words, Shen Fang was so angry that he almost fainted. Do you think I'm stupid? Although he has been cursing this bastard every moment for the past month, and the thing he wants to do most is to scold him in front of this guy. Unfortunately, He only has one breath left at this time and can't open his mouth at all. Su Fan looked at Shen Fang's miserable appearance and couldn't help laughing out loud. Are you okay? Do you need my help? What kind of state have I become? What do you think? Shen Fang glared at Su Fan fiercely, and then simply closed his eyes. Now he didn't want to see this bastard anymore. Su Fan laughed and was about to stomp the black-bone tiger under his feet to death. But when he scanned with his spiritual sense, he found that this big guy was actually a female, and she was pregnant. You are lucky, let's go. Su Fan took his foot off the head of the black-bone tiger, and then watched it get into the jungle, and disappeared after a few leaps. He walked to Shen Fang's side, took out a jade bottle from the ring, poured out a few pills and stuffed them into the other's mouth. Alice. Seeing you like this, I feel so sad. I didn't lie to you. I told you it's not easy to be a sword cultivator, but you just didn't listen. Do you know what the loss rate of sword sect cultivators is? At least you are still alive now. After this experience, go back and think about it carefully. Think about whether you will be a sword cultivator in the future. Shen Fang closed his eyes and listened to Su Fan's chattering. He could feel a stream of cool air dissolving in his body, and his consciousness became more and more confused, and then he knew nothing. It was unknown how long it had been. When Shen Fang woke up again, he found himself lying on a simple bed. Hiss, he moved slightly, and suddenly felt a sharp pain coming from all parts of his body. At this time, he was wrapped in a thick layer of bandages all over his body, and he could clearly feel the numbness of the wound. Shen Fang twisted his head with difficulty, and saw that Su Fan was leisurely lying on a recliner by the pond next to him. Su Fan, who was happily sipping spiritual tea, heard the voice coming from behind him. He turned his head and took a look, then ignored this guy. His current injuries looked quite serious, but in fact they were all external injuries. These injuries would heal completely in a few days at most. Shen Fang saw Su Fan looking back and no longer paying attention to him, and a trace of anger suddenly arose in his heart. Gurgle. At this time, he heard his stomach growl, followed by a strong feeling of hunger. Where's my storage ring? Su Fan didn't even turn his head, but took a sip of the teacup. I left it in my cave. I didn't bring it here. This is fucking. Shen Fang almost suffocated after hearing this, but he was so hungry that he couldn't stand it anymore. I'm hungry. Hearing Shen Fang's cry, Su Fan stood up from the recliner, then walked to the guy's side, took out a bigu pill and stuffed it into his mouth. You are injured now, so you should eat this. As the power of the bigu pill dissolved in his body, Shen Fang's hunger in his stomach was relieved a lot. He turned his head away in anger, not wanting to look at the bastard next to him. Su Fan didn't care. He took off a communication array from his waist and threw it to Shen Fang. During this period, your communication array has received a lot of messages. Take a look. Su Fan left after he finished speaking. Shen Fang looked at his back and took a deep breath. He raised his hand with difficulty, and felt a sharp pain in an instant. Shen Fang gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain. He picked up the communication array beside him and found that the messages inside were almost full. He knew that these must be sent by his family. They were probably crazy after missing for a month. As expected, as soon as he activated the communication array, he saw messages pouring out. Stinky boy, where have you been? If you don't reply, you won't come back in the future. Shen Fang, where are you? Your mother is so worried. Dad will no longer care about you in the future. You can go wherever you want. Son, reply. Listening to the change in his father's tone, especially the last few messages, the sadness in the old man's voice could no longer be suppressed. Hearing this, Shen Fang couldn't stop crying anymore. The messages from his mother and sister made him even more unbearable, and he started to cry. Only after experiencing the hardships of life and death can one realize the preciousness of some things. At this time, he couldn't let his family know his experience, nor could he let them know that he was injured, and he couldn't let his family worry about him anymore. After a month of life and death experience, he finally realized how messed up he was before. Because he didn't want to delve into the art of formation from the bottom of his heart, in a family like the Shen family that mainly studies the art of formation, he was definitely an unfilial descendant. So in the eyes of other family members, Shen Fang was just a dandy who ate, drank and had fun all day long and didn't do his job properly. The family didn't know how much they worried about him. And he was like a child who didn't grow up, so it was nothing wrong for the old man to be disappointed in him. Thinking of this, Shen Fang took a deep breath, wiped his eyes, and began to reply to the messages from his family one by one. Su Fan held a teacup and took a sip gently. He heard Shen Fang crying, and immediately frowned and turned around to take a look. This useless thing actually cried like a woman. Su Fan shook his head. He just thought that this kid had great potential, but it seems that this guy will be nothing to look at in the future. Shen Fang held the communication array and talked with his family for a long time. He didn't say a word about his experience in the past month. He just said that he went to Xianchang to play with friends. I don't know how long they talked. When he put down the communication array, he found that it was already evening. At this moment, the sky was full of sunset clouds, and the red glow made the surrounding mountains look like a dream. Shen Fang discovered for the first time that the sunset in the evening was so beautiful. After a month of life and death fighting, he walked out of the mountain step by step alone with a sword. I don't know why, Shen Fang found that he seemed to have missed a lot of things. In the past, my mind was full of illusory fantasies, but now it seems that those unrealistic things are like jokes. Although that bastard cheated me once, it was not enough for the other party to say it well. Being a sword cultivator is not that easy. His ordeal is nothing in the eyes of a true sword cultivator. But in his opinion, this month is as long as a lifetime. Shen Fang finally calmed down, and it was time to consider his future path of cultivation. As for whether to continue his dream of sword cultivation in the future, he couldn't decide now. Shen Fang might not even know himself that he was much more mature than before, as if he had grown up all of a sudden. At this time, Shen Fang smelled a tempting aroma. He turned his head and saw Su Fan setting up a barbecue grill by the pond, grilling meat there. This month, Shen Fang's mouth was dry. He used to be the eldest son of a cultivation family. How could he take care of himself? In the deserted mountains, he could only force himself to learn to roast monster meat. But there was no salt, no seasoning, and he had never done such a thing. So after a month, he didn't have a decent meal except for the burnt monster meat or wild fruits in the mountains. Although Shen Fang secretly swore that he would never talk to this bastard again, he really couldn't stand the deliciousness of the barbecue. What are you grilling? Who knew that Su Fan ignored him as if he didn't hear him? Seeing this bastard picking up a skewer and eating it happily, drinking a sip of spirit wine from time to time, and drinking by himself, Shen Fang couldn't stand it anymore. That barbecue, bring me a skewer. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 654. This woman is too self-righteous. At night, the stars are twinkling tonight, and the moonlight is like water. The water pool is filled with mist and moonlight, as if covered by a layer of gauze. Under the starlight and moonlight, there is an indescribable aura and beauty. Su Fan sat in front of the barbecue grill by the water pool, constantly turning over the various skewers of meat on it, and fanning it from time to time. He glanced at Shen Fang next to him and almost laughed. This guy was wrapped in layers of gauze, like a mummy. Especially on such a quiet night, the wind blew through the mountains and forests, and there was a rustling sound, which seemed particularly weird. Shen Fang swallowed his saliva and said, "Well, is it ready?" After hearing what Shen Fang said, Su Fan ignored him, picked up a skewer of meat, took a bite, and then shook his head. "It's almost cooked." After he said that, he took another bite and finished a skewer in a few bites. After Su Fan finished eating, he picked up another skewer, and in a short while, he had finished several skewers. Shen Fang immediately became anxious and said, "It's not cooked yet. Why are you eating it? It's cooked now." Hearing Su Fan say this, Shen Fang quickly reached out to take a string, but he was too hasty and tore the wound again. Hiss, he grimaced in pain and said angrily, "I'm in this state, can't you help me get a string?" Su Fan turned his head to look at him, then picked up a string and handed it over. Shen Fang took it and took a bite without thinking, and was grimacing because of the burn. Despite this, he didn't stop blowing it, and just endured the heat and ate it, as if he had just been released from the inside. After a month of tossing in the mountains, Shen Fang was ruined. In the past, even the best spiritual food on the Xianchang restaurant would not make him like this now, like a starving ghost reincarnated. Another string. Su Fan shook his head and picked up a few more strings and handed them to Shen Fang. This guy was eating so much that his mouth was full of oil. When he saw Su Fan drinking the spirit wine, his alcohol bug was aroused again. Give me a sip too. Su Fan picked up the wine glass and was about to drink it. When he heard what this guy said, he turned his head and looked at him. Drinking at this time is not good for your wound. Shen Fang took a fierce bite of the skewer and said, I almost died in the mountains. Why should I care about those things? Su Fan shook his head and poured a bowl of spirit wine for this guy. You have been away from home for so long. You should heal your wounds as soon as possible. You can't go home with injuries. After hearing what Su Fan said, Shen Fang fell silent, and then laughed. It's okay. My injuries will be almost healed in a few more days. At this point, he smiled bitterly again. My fourth uncle just had an accident, and I lost contact with him. The family is now in chaos. My mother is almost going crazy. My eldest sister also ran back home from the sect. The old man who usually scolds me when he sees me is also panicked. After all, he is the eldest son of a cultivation family. He has been out of contact for only a month, and so many relatives are worried about him. Think about yourself, like a lonely ghost. If you die in a foreign land one day, it is estimated that your body will be exposed in the wilderness, or even your body will be gone, without even a grave. Thinking of this, Su Fan picked up the wine bowl and took a sip. At this time, he also thought of his family, and didn't know how they are now. Although he didn't know what Su Fan was thinking, Shen Fang still felt that he was a little disappointed. Shen Fang didn't dare to ask, so he could only eat his own food. After a while, Su Fan picked up the wine bowl and took a sip, then turned his head and looked at him. After this, do you still want to be a sword cultivator in the future? Shen Fang lowered his head and thought about it, then shook his head. I don't know, Su Fan smiled. The kid didn't lie. It was too early to ask him this question. Okay, when you're healed, go back and think about it. Shen Fang nodded and said, my mind is a mess now. That's right. You don't have to think about it when you go back. Just do what you should do. You may figure it out one day. Although Shen Fang didn't understand what he said, he didn't say anything. In fact, after so many days of contact, he felt that the guy in front of him must not be a simple person. As for why he thought so, he couldn't explain it clearly. What did you major in before? Physical Deo? What? You are a physical cultivator. What's wrong with physical cultivation? I have also practiced evil ways. Can I tell you? What? You don't believe it? That's not the case. I think physical cultivation is very difficult. There are very few casual cultivators who practice physical cultivation. How can it not be difficult? Every breakthrough requires a walk through the gates of hell. It's quite difficult. Then why are you so familiar with swordsmanship? Why else? I have killed sword cultivators. I knew a few sword cultivator friends before. The two of them sat by the pond, eating skewers and drinking spirit wine, and chatted until late at night. A few days later, Shen Fang's injury was completely healed, and he went back to Shenjiabao directly. Su Fan continued to be his worshipper in Zishan Market, and his life became leisurely again. As for whether Shen Fang chose to continue the path of sword cultivation, it had nothing to do with him. Anyway, over the past year or so, through transactions with this guy, he has systematically studied all kinds of basic formation inheritance knowledge of the Shen family. In the following days, Su Fan continued to study and ponder various formation classics. Shen Fang had almost learned the basic formation inheritance that he brought from his family. Through these formation inheritance jade slips of the Shen family, he received the most systematic basic formation knowledge, and finally made up for his shortcomings. It was indeed as he thought, and when he studied Shen Hongying's jade slips next, it was obviously much smoother. Many obscure places in the past were now suddenly clear when they were seen again. Days passed by like flowing water. In a blink of an eye, more than 2 months had passed, and Shen Fang had not come to see him again. Su Fan was also happy about this. He wished that this guy would stay away from him. Early in the morning of this day, Su Fan was eating breakfast in his portable secret realm. He suddenly found that the restrictions he had set up in the cave outside had been triggered. He frowned and thought for a while, then put down his bowl. I'll go out first, you clean up. Sister Zhen was immediately worried when she heard it, and asked, Master, are you okay? Su Fan smiled and shook his head. Then his figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at his abode in the market. He saw a female cultivator in the cave, standing outside the door at this time. What's the matter? There is a Yuanying's engine outside. Who wants to see the senior? Su Fan thought for a while and said, please ask him to come in. It was really strange. He didn't know any Yuanying cultivators near Biqiang Xiancheng. Who is this person? After a while, the young female cultivator from the cave led a person into the abode. Su Fan was stunned when he saw the person coming. This was a female cultivator, born with a beautiful appearance and a stunning face. Her eyes were as calm as water, her figure was graceful, and she was wearing a white dress without a speck of dust, as if she would fly to the fairyland at any time. Biqiang Immortal Sect, Shenjing. Hearing the other party introduce themselves, Su Fan immediately knew who the other party was. Su Fan bowed to the other party and said, "Devours, please sit down." Several female cultivators from the cave hurriedly trotted in from outside and brewed a pot of spiritual tea for them. He took the teapot from the female cultivator, waved his hand to send them away, and then poured a cup for Shenjing. "I don't know why you came here today." Shenjing smiled and said, "I am sorry to come here because I want to ask you something. Please tell me." Shen Feng is my younger brother. He disappeared for a month a while ago. Since he came home, I found that he has changed a lot. At this point, she picked up the teacup and took a sip, and glanced at Su Fan with clear eyes. "As far as I know, the last person Shen Feng saw before he disappeared was you. I want to know where he went in this month." After listening to Shenjing's words, Su Fan picked up the teacup and took a sip. He was a little depressed. How did the people from the Shen family find him? "Fellow Taoist, why do you come to ask me about this? You should go ask Shen Feng. Shen Feng is not a child anymore. He is now a giant in realm cultivator. Why do the people from the Shen family still treat him like a child?" Shenjing sighed and said, "I asked, but he just wouldn't say." She put down the teacup and said with a smile, "Excuse me, Taoist friend. My brother has been a worry for the family since he was a child. As his sister, I don't know how much I have worried about him." "Then why are you looking for me?" "He is not my brother. I came to your house to make offerings, not to help you take care of your children." "Taoist friend, if you have anything to say, just say it." Shenjing was obviously embarrassed after hearing this, and said, "Shen Feng has changed so much that I almost don't recognize him this time. I'm a little worried." "This is fucking. What are you worried about?" Su Fan understood now. Shen Feng had experienced a life and death trial, as if he had grown up overnight. After returning this time, his family couldn't accept it all of a sudden. "I want to ask, what changes have Shen Feng undergone after returning this time?" Shenjing smiled bitterly and looked at Su Fan apologetically. He used to be a person who was ignorant and only knew how to muddle through life. He was always stubborn with his family, but this time he came back, he has completely changed. "I can't explain it, it's just, is Shen Feng like he has grown up?" Shenjing's eyes lit up and said, "Yes. That's it. Isn't that good? Do you hope he's still as unreliable as before?" Shenjing waved her hands and said, "That's not the case. It's just that he has changed too fast. I'm a little worried." "Okay, this is a brother protecting demon. Deoao, you should go back and ask him." Shen Feng is not young anymore. Shenjing was stunned when she heard it. She looked at Su Fan with a puzzled look. "Deoao, you should know the reason." Su Fan nodded and said, "I heard him say something." "Deoao, can you tell me?" Su Fan finally knew why Shen Feng was unreliable. It was definitely related to his family. Especially his sister, who treated him like a child. Coupled with that father who was so disappointed with his son, it would be strange for Shen Feng to feel comfortable at home. "Deoao, let's go back and ask Shen Feng." Seeing Su Fan's firm attitude, Shenjing sighed helplessly. "I don't ask him to be good in the future, I just want him to live a peaceful life, but now he is secretly practicing sword every day. I am afraid that he will really run away to become a sword cultivator in the future." Su Fan was stunned for a moment. "So that's what happened." Shen Feng's sister came today, obviously pretending to be confused. The other party should know that Shen Feng's sword practice should be related to herself, so she came to ask all kinds of questions. "If your brother is determined to be a sword cultivator, I can't stop him." Thinking of this, Su Fan said in a deep voice, "Shen Feng is no longer a child, let him choose his own way in the future." Shenjing's eyes suddenly became sharp after hearing this, and she stared at Su Fan calmly. "Shen Feng's change is all because of you, Taoist." Su Fan looked at him with a smile and shook his head, saying, "That's Shen Feng's own choice." Shenjing sneered and said, "I only have this one brother, I don't want him to get into trouble. In order to prevent it, I can't just sit back and watch, haha." Su Fan smiled secretly in his heart, "He is your brother, it's none of my business. At most, I won't be your family's worshipper. Anyway, I have learned everything I should learn. And I have Shen Hongying's jade slip in my hand. Find a place to study it carefully for a few years, and then I can go all over the world in the future. Of course, Su Fan didn't want to have a bad relationship with his family. After all, it's not worth it for such a trivial matter. And the deal between him and Shen Fang also made him feel guilty. Shen Fang has always wanted to be a sword cultivator, because I have had some contact with him in the Star Domain battlefield before, and I talked to him about some things about the sword sect. That's the way it is. Taoist, are you satisfied? Why did you tell him this? Hearing Shen Jing's scolding, Su Fan was stunned. The girl who was so fairy-like just now suddenly became so unreasonable that he didn't know what to say. I am just a servant of the Shen family, not a servant of your family. You are worried about your brother. What does it have to do with me? Thinking of this, Su Fan's face suddenly became stern. Devours, where did you get this from? In fact, Shen Jing realized that it was inappropriate after she finished speaking, but because she was worried about Shen Fang, she didn't control her emotions just now. She coughed lightly, looked at Su Fan with a calm face, and her attitude was no longer as polite as before. Devours, please don't mind, I am also afraid that something will happen to Shen Fang. Looking at Shen Jing's eyes looking down at him, that inexplicable sense of superiority made Su Fan feel particularly disgusted. Now you are showing your true colors. That's right, you are a disciple of the immortal sect. When have you ever had a good face for me, a casual cultivator? Devours, please go back. I'm sorry I can't do anything about Shen Fang's affairs. Shen Jing glanced at Su Fan lightly, then stood up from the ground and walked outside. She walked to the door and suddenly turned around. Devours, although you are the worshipper of our Shen family, it is better not to contact the people of the main family in the future, Shen Jing said without caring about Su Fan, turned around and left the temple. What a pretentious woman. This woman is too self-righteous. There are so many female cultivators in the immortal sect, not to mention the immortal sect and the demon sect, even the witch god has to call me daddy. Chapter 655. Try to stay away from that kid. Looking at Shen Jing's departing figure, Su Fan let out a long sigh. It's really annoying for Shen Fang to have such a sister. In the final analysis, it's his own fault. With his bear-like appearance, he is just an unlearned dude in the eyes of other children in the family. His father is very disappointed with him, and his mother dotes on him too much, plus he has a sister who is crazy about protecting her brother. It is estimated that his family has long lost any thoughts about him, and only hopes that he can live a peaceful life, comfortably be the eldest son of a cultivation family, marry a few Taoist partners in the future, and give birth to more descendants for the Shen family. Thinking of this, Su Fan shook his head. He is also idle, why should he worry about other people's trivial matters? However, try to stay away from that kid in the future. Although Shen Fang is a good kid and the two can chat, as a tribute to the Shen family, he is too close to the eldest son of the main family. What do people think? Although he never cares about status and position, sometimes he really needs to pay attention to the degree. At this time, the communication array disc on Su Fan's waist vibrated slightly. He picked it up and found that it was a message from Shen Fang. Brother, you are in the market, I will be there soon. The two sisters rushed to the same place. It was a good opportunity to make it clear with this guy today that they should try not to meet each other in the future, which is good for both of them. I'm here, come on. After a while, Shen Fang came to Su Fan's abode. He entered the room and sat cross-legged opposite Su Fan. He was not at all shy. He picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup. Shen Fang took a sip of the teacup and suddenly remembered something. By the way, take this, you can read it now. I have to send it back to the family's library before tonight. After he finished speaking, he took out a jade slip from the ring and handed it over. After hearing what Shen Fang said, Su Fan was stunned. He took the jade slip and asked, "This is?" Shen Fang took a deep breath and said, "We have several secret jade slips in our Shen family. This is one of them." Su Fan's heart suddenly became uneasy after hearing this. What on earth does this kid want to do? Think about it carefully. This is the secret jade slip of your Shen family. Shen Fang laughed and said, "I know in my heart that I have taken advantage of the transaction between us. You have helped me so much. Those basic inheritances of the Shen family's formations are really handy." At this point, he sighed. "Anyway, I am already an unworthy descendant of the Shen family, and it doesn't matter this time. However, I have a condition. You must not pass the things in this jade slip to others. Su Fan nodded, picked up the jade slip and put it on his forehead. Next, Shen Fang sat cross-legged there and drank spiritual tea by himself, while Su Fan was concentrating on browsing the jade slip. There are not many things recorded in this jade slip, only a few formations unique to the Shen family, and some experiences left by the Shen family's formation geniuses of all generations. Although the content is not much, it is full of dry goods, and it can be said that every word is a pearl, which is not inferior to those formation immortal sects. Su Fan, who is now in the middle stage of the nascent soul, has long been able to remember everything he has seen. Although the things recorded in the jade slip are a bit too profound for him with his current level of formation, Su Fan still memorized them by rote based on his memory, and then recorded them in a blank jade slip. This favor is too big. This is the secret jade slip of the Shen family, which is related to the Taoist inheritance of a family. Shen Fang obviously underestimated the importance of those basic inheritances to Su Fan, and thought he had taken advantage of Su Fan. Of course, facing such a precious inheritance, he couldn't miss it. After 2 hours, Su Fan was busy. He returned the jade slip to Shen Fang, and then said in a deep voice, "Thank you, I owe you a favor." Shen Fang waved his hand, obviously not taking it seriously. What's the matter with favors? I owe you anyway. Shen Fang didn't realize what Su Fan's so-called favors meant to him. Su Fan wouldn't owe favors to anyone so easily. Have you thought it through? After hearing Su Fan's words, Shen Fang nodded heavily. I've thought it through. He had thought a lot in the past 2 months. When he just got home, he didn't practice sword for several days in a row. Shen Fang returned to his old mentality of just living a lazy life, hanging out with his gang of friends in Biqiang Immortal City every day. There were times when he even decided to give up. But for some reason, Shen Fang always felt that this kind of life was boring. He didn't think so before, but thought it was good to be a parasite who just ate and waited for death. Su Fan glanced at Shen Fang, picked up the teapot and poured him a cup of spiritual tea. Think it through. Once you decide, you can't give up halfway. You're not a kid anymore. Shen Fang took a deep breath and laughed at himself. I just got back home and hung out with those friends for a few days, but since I came out of the mountains, I don't know what happened. Now when I look at those people, I think they are just a bunch of idiots. Su Fan was amused by him and said, you were like that before. Shen Fang laughed and said, now I think about it, what kind of life I lived before, Pa. After he finished speaking, he took the teacup and took a sip, then put the teacup down heavily. I have decided that even if I die on the battlefield of the star field, I can't live such a mediocre life. Don't throw it gently. This teacup of mine is expensive. Su Fan cursed this guy, then picked up the teacup and looked at it. Don't drink tea. Let's drink some wine. After Shen Fang finished speaking, he took out a bottle of spirit wine from the ring, and then laughed. This is what I got from the old man. Su Fan picked up the spirit wine and looked at it, then broke the mud seal and smelled it. This bottle of spirit wine is really good. He took out some cooked and braised food from his ring, cut a few plates and placed them on the table, and the two of them started drinking. Your sister came over today. Shen Fang just picked up the wine glass, and was stunned when he heard Su Fan's words. Why did he come to you? What else can he do? Warn me, a casual cultivator, to stay away from you, the eldest son of the master family, for fear that I would lead you astray. Shen Fang was not happy when he heard it, and said angrily, she is always like this, controlling everything from childhood to adulthood, and if I don't listen, she will wipe tears at me. After he finished speaking, he raised his head and drank the spiritual wine in the glass, then wiped his mouth. Don't pay attention to her. She doesn't need to take care of my affairs. Su Fan thought for a moment and said, I think what your sister said makes sense. It's better for us to meet less in the future. You are too close to the family's worshipper. Your family will definitely have some ideas. Shen Fang waved his hand and said, don't pay attention to them. In their eyes, I am just a person who is ignorant and waiting to die. Su Fan shook his head and said, I'm not kidding. I have taught you everything I should teach you about swordsmanship, and I have also helped you complete a life and death trial. The next step is for you to walk on your own. Shen Fang showed a trace of loneliness on his face. Of course, he also knew the reason. He knew that continuing like this would bring unnecessary trouble to Su Fan. He poured himself a glass of spirit wine and then picked it up. Shen Fang said solemnly, Senior, this glass is for you. Su Fan clinked glasses with him and said, I wish you to become a real swordsman as soon as possible, senior. I will definitely become a real swordsman. Seeing Shen Fang's solemn face, Su Fan nodded. Let me say one last thing. If you have decided, you must not slack off on the things I taught you every day. You will know in a few years. He suddenly remembered something after he finished speaking, and then said, by the way, find a chance to get a sword cultivator's inheritance. In fact, he had some sword cultivator's inheritance in his hands, but they were all seized from Qijian. Qijian's identity must be not simple. If his sword cultivator's inheritance was passed on to Shen Fang, it might bring some unexpected disasters to this guy. Moreover, the people of the Qijian sect and Wangchun Hall might also follow this clue and associate him with him. This is not good for both of them, the risk is too great. And the purple sky thunder sword art that Su Fan practiced himself, Shen Fang did not have the thunder attribute, so he could not practice it at all. Hearing Su Fan say this, Shen Fang immediately frowned. Brother, I want to buy a sword cultivator's inheritance at the auction house more than once in these years, but there is no such thing on the market. Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly after hearing this. It was really like this. Those crazy swordmen are not so easy to deal with. Which auction house dares to sell the inheritance of sword cultivators? What if the people of the sword sect come to kill them one day? So in the Cultivation market, as long as you are not short of spirit crystals and have good luck, you may be able to buy other sects. Only the inheritance of the sword sect is almost invisible in the market. Su Fan's heart moved, and he suddenly thought of a way, that is, the trading platform of Demon House, where he can definitely buy the inheritance of sword cultivators. In this world, there is nothing that those evil cultivators dare not do. Thinking of this, Su Fan said, how about this, I will try to ask for you. Shen Fang was like a chicken blood after hearing this, and said excitedly, brother, you won't lie to me. Why the hell should I lie to you? What is there about you that is worth me lying to? There's no rush to get the sword cultivation inheritance. You're still far from it now. Even if you have it, you can't use it. In the next few years, you have to try your best to consolidate the foundation of sword cultivation. Then you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Shen Fang nodded heavily after hearing this, and said solemnly, I'll listen to you. In a few days, I'm going to go into the mountains again, still alone with a sword, and walk out of the mountains. Su Fan covered his face after hearing this. This guy is hopeless. Are you stupid? I protected you last time. If you go into the mountains alone, you must get everything ready. When you are really in danger, the first thing is to save your life. Don't sword cultivators emphasize having nothing on their bodies? Su Fan was so angry after hearing this that he waved his hand and slapped this guy on the head. You haven't even touched the threshold of sword cultivation yet, and you want to be free of material possessions. That's no different from seeking death. Remember, the sword cultivator who survives is the real sword cultivator. Shen Fang covered his head with a grin, and said with a bitter face, I know. Su Fan waved his hand and said, get out of here. After driving Shen Fang away, he entered the portable secret realm and sat cross-legged in the hall of the thatched cottage. Su Fan took out the communication array of the demon house from the ring, and after activating it, a light curtain popped up. He posted a bounty task on the light curtain, asking for the inheritance of a sword cultivator, and the requirement must be the sword sect of other star fields. After a while, he received private messages from several evil cultivators. Su Fan looked through the messages they left one by one, and the result disappointed him very much. It was not because the sword cultivators' sects were not good, but because the sword cultivators' sects were too expensive. A random sword sect would cost more than 100,000 ghost money. It seems that even on the Demon House, a trading platform for evil cultivators, selling the Dao of sword cultivators should be a very risky thing. Seeing several Dao of sword cultivators, Su Fan suddenly remembered something. That is, he still has a mandatory task to complete. According to the regulations of the Demon House, if he fails to complete the mandatory task, his account will be forcibly cancelled. It must be said that the Demon House trading platform is too important to him. Not only can you buy various Daos here, but you can also obtain a lot of information. For him, who is wandering alone in a foreign land, it is really too important. Su Fan struggled for a long time, and finally decided to give up this mandatory task. There is no way. He has just arrived in Cultivation not long ago. If something unexpected happens, he will not have time to cry. As for the Dao of sword cultivators promised to Shen Fang, he can only say sorry. There are too many uncertain factors, and you can't take this risk. In the next few months, Su Fan still stayed at home, studying and pondering the array inheritance of the Shen family in the portable secret realm every day. Except for going to Shenjiabeao to listen to the Master of Formations every month and borrowing a few formation books from the library, Su Fan almost never left the secret realm. Shen Feng never came to Zishan Market again, but occasionally chatted with him using the communication array. He didn't expect that Shen Feng would really go all out to realize his dream of sword cultivation. He practiced swordsmanship every day as Su Fan asked. I thought this guy couldn't hold on for long, but he practiced hard for more than a year. The basics of sword cultivation are extremely boring. He is said to be the eldest son of a cultivation family. Even the disciples of the sword sect may not practice as hard as him. This guy is good in this respect. He listens to Su Fan very much. As long as he has heard it, Shen Feng attaches great importance to it and is very hardworking when practicing swordsmanship. What surprised Su Fan the most was that this guy actually ran into the mountains, and just like the first time, he came out of the mountains with a sword. Of course, he would definitely not go deep into the deepest part of the mountain like last time. This morning I casually flipped through the author's backstage and was very excited. This book finally had a leader. Later I realized something was wrong. My head is still buzzing. There's only one voice in my mind. I have a silver leader. Thanks to Mr. Guo Jixing for the silver leader reward. Lao Bu has not calmed down until now. His encouragement touched Lao Bu very much. Thank you for your support. Lao Bu is clumsy and I am afraid I can't add 10 chapters, but Lao Bu will do his best. Thank you for your support. Starting today, Lao Bu decided to go all out and add 4,000 words every day, and try to reach 10,000 until Lao Bu can no longer write, to thank Mr. Guo Jixing for his support and encouragement. Thanks again to Mr. Guo Jixing for the silver leader reward. Lao Bu is very grateful. Chapter 656. I don't know whether it is lucky or sad. In the early morning, the sun was rising. A ray of morning light fell on the green mountains and green waters. After the bright sunlight passed through the dense branches and leaves, spots of light fell on the shoulders and danced happily, bringing a little comfort. Su Fan sat cross-legged in the thatched cottage with a book of formations, reading with relish. He put down the ancient book in his hand, picked up the teacup and took a sip. He suddenly felt the fragrance on his teeth and cheeks, which was quite refreshing. Master, it's time to eat. Hearing the call of Sister Zhen outside, Su Fan put down the teacup, stood up from the ground and came to the pond outside. This place has been transformed by Sister Zhen. A stone platform was built by the pond, and she also set up a kitchen next to it. Su Fan came to the dining table on the stone platform, and Sister Zhen floated over with a large bucket and placed it next to him. Today, she made a large bucket of ramen noodles. The base soup was made from the bones of a 5th-level alien beast, and the noodles were top-quality spiritual wheat. Sister Zhen picked a large bowl of ramen for Su Fan, sprinkled it with chopped green onion, coriander, white radish slices and chili oil, and cut a pound of shank meat from the 5th-level monster one-horned queen yu. Finally, pour the rich base soup and sprinkle pepper on it, and it's done. In addition to the staple ramen, there are also several plates of braised meat, kimchi and refreshing cold dishes on the table. Don't be surprised, if it was in the previous life, this large bucket of ramen would be enough for a small stall to sell for a whole morning, but this is just Su Fan's breakfast. Sister Zhen handed the chopsticks to Su Fan, and then sat opposite him, holding her chin with both hands and looking at her master. Su Fan took the chopsticks handed over by Sister Zhen, picked up a chopstick head and started eating. Well, your noodles are getting more and more chewy. Hearing the master praising herself, Sister Zhen smiled and wrinkled her face. At this time, Su Fan turned his head and took a look, then continued to eat breakfast. The air not far away was slightly turbulent, and a huge shadow appeared from the air. This thing came over and stretched out its big head to rub against its master. Su Fan reached out and touched it, then said, well, be good, go play over there. After being stroked by the master for a few times, Zixi moved its head away contentedly and disappeared into the air. Su Fan finished breakfast and stood up from the dining table. I'm going to Shenjiabeao today, so I don't have to make lunch. After he said that, he left the portable secret realm and came to the house of the cave mansion in the market. When he left the house, several young female cultivators hurried over to greet him. Is the market okay these days? Reporting to the true lord, everything is normal in the market. Well, I'm going out for a while, you guys go and get busy." After he said that, he threw them a storage ring and left the cave mansion. Although he had no interest in the little girls, he still had to reward them when it was time. They came here not just to serve the true Lord. Su Fan left the West Mountain Market and flew into the mountains on the Ghost Crow. He landed in a remote valley, set up 3 magic arrays, and then asked the Ghost Crow to be on alert in the air nearby. He took out the jade key of the secret realm and entered the secret realm. As soon as Su Fan entered the secret realm, a strong and cold breath suddenly hit him, and even he shuddered. At this time, this secret realm has completely changed compared to the past. The original secret realm with beautiful mountains and clear waters has been transformed by Su Fan into an extremely yin place. In order to transform this extremely yin place, Su Fan put all the top quality yin materials in his collection into it. He hasn't been here for more than a year. After such a long period of cultivation, the yin evil spirit here has become more and more dense. Now there are gusts of gloomy wind here, and the strong yin evil spirit is everywhere. The temperature is more than 10 degrees lower than the outside world. The yin evil spirit is gray and black, but it is all chaotic and nothing can be seen clearly. The wind howled in the gray-black fog, like the howling of ghosts and wolves. Ghosts seemed to appear in the depths of the fog, which was very strange. You can vaguely see huge ghost flags standing in the black fog, swaying constantly in the wind. These are various top-quality ghost flags that Su Fan has collected over the years. They are all used by Genji and Yaksha to raise ghosts. Now they are all placed in this extremely yin place. Around each ghost flag, there are dense and thin ghost shadows, and from time to time, there are shrill screams. The shrill ghost howls are very sharp, like the sound of a demon lingering. For a while, the ghost fog rolled and the undercurrent surged. Su Fan nodded with satisfaction. It won't take many years for this place to be transformed into the best place to raise yin. At this time, Yaksha's hideous ghost shadow appeared from the gray-black fog. "Master, you are here," Su Fan nodded and said, "How is the arrangement inside?" After hearing what the master said, Yaksha bowed and replied, "Everything has been arranged. Well, take me to have a look." Su Fan followed Yaksha to the depths of the secret realm. Along the way, he could see a huge skeleton standing quietly around. These were the skeletons of the Ghost Clan's nascent soul cultivators that he had killed. Now they have been refined by him into skeleton kings, nourished by the yin ki here day and night. In the deepest part of the secret realm, there is also a top-quality soul-erasing place, where dozens of nascent soul-level evil spirits are placed. To be honest, even those demon sects in the plane of top-quality demon cultivation rarely have such a big hand as Su Fan. Just these evil spirits and skeleton kings under his command, plus countless ghost soldiers and ghost generals, are enough to go out and destroy the sect. These yin soldiers and ghosts seem powerful, but in Su Fan's eyes, they are just cannon fodder. It's okay to bully those small families, but if you encounter a powerful opponent or a god-transforming monster, it's useless. However, it's quite appropriate to let these ghost soldiers and ghosts do some auxiliary work such as reconnaissance and vigilance. Yaksha led Su Fan to the core of this place of nourishing yin, which was the valley where his cave was originally located. Almost all the various top-quality yin materials that Su Fan had accumulated over the years were buried under the valley. An altar array has been built in the middle of the valley. This is a yin gathering array that Su Fan painstakingly built by integrating various array knowledge of the demon sect, the immortal sect and the witch sect. Moreover, this yin gathering array also borrowed some characteristics of the Ghost Clan altar. Anyway, if it was seen by other array cultivators, they would definitely be confused. However, the effect of this yin gathering array is indeed very powerful. Su Fan stood next to the array and could feel a bit of chill, which penetrated into his body. Even if you leave a pile of shit here for a long time, it can be refined into a pile of extremely yin shit. Su Fan turned his head and looked at the 2 extremely huge skeletons standing at the end of the valley. These were his trump cards in the future. These were the skeletons of the late-stage spirit transformation master Hulin of the Ghost Clan, and the skeleton of the adult Su Beast in the virtual world, which was equivalent to the spirit transformation cultivator of the human race. However, Su Fan had never refined these 2 6th-level skeletons. With his level of the demon sect's white bone Dao, refining them now would probably be a waste of resources. It would be better to wait until he went to the demon sect plane in the future and find a way to get some super demon sect Daoism, and then talk about it after he mastered the authentic inheritance of the white bone Dao. Su Fan put his hands behind his back, looked around, and then looked at the yaksha behind him. Now the yaksha's realm has reached the peak of the Ghost King. It won't take many years for him to try to break through the Ghost Emperor realm. It must be said that Yaksha is definitely a model among ghost cultivators. Not only is he extremely talented, but he also practices very hard. Compared with others, Sister Zhen is simply the scum of the scum. When Su Fan thinks of Sister Zhen, his head hurts. This girl is too out of tune. Because Sister Zhen is the closest to him, he doesn't know how many resources he has invested in this girl, but it's a pity that all of them have gone to waste. Now he has no hope for this girl. She will just be his housekeeper in the future. If he wants her to achieve something in the future, forget it. If those resources were put on Yaksha, this guy would have broken through to the Ghost Emperor long ago. There is no way. Who makes Sister Zhen the most pleasing to him? Your ghost body has almost condensed, right? In a few years, I will help you break through the Ghost Emperor realm. After hearing what Su Fan said, Yaksha was so excited that he knelt in front of him and kowtowed several times. Master, I will repay you with my death. Su Fan waved his hand and said with a smile, get up. I'll leave this place to you from now on. Help me guard it well. After he said that, he turned around and left the secret realm, returned to the valley outside, dismantled the 3 magic arrays, and then put the ghost crow into the beast bag. Although the West Mountain Market is remote and secluded, Su Fan is still very careful. The extremely yin place in the secret realm and the various gloomy ghosts in it are no different from evil cultivators in the pure immortal sect plane of Chixishan. So every time he goes to the extremely yin place in the secret realm, he will be extremely cautious. Su Fan drove the magic weapon all the way to Shenjiabao. This afternoon is the monthly day for the Master of Formations to preach. So almost all the worshippers from all over the Shen family came to Shenjiabao. When Su Fan arrived at Shenjiabao, it was already noon. He went directly to the Shen family's library, exchanged a few formation books there, and then came to a small square deep in Shenjiabao. At this time, nearly 100 Yuanying cultivators have gathered here, all of whom are the Shen family worshippers who came from all over the place. They gathered in groups of 3 or 5 and greeted each other enthusiastically. Only Su Fan was alone, sitting cross-legged in an inconspicuous place, reading a book of formation with great interest. It has been more than a year since he joined the Shen family. He has always been alone and never communicated with other worshippers. As a pure immortal sect plane, most of the cultivators here are well versed in human relations. People like Su Fan who are eccentric are definitely rare. In the past, other worshippers of the Shen family specially invited him to participate in exchange meetings, but he declined them all. Maybe it was because he stayed in the demon sect for a long time. Now, in Su Fan's view, those meaningless social activities are simply a waste of time. He will not stay in Shenjiabao for too long. It is a waste of emotion to socialize with people here. At this time, a female cultivator came to the square. Seeing the person coming, Su Fan was stunned. Isn't this the brother protecting demon? The Shen family worshippers in the square saw Shen Jing coming and stood up from the ground and bowed to her. Su Fan, of course, would not stand out and bow with everyone. I didn't expect that the one who preached today was Master Shenjing. This Master Shenjing is a descendant of the Shen family. Why haven't I seen her before? Master Shenjing, after building the foundation, entered the Biqiang Xianzong. Because of her extraordinary talent in formation, she became a disciple of Rahushan Xianzan in the sect. I heard that she is in the Biqiang Xianzong and is also an elite disciple that the sect focuses on cultivating. Her future is limitless. Su Fan listened to the discussions of the people around him and couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect this woman to be so awesome. She grew up in a cultivation family that focuses on formations since she was a child. In addition, she has an extraordinary talent in formations. If she enters the Biqiang Xianzong, she will definitely be favored by the sect. Look at Shen Fang again. He is simply unbearable to look at. Su Fan secretly mourned for Shen Fang for a minute. I don't know whether it is lucky or sad to have such a powerful sister. Shen Jing wore a plain wide-sleeved skirt today. Her skirt fluttered in the breeze, and she exuded a noble air. Her skin was whiter than snow, and her black hair fell softly on her shoulders. 2 strands of hair were tied behind her head at her temples, and a simple headdress on the belt shone brightly in the morning sun. Shen Jing came to the high platform in the middle of the square and sat cross-legged. On the high platform, her eyes were as bright as water, and her temperament was as ethereal as a fairy. which made many worshippers in the square feel swayed. Although Su Fan sat cross-legged in the most inconspicuous position in the square, Shen Jing, who was sitting on a high platform, still saw him. Shen Jing's clear eyes like water swept over Su Fan, with a hint of deliberate disregard in her eyes. Since she went to meet this guy, he has never met her brother again. Considering that he was sensible, she didn't bother with him. Su Fan sneered in his heart. What he couldn't stand the most was the behavior of the female cultivators of the immortal secting. At this time, Shen Jing took a bell-shaped magic weapon and knocked it gently. The many worshippers who were slightly absent-minded in the square finally came to their senses, and their faces flushed. Shen Jing might have been accustomed to such scenes. She put down the small bell magic weapon in her hand and began to preach to everyone. It must be said that after all, she was the proud daughter of the Bekeong immortal sect, and her knowledge of formations was indeed profound. And as Shen Jing spoke, it seemed that the clear and mysterious sound with the charm of heaven and earth was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. She spoke for a full hour, and the worshippers of the Shen family in the square were also fascinated by it. Ding! It was not until a crisp bell sounded that everyone realized that an hour had passed inadvertently. Su Fan took a deep breath. He originally thought that he had made great progress in the art of formations. It was not until he heard Shen Jing's sermon that he realized how far the gap between the two sides was. 8,000 words today, and I will strive to update 10,000 words tomorrow. Thanks again to Guo Jipsing for his support from the Silver Alliance. Chapter 657, Am I not cut out for playing with formations? The worshippers on the square of Shenjiabao bowed to Shen Jing on the stone platform, and then left in groups of 3 or 5. Su Fan also followed the crowd to the outside of the square. Before leaving the square, he turned his head and took a look. He saw Shen Jing on the stone platform also looking at him. The two of them only crossed their eyes for a moment, and Su Fan had already left the square. Shen Jing pouted and muttered in her heart. She didn't know why, but she felt uncomfortable since the first time she saw that guy. Until today, Shen Jing knew the reason. In fact, the other party's neither humble nor arrogant spirit in front of her made her very uncomfortable. The worshippers of the Shen family who were listening to her preaching under the stone platform just now were all fascinated by her demeanor, but only this guy sat there with a calm face. Her intuition told her that this guy was definitely not pretending to attract her attention, but really indifferent to her. From childhood to adulthood, Shen Jing, whether in the family or in the Bekeong Xianzong, has always been a star-studded existence, and few people were indifferent to her face. This guy is just a rootless and casual cultivator. Who gave him the courage? Although Shen Jing is already a cultivator in the nascent soul realm, she has not experienced anything after all. She was born in a cultivation family and later joined the Bekeong immortal sect. In addition, the formation cultivators have been studying the formation for many years, and they are nerds in the world of cultivation. And Shen Jing is a woman after all. It is unreasonable for others to ignore her appearance. There is no way. No matter what kind of woman, she will compete with you on this. So when she saw Su Fan, her previous aloof and independent temperament disappeared instantly. To say that Shen Jing is interested in Su Fan is of course nonsense. There are at least 8,000 people in the Bekeong immortal sect who like her, and they are all elite disciples in the sect. Any one of them is much better than Su Fan. Not only in the Bekeong immortal sect, but even many super immortal sects know her name. It can be said that her reputation is far-reaching. But such a proud daughter of the immortal sect just had a fight with Su Fan for such a trivial matter. Su Fan had no idea about Shen Jing's thoughts. He didn't think about it at all, thinking that Shen Jing had an opinion of him because of Shen Fang. And even if Su Fan knew her thoughts, he wouldn't take it too seriously. Although Shen Jing was the proud daughter of the immortal sect, he had seen all kinds of women, so how could he be on the same level with her for such a trivial matter? Except for Li Mianxu, Su Fan didn't have a single good impression of the female cultivators of the immortal sect, including senior sister Su Yun, Zhang Yao and others whom he had met before. He didn't even have a single evil thought. Su Fan left Shenjiabao and didn't go back to Zishanfang directly, but drove the magic weapon to Bekeong Xiancheng. After studying and pondering the knowledge of the formation for so long, Su Fan hadn't put it into practice once. He wanted to purchase some formation materials, and Bekeong Xiancheng was definitely the place with the most complete formation materials in the entire Chixishan. When Su Fan arrived at Bekeong Xiancheng, it was already night. After he entered the city, he first found an inn to settle down, and then walked around the city. The night of Baekhyun Immortal City was bright all night long, and the flow of people on the street was no less than that during the day, and even more lively. Su Fan visited every store, and finally chose the best quality ones to buy some array materials. After the purchase, he turned back and walked towards the inn. At a street corner not far from the inn, he suddenly frowned. Just now, when Su Fan passed by a giant and cultivator, he felt a trace of the breath of an evil cultivator. He quietly left a trace of mark on the other person, then turned back and followed him from a distance. This evil cultivator didn't know that he had been discovered and his identity had been exposed, and he didn't realize that someone was following him. If it comes to identifying evil cultivators, even the old monster of Hushin can't be compared with Su Fan. The other party came to an alley in the city, looked around quietly, and then walked in. Su Fan didn't stop at the intersection of the alley, but walked straight over. After a while, the evil cultivator walked out of the alley, then left Baekhyun Xiancheng, and flew south with his magic weapon. Because he left a hidden mark on the other person, Su Fan followed him more than 10 miles away. The evil cultivator came to a gathering place for scattered cultivators outside the city, and then entered an inconspicuous courtyard. After a while, Su Fan came to the front of the courtyard. He closed his eyes and sensed the breath of the scattered cultivators. Seeing that there was no breath of unimaginable cultivators here, he smashed the magic circle arranged outside the courtyard with a punch, and then a flash of lightning flashed on his body, and he disappeared from the spot. The evil cultivator in the courtyard heard the roar outside and rushed out of the house. But before he could react, his eyes suddenly went black, and then he knew nothing. The cultivators in the scattered cultivators gathering place were also alarmed. When they came out of the house, Su Fan had already disappeared with the evil cultivator. Su Fan carried the evil cultivator to a hidden valley in the nearby mountains. After a while, he came out of the valley alone, and then rode the ghost crow towards the West Mountain Market. Just now, he used the soul magic on the evil cultivator and got a lot of valuable information. What he didn't expect was that there were quite a few evil cultivators in the sphere of influence of the Baekhyun Xianzong, but they had been operating secretly underground. The evil cultivators in Chixishan, like those in Kingkwang Star region, were also like rats crossing the street, and everyone wanted to kill them. The only difference was that the evil cultivators in Chixishan were bolder and more cautious. The evil cultivators in Chixishan rarely committed crimes, but once they locked on a target, they committed major crimes. Regardless of whether they succeeded or not, the evil cultivators involved in the crime would go their separate ways and flee from here as quickly as possible. Just like a group of evil cultivators in Wulong Mountain City, they designed to kill Shen's Hongying, and after they succeeded, except for Kunshan's Henjin, everyone else disappeared without a trace. According to the other party, the evil cultivators in Baekhyun Xiancheng seemed to have made some moves recently, but he didn't know the specific situation. After getting the information, Su Fan killed the other party and extracted his blood. If he had the chance in the future, he would use this identity to do something. As for the fact that a group of evil cultivators were preparing to take action in Baekhyun Xiancheng, it had nothing to do with him. As long as they didn't come to provoke him, it had nothing to do with him. Moreover, Su Fan was also half an evil cultivator. They were all the same kind. Why should evil cultivators embarrass evil cultivators? After Su Fan returned to Zishan Market, he used the array materials he had just purchased in Baekhyun Xiancheng the next day to start the practical operation of making arrays. The array is profound and profound. The basic knowledge of entry alone is as deep as the sea. But no matter what kind of array it is inseparable from several elements such as array disk, rune and spiritual source. The array disk is the center of the array and the core of the array. It is like the human brain, which is used to control the array. Rune is a forbidden texture, which is obtained by the ancient great power to comprehend the truth of heaven. It is also the text quoted by the cultivators from nature, which has the wonderful function of communicating the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The four arts of cultivating immortals, namely, elixir, talisman, instrument, and Taoist, as well as puppetry, are actually inseparable from talismans. Talismans are like the blood vessels and meridians of the human body, or the roads in the world. Without talismans, spiritual energy cannot be connected and the instruments, arrays, talismans, elixir cauldrons, and puppets cannot function. The spiritual source is easier to understand. In fact, it is the energy source that drives the array, such as spiritual stones and crystals, spiritual veins and earth veins, and geomagnetic force. There are also many types of arrays, including dozens of main uses such as attack, defense, confinement, isolation, concealment, burning, poison, traps, seals, psychedelics, and gathering spirits. All arrays are generally based on the forms of 1 yuan, 2 yin and yang, 3 talents, 4 images, 5 elements, 6 combinations, 7 stars, 8 trigrams, and 9 palaces. According to the needs, the cultivators of the array will combine the momentum of mountains and rivers, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the yin and yang and 5 elements to arrange the array to form a world of their own. Although it is simple to summarize, it is not a simple matter to actually operate it. Among them, the 3 simplest commonly used basic formations include the 3 talents hidden breath formation for hiding whereabouts, the 4 symbols black tortoise formation for defense, and the 5 elements gathering spirit formation for attracting and gathering spirits. These are the 3 entry-level formations of the formation, and are also the first choice for every formation cultivator to practice for the first time. Su Fan is of course no exception, and he also plans to use these 3 basic formations to practice. As a result, his first practice ended in failure. Su Fan finally understood a truth, that it is not so easy to be a formation cultivator. Even the simplest entry-level basic formation, if there is a slight mistake in making it, will eventually fail. He spent several days trying to make the 3 talents hidden breath formation, but he did not succeed once. Fortunately, Su Fan purchased enough formation materials in Biqiang Xiansheng, which was enough for him to toss for a while. The first attempt to make a formation made him fall into a bottleneck, and Su Fan even doubted whether he lacked the talent for formation. It is said that some array masters can carve runes in the air with their bare hands, and with a wave of their hands, they can instantly make the array invisible and hidden in nature. Not to mention those huge mountain protection arrays, the entire array can even cover an area of 10,000 miles. To arrange such a mountain protection array is actually a huge system project. Not only do you need to survey the topography, but you also need to determine the trend of the ground veins, communicate with the underground spiritual veins, and determine the array eyes one by one. It also requires a large number of personnel and a large amount of array materials. In the early morning, the sun rose. The bright sunlight sprinkled into the thatched cottage, and a layer of golden warm light was spread on the ground. Su Fan sighed and threw the failed array plate in his hand aside. Sister Zhen, hearing the master's call, Sister Zhen rushed in from outside the thatched cottage with a whoosh. She knew that the master was in a bad mood these days, so she had been guarding outside the thatched cottage, fearing that Su Fan would use her as a punching bag. Master, what do you want to see me for? Su Fan took the teacup and took a sip, then found that the tea was cold, and spit it out again. Is breakfast ready? It will be ready soon. After saying that, Sister Zhen floated over very considerately, made a pot of spiritual tea for Su Fan, and then poured him a cup. Taking the teacup handed over by Sister Zhen, Su Fan took it up and took a sip, then he suppressed the irritability in his heart. He had been struggling for several days, but he had not succeeded once. Master, I'll go see if the porridge is ready. Seeing that Su Fan's face was not good, Sister Zhen quickly found an excuse to escape from the thatched cottage. Su Fan took another sip of spiritual tea, then took a deep breath. Could it be that I am not the material for playing with formations? At this time, the communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. He took it off and saw that it was a message sent by Shen Fang. Brother, what are you doing? What else can I do? I'm working for your family. After hearing Su Fan's words, this guy didn't hear the impatience in his words at all, but laughed out loud. Brother, I just came out of the mountains, alone with a sword, and walked the same route as the first time. Why the hell didn't you die in the mountains? If you have something to say it. If you have something to say, fart quickly. This time Shen Fang heard it and asked, Brother, what's wrong with you? Are you okay? If not, get out of here. Yes, something. Hurry up, I'm busy. Do you believe the sword inheritance you said before now? After hearing Shen Fang's words, Su Fan frowned. Originally thought that the trading platform of Demon House would help him get a set of sword cultivation inheritance, but who knew that any set would cost 100,000 ghost money? He didn't have so much ghost money. But he had already agreed, so he could only talk nonsense. I asked for you, but there is no news for the time being. Why are you in such a hurry? With your current level, it's still too early. Oh. I'm just asking casually. Anything else? No. Oh, by the way, tomorrow I'm going to Black Pine Valley outside the city with a few friends. You can come too. There are pretty girls there. I can help. Get lost. Su Fan cut off the communication array before the guy finished speaking. I haven't made the array formation yet, so I don't have the energy to go out and talk nonsense with you young masters. Su Fan put away the communication array, and then took out a brand new blank array disk the size of a palm from the ring, ready to continue making the 3 talents hidden breath array. He closed his eyes and went through each step of the 3 talents hidden breath array in his mind, and then picked up the carving knife and began to engrave the seal runes on the array disk. This time he carved the seal runes on the array disk in one go. The layers of runes overlapped and connected, leaving mysterious lines on the array disk. The last stroke was especially smooth, and the carving of the array disk was completed in an instant. Su Fan took a deep breath. The feeling of carving the array disk this time was very refreshing, but he didn't know if it would succeed. He held the array disk that had been carved, and then output a trace of spiritual power to the array disk. The array disk gradually began to emit light, and then the lines lit up one by one, and all the runes on the palm-sized array disk were connected together. Finally succeeded, the first step of the array, the work of carving the array disk, was finally completed. This was also the most difficult step in making the array. The next step was to make 3 array flags, which was relatively simple. Now Su Fan was proficient in the way of instruments and puppets, and the making of 3 array flags was absolutely child's play for him. But he still didn't dare to take it lightly. In the process of making the array, even if there was a slight mistake, the array would be ruined. After a while, Su Fan walked out of the thatched cottage and came to the side of the pond. He held 3 small flags in his hands and began to chant. Buzz! The 3 small flags of the formation immediately began to tremble. He casually threw the 3 small flags in his hands and inserted them around in the shape of a character. Whether it works or not depends on this time. Su Fan took a deep breath, held the carved formation plate in his hand again, and then continuously input spiritual energy into the formation plate. Buzz! With a buzzing sound, Su Fan felt the scene around him suddenly change, and the stone platform beside the pool suddenly disappeared. Finally succeeded, Su Fan lifted the 3 talents hidden breath array, and then repeatedly arranged it several times, and then put the formation plate and formation flags into the stored ring. In the next few days, he was assisted by God, and successfully made the 4 symbols black tortoise array and the 5 elements gathering spirit array one after another. Although the success rate is very low, he has finally taken the first step as a formation cultivator. Today is the first update, and there will be more in the evening. Chapter 658. Why is Su Fan still being polite at this time? In the next month, Su Fan was like a madman, and almost all his time was devoted to making 3 entry-level formations. The large amount of formation materials he purchased in Baekyeongsanchang was finally consumed by him. Fortunately, Su Fan's success rate in refining the 3 entry-level formations has also been significantly improved. If calculated according to the Baekyeongsanchang market, although it is still at blood loss, at least some of the capital can be recovered. The formation consumes a lot of resources. If there is no support from the sect and family, ordinary cultivators can't afford it at all. There is a saying among casual cultivators that alchemy ruins a lifetime, and formations make 3 generations poor. Anyway, the formation and the alchemy are similar, both of which are the most wasteful professions in the world of cultivation. Especially the investment in the entry stage of the formation is absolutely an astronomical figure. Of course, the formation cultivators are also talents urgently needed by various immortal sects and families. A mature formation cultivator will never worry about having no food to eat no matter where he goes, and the formation cultivators and the alchemy cultivators are definitely the highest paid professions in this world of cultivation. The cultivators of the Dao of formation don't just make money by making formations. Feng Shui, finding dragon points, searching for spiritual veins, setting up formations and breaking formations, and other businesses are the most profitable business for Dao of formation masters. Especially when going to the ancient ruins to hunt for treasures, if you don't bring a master of formation with you, you are simply looking for death. Although there are many masters of formation in Baekyeongsanchang, if you change to other places, the masters of formation are all guests of honor of major super-immortal sects. In the early morning, after Su Fan had breakfast, he drove the magic weapon to Baekyeongsanchang. After more than a month of tossing, there are few materials left in his hands. He wants to go to Baekyeongsanchang to buy another batch of materials for formations. Su Fan came to Beqiang Xiancheng and first found a shop to sell the 3 entry-level formations he had refined during this period. Next, he bought a large number of materials for formations in several shops in the city. In other words, Su Fan is rich and powerful. If someone else is as capable as him, the financial situation would have been stretched long ago. After purchasing the materials for the formation, Su Fan did not rush back, but came to a secluded alley. He looked around calmly, then walked into the alley. Su Fan came to a courtyard deep in the alley, took out a jade talisman, opened the gate and walked in. After a while, when he walked out of the yard. At this time, his figure and appearance had completely changed into another person, and it was the evil cultivator he followed that day. Su Fan came to the street and found a tea house to go in. He chose a seat by the window, ordered a pot of fragrant tea and some snacks, and then enjoyed the street scenery while tasting the spiritual tea with relish. According to the confession of the evil cultivator, today is the day when a group of evil cultivators in Beqiang Xiancheng gather. In fact, Su Fan has no interest in what the evil cultivators in Beqiang Xiancheng want to do. As long as they don't come to provoke him, he doesn't bother to pay attention to them. But the evil cultivators in Cultivation are all daring people. Who knows what these guys will do? If he doesn't go to find out, Su Fan really has no idea. Today, he went to the city to purchase array materials. It happened to be the day when this group of evil cultivators gathered. He wanted to use the identity of that evil cultivator to go and take a look. Su Fan sat in the tea house for a while, and the communication array disc on his waist began to vibrate slightly. He put away the communication array disc, then got up and left the tea house. An hour later, Su Fan came to the outside of a luxurious cave outside the city. He took out a jade slip and successfully entered the cave. At this time, his clothes had changed. He was wearing a black hooded cloak and a mask on his face that could block the detection of spiritual consciousness. Su Fan entered the cave and went straight to a courtyard inside. At this time, more than 100 cultivators had gathered here. Their clothes were similar to Su Fan's, and they looked mysterious. No matter where they were, the gatherings of evil cultivators were similar. After all, a group of people who had been hiding underground for many years and could not see the light, their style of doing things was relatively cautious. Devours Xiaoming, why didn't you come to the last gathering? Su Fan had just arrived in the yard when he suddenly received a thought from someone else. He frowned, then turned his head and looked, and saw a cultivator not far away nodded at him imperceptibly. The other party could recognize his identity. It seems that Xiaoming and that person have a mark that can identify each other. According to the information Xiaoming confessed, he did have a friend in Beqiang Immortal City, and they often worked together to commit crimes. Last time, something delayed me, Dao must have received a good deal. After hearing what the other party said, Su Fan's heart moved. A good deal in the eyes of this group of evil cultivators must not be illegitimate business. Dao are joking, how can such a good thing fall on me? Last time, there were more than just Dao who attended the party. It seems that the other party must have misunderstood and thought that Xiaoming and others had conspired to do something. Dao, you're overthinking, I don't mean anything else. If Dao Xiaoming has any good business in the future, you might as well bring Laoli with you, so that we brothers can have someone to take care of us. Don't worry, I will definitely not forget Dao. At this time, more than 10 monks wearing black hooded robes came out from the corridor next to them. Shenhe monk, although the leader was wearing a hooded robe that blocked the detection of divine sense, Su Fan still sensed a trace of tyrannical aura emanating from him. I didn't expect that there would be a Shenhe old monster among the evil cultivators near Beqiang Xiancheng. I just don't know if the other party is a member of the demon house. Cultivation is so big, there must be more than one evil cultivation organization demon house. And among the evil cultivators participating in the gathering today, there may be people from the immortal sect or the cultivation family. In order to advance to a higher realm, those cultivators with poor qualifications or whose deadlines are approaching are likely to join the evil way. As long as it doesn't delay their own cultivation path, they don't care about the flood. And in Beqiang Xiancheng, there must be many gatherings of evil cultivators like today. Because in the entire Cultivation, Beqiang Xiancheng is the largest distribution center for magic arrays and array materials, so countless cultivators come from all over the country to purchase them every year. The evil cultivators near Beqiang Xiancheng usually target these cultivators from other places. These cultivators who come to Beikeongziansheng to purchase often carry a large number of spiritual crystals or cultivation materials with them, and are definitely fat sheep in the eyes of those evil cultivators. So like Wulongshan City, Beikeongziansheng also gathers a large number of evil cultivators. Anyway, as long as the disciples of Beikeongzianzong and the children of nearby cultivation families are not touched, generally nothing will happen. Even if the boat capsizes, the worst thing is to escape from this place. When the cultivators in the yard saw these people coming, they all became restrained and paid homage to them. The old monster who was in the lead waved his hand to everyone, and then walked into a nearby monastery with a dozen people behind him. Fellow Daoists, please follow me. At this time, a nascent soul cultivator wearing a hooded robe invited everyone to a hall inside. Su Fan followed the crowd into the hall, and then found an inconspicuous place to sit cross-legged. As soon as he sat down, the evil cultivator who had just communicated with him also came over and sat down not far from him. Old Zio, do you have any good goods today? We can trade first, so that the fat water will not flow into the fields of outsiders. Maybe the other party's suspicion was gone. Lao Li changed the way he addressed Xiaoming. It seems that they are also familiar with each other. I'm afraid to disappoint you, fellow Taoist. I haven't been out of the city much recently, and I haven't received any business. The matter I told you last time, I have recently found a clue. Hearing the other party say this, Su Fan suddenly became energetic, but he didn't show it. It's better for us to stay out of other people's business, although I don't know what these people are going to do. I heard that it is definitely a big deal. It is said that if this thing is accomplished, even our brothers may not be able to stay in Beikeong Immortal City. Su Fan couldn't help but look stern after hearing this. What on earth are these people going to do? What on earth are they going to do? I don't know. People who know about this matter are very tight-lipped. Now we either join them or run away quickly to avoid being implicated. This is fucking. Su Fan originally just wanted to come and take a look, but he didn't expect to hear such a horrifying thing. Anyway, no matter what, he will never get involved. After the party is over, he will quickly return to Zishan Market to retreat, and will not step out of the cave for a while. The evil cultivators of Chixishan have always been daring, and there is nothing they dare not do. Su Fan thought about it and sent another thought to the other party. You have a wide network of contacts. Try to contact them in the next few days. It would be best if you can join them. If not, we will leave here immediately. Don't worry, I have been trying to contact these guys. There will be news in the next few days. Then, the two of them stopped communicating with their minds because the party had already begun. The gathering of evil cultivators in Beikeong Immortal City is actually a gathering to sell stolen goods. The first evil cultivator to come to the front was a Yuanying cultivator. He took out 5 items from his ring and placed them on the stage one by one. The best protective Taoist weapon Yangsha Zalingsha, the best offensive Taoist weapon Purple Jade God-breaking hairpin, 2 5th-level immortal talismans and a set of pure Yang Libat Xian Zhen. After the Yuanying evil cultivator introduced several stolen goods, he also mentioned the prices of these things. Su Fan's eyes froze when he saw the things on the stage. It seems that these stolen goods should have been seized from a female cultivator of the immortal sect, but when he heard the prices of the 2 best Taoist weapons, he couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. This is too damn cheap. If the top-grade defensive Taoist artifact Smoke and Mist Purple Silk Gauze is placed in those shops in Beikeongziansheng, the price will at least double. The problem is that you can't see this kind of top-grade defensive Taoist artifact in the shops of Beikeongziansheng at all. You can only see it at auctions, and the final transaction price is often several % higher. At this moment, even Su Fan was a little tempted, but it was a pity that this Smoke and Mist Purple Silk Gauze was used by female cultivators. At this time, many evil cultivators in the hall couldn't sit still, and stood up to buy the top-grade defensive Taoist artifact Smoke and Mist Purple Silk Gauze. Although in order to compete for the Smoke and Mist Purple Silk Gauze, the final premium was 30%, it was already a super low price in the market. The other 4 stolen goods on the stage were not so popular. Although they all found buyers, in Su Fan's opinion, the price was no different from giving it away for free. Next, the evil cultivators who took turns to come to the front desk also took out a variety of things, like top-grade Taoist tools, 5th and 6th grade immortal talismans, various top-grade formations, a wide variety of top-grade elixirs, and various rare materials. Anyway, They were not obtained through formal channels, and the price was at least 50% cheaper than the market price, or even lower. Moreover, many of the treasures sold here could not be bought, even if you had a lot of spiritual crystals. But these evil cultivators just wanted to exchange the stolen goods in their hands for the spiritual crystals and cultivation materials they needed as soon as possible, so they didn't care about so many things. At this time, Su Fan was still polite. He began to make frequent moves, scattering a lot of spiritual crystals, and harvested a lot of top-grade stolen goods. If someone competed with him for it, he would smash the spiritual crystals to death. Anyway, there were plenty of spiritual crystals in his ring. So many spiritual crystals are left with long hair. If there is no more, go and rob. No, go and earn more. So when the stolen goods sale meeting was over, Su Fan had grabbed a large number of things he wanted. He grabbed 3 top-grade self-defense Taoist tools alone, and for this he was threatened by several evil cultivators in the nascent soul realm. Su Fan didn't take the threats of those people seriously at all. To be honest, he hoped that these guys would come to him, so that he could save a lot of spiritual crystals for collecting the stolen goods today. Even Lao Li next to him was dumbfounded. Lao Xiao, you don't want to, why not? These things are just small money in my opinion. If the stolen goods I collected today are placed in other places, the price can be at least several times higher. Otherwise, after we leave Biqian Xianchen, what will we eat in the future? You can collect the stolen goods, why offend those yuaning old monsters? Anyway, no matter what, we have to leave here in the future, so offend them. Do you know who you offended? That's Ghost Hand Wei Kang. This old demon has always been cruel and ruthless, and narrow-minded. He will take revenge for any slight grievance. It is said that he is also a member of the demon house. What the hell? Su Fan suddenly became excited. There is such a good thing. Unexpectedly, this Ghost Hand Wei Kang is actually a member of the demon house. Wang Zhang's mandatory mission in the demon house was too risky. He was just thinking about changing his account to play, but he didn't expect someone to give him a new account, which was like timely help. Seeing that Su Fan's face didn't change at all when he heard the name of Ghost Hand Wei Kang, Lao Li was confused. This kid must have been scared silly. Brother, listen to me, you will take the initiative to send these things in your hands to that old demon later, maybe you can save your life. Lao Li sent a thought to Su Fan, and then looked at him with sympathy. Old Xiao, you take care of yourself. At this time, the stolen goods disposal meeting was over. Lao Li left a thought and left the hall without looking back. In his opinion, Su Fan had offended Ghost Hand Wei Kang, and he must be in danger. Su Fan walked out of the hall with the crowd as if nothing had happened, and left the yard alone. When he walked out of the cave, he clearly felt several divine consciousnesses sweeping towards him. Su Fan pretended to be panic-stricken, and rode the magic weapon out of the cave, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Chapter 659. Don't you know that I'm good at defeating ghosts? Su Fan was running away in a panic, and the flying magic weapon under his feet was almost smoking because of his step. He flew for a long time, but he didn't find anyone chasing him. This plot is wrong. Shouldn't that Ghost Hand Wei Kang catch up? If he doesn't come, I will run away. Did I run too fast just now and leave that old guy behind? No, he looks like he is running madly, but in fact he is not running fast. At this time, Su Fan suddenly felt a gloomy breath coming from behind him. He was immediately excited. Ghost Hand Wei Kang caught up. Just looking at this ghostly and terrifying momentum, it is probably this old devil. Su Fan continued to step on the flying magic weapon and fled to the distant mountain in a panic. After a while, he escaped into the mountain. As soon as his figure entered the mountain, he saw black smoke as black as ink, like a dark cloud pressing down on his head, spreading over his head. The extremely cold breath spread everywhere, containing the gloomy atmosphere of despair, fear, resentment, etc., and instantly turned the area within a few miles into a dead ghost. In this extremely cold and dead ghost, thick black smoke rolled. Strange human faces appeared one after another, or strange and ferocious demons, and made terrifying roars. Ghost Hand Wei Kang has trapped Su Fan in his domain. If it was Xiaoming in the Jiandan realm, he would have to be slaughtered. However, Ghost Hand Wei Kang never dreamed that the person he trapped was a big devil who was more cruel than him. Su Fan had landed on the ground and turned around to look at Ghost Hand Wei Kang floating in the air. A figure could be vaguely seen in the rolling black fog in the sky. Su Fan suddenly frowned, his nose twitched, and he smelled a rotten and ancient old smell in the air. This breath is so familiar, I seem to have smelled it somewhere before. He remembered that when he was fighting Gangba in the Ghost Bone Arena, the other party summoned a great demon from the netherworld. That's right, it was this smell at the beginning. I didn't expect that this old demon would cultivate in this way. Hey. Hey. At this time, a piercing laugh came from the thick black fog. The voice was hoarse and shrill. Boy, why don't you run away? You took the initiative to deliver yourself to the door. Why should I run away? Senior, I will present the ring with both hands. Can you spare my life? Hey. Hey. After hearing Su Fan's words, Ghost Hand Wei Kang laughed hoarsely and shrilly again. You are so sensible, then I will let you go and take you as a ghost slave. After the old demon finished speaking, he waved his hand, and the thick black fog around him was like a boiling pot, whistling and rushing towards Su Fan. In the thick black fog, fierce ghost faces appeared one after another, howling wildly and rushing towards Su Fan. Su Fan sneered. This old demon actually played this trick on him. Doesn't he know that I specialize in fighting ghosts? His eyes focused, and the eyes of the little man in his body suddenly opened. Boom, an extremely hot breath instantly exploded from his body, and a circle of red light rings popped out with him as the center, whistling around. The extremely hot positive pole of the earth is specially used to fight all kinds of ghosts and monsters. The boiling and rolling black fog around Su Fan was instantly swept away by the purifying red lotus he launched. The fierce ghosts and fierce spirits that were originally in the fog were annihilated in the blink of an eye. The Ghost Hand Wei Kang suspended in the air was waiting to go down to collect the corpses and souls. Seeing the scene below, he almost fell from the air. Oh no, this guy is a Yuanying cultivator. The ghost cultivator was extremely sensitive to the pure Yang aura. He recognized the Yang Jidisha at a glance. This extreme evil spirit was definitely the natural enemy of the ghost cultivator. You, who are you? Su Fan succeeded once, so he would not waste time talking to this old demon. When he was fighting, he would not spare anyone once he got the upper hand, and would not stop until he beat his opponent to death. While the opponent was stunned, lightning flashed all over his body, and he disappeared from the spot. Ghost Hand Wei Kang just recovered from the shock and found that Su Fan had appeared beside him. Oh no, this kid is a physical cultivator, he panicked immediately. The ghost cultivators are all weak in the flesh. Once they are approached by the physical cultivators, they will only be beaten to death. The panicked Ghost Hand Wei Kang quickly slapped his waist and sacrificed his own protective Taoist weapon. A huge ghost face blocked in front of him. Burst Tiger Collapse. A shadow of a demonized violent tiger instantly rose behind Su Fan. His joints were crackling, and his whole body was like a stretched bow. Moreover, a violent lightning and thunder had already wrapped around his entire arm. Bang! Su Fan punched down fiercely, and the huge ghost head was smashed by his punch. However, his fist was not affected at all, and he still smashed towards Ghost Hand Wei Kang, but the ghost head Taoist weapon also bought a little time for the opponent. Ghost Hand Wei Kang offered a golden shield again, which barely blocked Su Fan's punch. However, the huge force still shocked him back more than 10 feet before he stabilized his body. Ghost Hand Wei Kang never thought that this kid's body was so strong that even the best protective Taoist weapon could not block the opponent's punch. Moreover, this kid's fist was wrapped in violent lightning and thunder, and the flashing lightning hissed, which made him feel a little horrible in his heart. Seeing Su Fan teleport to his side again, he knew that if he continued like this, he would be beaten to death by the other party. Ah! Ghost Hand Wei Kang roared to the sky, and wisps of black smoke overflowed from his body, as if something was pulled out of his body. Ouch! With a shrill roar, the black smoke pulled out of Ghost Hand Wei Kang instantly turned into a hideous monster. A hideous face emerged from the thick black smoke, with a sharp triangular chin and 2 huge eyeballs protruding from the eye sockets like a lizard. The monster was several feet tall, surrounded by black mist, and its body was as black as ink, covered with pieces of fine scales. A pair of devil claws were also covered with scales, with a dark glow and dripping blood. Especially a pair of extremely resentful ghost eyes, weird and eerie, as if they could capture people's souls. At this moment, Ghost Hand Wei Kang was like a walking corpse, and the whole person was stagnant and motionless, like a dead person. Looking at the ferocious monster opposite, Su Fan sneered. Just like this. This foreign evil demon seems a little weak. Compared with the big demon from the netherworld that he encountered in the Netherbone Arena, this is clearly a half-grown child. Ghost Hand Wei Kang is also a ruthless person. He actually parasitized a juvenile monster from the netherworld in his soul. Once this juvenile monster grows up, what can he do? This group of evil cultivators can do anything to achieve immortality, even at the cost of their own souls. Before the monster grows up, if he can't find a way, the monster will definitely take over the body and be reborn. Then there will be no Ghost Hand Wei Kang in this world. No matter what kind of monster it is, I will kill you anyway, Su Fan thought, and a magic sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Slash against the wind, without even thinking, he slashed at the ferocious ghost on the opposite side with a fierce sword. This sword was not fancy at all, and it was as powerful as a tidal wave. Swish, an extremely sharp sword light flashed, carrying an unparalleled killing momentum, like a majestic meteor falling from the sky, and the ghost cave of Ghost Hand Wei Kang filled with dark mist was split in half by a sword like a collapsed riverbank. Facing Su Fan's devastating sword, the monster that inherited the blood of its ancestors instinctively felt a vast and boundless sense of oppression. The incomparable fear seemed to pass through the layers of space and directly crushed its heart. This monster now has only one thought, that is, to escape from here immediately. Intuition told him that the guy on the opposite side was definitely not someone he could deal with. It was not yet an adult, and it was not strong enough for others to chop. But before it escaped, it had to take this sword. Ouch! This foreign monster howled to the sky, and its several-foot-tall body suddenly expanded. It suddenly raised its pair of claws covered with scales and held them in front of itself. The monster thought it could withstand the sword with its strong body, but it didn't know that this big sword was specifically designed to defeat all kinds of evil demons from foreign lands. Puff! Su Fan's reverse wind slash fiercely chopped a pair of claws. The claws were cut off in an instant, and the scales on them were chopped and flew everywhere. The monster's huge body was also chopped upside down by his sword. Although this foreign monster from the netherworld is very powerful, the reason why Ghost Hand Wei Kang is so famous is actually all due to its existence. He encountered powerful opponents several times, and he released this monster at the critical moment, so that he could defeat the opponent across levels. But today he met Su Fan, who was specifically designed to defeat all evil spirits. Especially the mysterious magic sword in his hand, which is at least several times more powerful against various evil demons from foreign lands. Su Fan slashed the evil demon away and immediately followed it like a shadow. He swung the big sword in his hand and chopped it all over. Sacrifice slash, infinite slash, tidal slash, ghost wheel slash, Su Fan slashed more than 10 swords in a row, and chopped the foreign evil demon into pieces. He didn't put away the magic sword until there was no place to attack the evil demon's demon body. Swoosh! A black smoke jumped out from the remaining body of the monster and rushed straight to the body of Ghost Hand Wei Kang. How could Su Fan let his remaining soul return to his body? He stretched out his hand and took the black smoke into his hand. At this time, the ghost of Yaksha emerged from the air and waved his hand to imprison the remaining soul of Ghost Hand Wei Kang. Su Fan came to the side of Ghost Hand Wei Kang. At this moment, he had no soul and his body was like a walking corpse. Su Fan waved his hand and put his and the monster's broken limbs into the ring, then summoned the ghost crow and left the place with a roar. Returning to the cave in Zishanfang City, he went directly into the portable secret realm. Su Fan summoned Yaksha and began to interrogate the residual soul of Ghost Hand Wei Kang. After a while, he waved his hand to destroy this residual soul. Although the residual soul of Ghost Hand Wei Kang was full of fragmented memories, he also got a lot of useful information. This old demon is indeed a member of the demon house, and many headless blood cases in Biqiang Xianchang are his handicrafts. One of the trivial memories attracted Su Fan's attention, but he only got a few irrelevant words, including Sealed Town, White Bone Plain, Demon Ruins and Zimun Mountain and other words. There is no connection at all. Su Fan thought hard for a long time, but he didn't want to figure out what was going on. He simply stopped thinking about it. These things had nothing to do with him. Why worry about them? Thinking about those useless things, it is better to look at today's harvest. Su Fan took out a stored ring from his arms. He had just taken it from the hand of Ghost Hand Wei Kang. He swept his spiritual sense over the storage ring, and a hint of surprise suddenly appeared on his face. Ghost Hand Wei Kang, this old demon, has committed countless murders. The storage ring is full of various top-quality cultivation materials. It seems that he has not been idle all these years in Biqiang Immortal City. First of all, there are a lot of spiritual crystals, and he is too lazy to count them. In the past, I was very happy to see a piece of spiritual crystal, but when I arrived in Cultivation, I found that no matter how much this thing is, it may not be able to buy what I want. There are also various top-quality talismans, elixirs, Taoist instruments and magic arrays, as well as mountains of various rare materials, which are simply varied. Then there are a lot of jade slips and ancient books. I don't know if there is a decent Taoist inheritance. Let's leave these spoils to Sister Zhen to sort them out. She is willing to do this job. Su Fan kept all the jade slips and ancient books, and then called Sister Zhen over to sort out the things in the ring. Looking at the pile of jade slips in front of him, he picked up one at random and put it on his forehead. Next, Su Fan read these jade slips one by one, and then only kept 3 jade slips, and put the rest into the ring. Ghost Hand Wei Kang is very brave. These 3 jade slips are all inherited from the Chixishan Super Immortal Sect. Even one of them is a jade slip of the formation inheritance from the Bikyong Immortal Sect. Su Fan couldn't help but admire him. This old demon is really brave, and he is not afraid of the Bikyong Immortal Sects wanted him. After all, they all come from the Super Immortal Sect. The Taoist inheritance recorded in these 3 jade slips is good. Among them, the inheritance jade slip of the Bikyong Immortal Sect contains some methods of refining several unique formations of the sect, as well as a large number of detailed annotations and formation-making experience left by disciples of past generations. Su Fan just happened to use this jade slip of the Arraydeo inheritance, which was also a surprise. Another jade slip came from the magic inheritance of the Xiangsuandeo Palace, which recorded several Taoist arts of the nascent soul realm. These included the Fire Taoist art Golden Liang True Fire, the Escape art the Void Escape art Within a Distance of the World, and the Soul Taoist art the Mysterious Sound of the Great Void Slashing Mind. Golden Liang True Fire is, as the name suggests, a pure fire art. Its advantage is its great power, but its disadvantage is that it takes a long time to prepare. The Void Escape art Within a Distance of the World is a Void Escape art. In the past, Su Fan always envied the nascent soul cultivators for being able to cross space for a short time, but after he broke through the nascent soul realm, he never learned this Taoist art. There was no way. After breaking through the nascent soul realm, he had been in the war zone. Before he returned to the sect, he was taken to the Netherbone Star region by the Ghost Clan. This kind of nascent soul void escape method is a secret of all the major immortal sects. So until today Su Fan has not been able to tear through the void and escape to all directions like other nascent soul cultivators. Needless to say, Take Su Zani and Zuanine is also what Su Fan has always wanted to learn. In addition to the above 2 inheritances, the last jade slip comes from the King Wei Fuzong. The jade slip records several 5th-level talismans unique to the King Wei Fuzong and the experience of making talismans left by disciples of all generations. Although Su Fan is also a talisman master, he can only make talismans below the 4th level. Because the talisman-making method of the 5th-level talisman is monopolized by the major immortal sects, only a few casual talisman masters who have obtained opportunities have the method of making 5th-level talismans. This talisman inheritance of the King Wei Fuzong is definitely a pleasant surprise for Su Fan, a casual talisman master. Nowadays, the 5th-level immortal talismans on the market can only be seen occasionally in the auction houses of various immortal cities. Even if you have a lot of spirit crystals, you may not be able to buy them. It has to be Chixishan. There are countless inheritances of various immortal sects. But the trouble is that it is almost impossible to obtain these Taoist inheritances through formal channels. Fortunately, there are other ways, such as the trading platforms of various evil cultivation organizations in Chixishan, and the exchange meetings of evil cultivators from all over the country. Although the inheritances obtained in these places are not allowed to be seen in public, in such places, as long as you have money, there is nothing you can't buy. The first chapter today, and there will be more in the evening. Chapter 660, if you miss this opportunity, you will miss it forever. Su Fan never thought that he would gain so much from just attending a gathering of evil cultivators. Although the 3 sects are not among the top 10 super sects in Chixishan, they are all ancient immortal sects with a long history, and their traditions can definitely be regarded as a long-standing tradition. Needless to say, the array tradition of Bikyong Immortal Sect is the icing on the cake. Su Fan is learning the array tradition. The several Yuanying realm Taoist arts of Xiangsuandeo Palace are also what Su Fan has always needed. especially the void escape technique of the near and far, which finally gave him the ability to cross the void like other Yuanying cultivators. It's pitiful that Su Fan is already in the middle stage of Yuanying, but he has never had a decent Yuanying Taoist technique. Fortunately, he has many means. If someone else had experienced so many crises, he would have dug a hole and buried it long ago. If he hadn't come to Cultivation, he would not have been able to obtain such a profound and top-grade Taoist technique. Even if it is inherited from a cultivation family, it is much stronger than the King Kuan Star region, and there is no comparison at all. The talisman inheritance of the King Wei Fuzong is also of great significance to Su Fan, a casual cultivator. Especially the methods of making several 5th-level immortal talismans. Not to mention that Su Fan didn't have them before, even the casual cultivators of Cultivation dreamed of them. Su Fan put away 3 jade slips, and then took out the stolen goods he received at the evil cultivator exchange meeting today. It has to be said that buying things at such a stolen goods sale meeting feels like free money. Although many of the things Su Fan bought were not used, he still bought them. Because it was too cost-effective. If you miss this village, you will never have this shop again. After killing Ghost Hand Wei Kang this time, Su Fan plans to use this trumpet to attend various evil cultivator gatherings in Bikyong Xiancheng when he has nothing to do. And the Demon House trading platform, he has to go up and take a look every day. This underground trading platform is the dark web of the world of cultivation. As long as you have enough ghost money, whether it is intelligence and cultivation resources, or various shady bounty tasks, you can find suitable buyers or sellers here. Su Fan could see that he was wandering alone in a foreign land, without roots or floating. He was already a cultivator at the nascent soul stage, so there was no need to think about joining the immortal sect. It was no problem for him to serve in those cultivation families, but he had been in the Shen family for more than a year, which made him completely disappointed with the cultivation families. It was impossible for these outsiders to obtain the true Taoism from the cultivation families. If Su Fan wanted to obtain the Taoism inheritance of the nascent soul stage in Cultivation, he could only look for it on these shameful trading platforms. Thinking of this, he put all the stolen goods he received today into the storage ring, and then took out several tokens of Ghost Hand Wei Kang in the Demon House. Su Fan used the secret method of the Blood Dao to attach the breath of Ghost Hand Wei Kang to his body. From now on, Ghost Hand Wei Kang will be his new vest. Su Fan picked up the identity jade card of the other party's Demon House. The number on it was 2587. It seemed that the status of this old demon in the Demon House was just so-so. He picked up the demon reincarnation plate again, glanced at the other party's account, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. I didn't expect that the ghost money in this old demon's account was as high as more than 30,000 pieces. Adding Wang Zheng's more than 20,000 pieces, he had more than 50,000 ghost money, enough to do a lot of things on the trading platform of the Demon House. In order to avoid more trouble, Su Fan transferred Wang Zheng's more than 20,000 ghost money to the account of Ghost Hand Wei Kang. At least at this stage, the trading platform of the Demon House is particularly suitable for Su Fan. Wang Zheng's account is definitely going to be useless. It's better to change an account in the future. It's better to find a way to get a few more vests. At this time, the communication array plate on Su Fan's waist vibrated slightly. He took off the communication array plate and took a look, and found that it was a message sent by Shen Fang. Brother, I got a sword inheritance. Seeing this message, Su Fan couldn't help but be stunned. Congratulations, but you'd better not practice now. Practice the foundation of sword cultivation for another year and consolidate your foundation as much as possible. Then you can practice the sword cultivation inheritance with half the effort. Okay, I'll listen to you. I know that big brother will definitely not harm me. Where did you get the sword cultivation inheritance? I have a few buddies. They took me to an exchange meeting. It was organized by a group of family members. It was in the Black Pine Valley I mentioned last time. Su Fan couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's true that cats have their own ways and mice have their own ways. The person who organized this trade fair should also want to expand his network of contacts through this exchange meeting. This sword cultivation inheritance will not bring you trouble. No, this sword cultivation inheritance comes from an ancient sword sect in other planes. The mountain gate has long disappeared. No wonder, otherwise these disciples of the cultivation family would not dare to take out the sword cultivation inheritance for trading. Your luck is second to none. Of course not. Every time I attend this exchange, I can see a lot of top quality things. I'll help you keep an eye out for what you want in the future. Su Fan was going to follow this guy to take a look, but after hearing what Shen Fang said, he didn't mention it again. It seems that if you want to join the circle of these family disciples, there is also a threshold. In the eyes of the disciples of the immortal sect and the disciples of the cultivation family, a casual cultivator like him is not even worth a fart. Of course, Su Fan will not use his hot face to stick to other people's cold butts. He is not that cheap. If there is a legacy of the physical path, the talisman path, and the formation path, no matter how much money, please help me take it. Su Fan has everything, but he lacks all kinds of inheritance of the nascent soul realm. There is no way. He doesn't have a sect in Cultivation, let alone a disciple of a cultivation family, and the inheritance of the nascent soul realm is very scarce. Su Fan can only rely on other channels and find ways to obtain various Taoist inheritances. No problem. This exchange meeting will be held once a month. I will help you keep an eye out. The two chatted for a few more words, and Su Fan cut off the communication array. He put away the communication array, and then thought about it. It seems that the plan he had made before has to be changed. Su Fan originally wanted to follow the route he had made, visit various super immortal sects, and then try to join the cultivation family as a worshipper, and it would be best if he could obtain the inheritance of this family. But now it seems that this plan is not feasible at all, and it is not as reliable as the trading platform of the demon house. Although it is very dangerous to trade with evil cultivators, you have to try it once. If you are more cautious when trading, you can still avoid some dangers. Thinking of this, Su Fan picked up the communication array of the demon house that Ghost Hand Wei Kang had. He input a breath of Ghost Hand Wei Kang into the array, and a light screen popped up immediately, constantly refreshing various information on it. Now there are more than 50,000 ghost money in the account, so you can try to buy some inheritance. Su Fan thought for a moment, and then posted a reward message on the screen. Seeking a body inheritance of an immortal sect, price negotiable. Not long after he posted the message, several people sent him private messages. Su Fan looked at them one by one, and immediately became excited. He found that the price of Chixishin's body inheritance was not too high. One of the inheritances came from the Henshin Dao Palace, one of the top 10 super immortal sects. The whole set of inheritance includes a fundamental law that can be cultivated to the nascent soul realm, as well as body techniques of various stages. It is definitely the best body inheritance in the entire Chixishin. And the price of this set of inheritance is not expensive, only 20,000 ghost money. The price of several other sets of body inheritance is even cheaper, the lowest is even only 5,000 ghost money. It seems that there are not many cultivators in Chixishin who practice body cultivation. In fact, it is understandable that the whole process of practicing body cultivation is too difficult. Especially in the foundation building stage, it takes at least 10 years of accumulation. And it also requires a lot of cultivation materials. Not to mention casual cultivators, even ordinary small families can't afford it. Why should a cultivator with a good family do anything else? Why should he suffer for himself? Su Fan hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to give it a try, so he sent a message to the other party. I want your inheritance. After a while, the other party replied. How do you want to trade? If you need me to deliver the goods, you have to pay more. Fuck. I didn't expect to meet a monk who would pay more. I can pick it up myself. Where are you, Bikyong Xiansheng? This is fucking. Fortunately, I didn't ask this monk who would pay more to deliver the goods to my door, otherwise the extra money would be too much. Anyway, there is no location in the world of cultivation, so Su Fan also started to talk nonsense. I'm a little far from you, it will take a lot of time to get there, let me think about it. After the other party heard what Su Fan said, he replied with a message after a long time. How about this? I'll give you another inheritance of the cultivation family. Su Fan was immediately excited when he heard it. Unexpectedly, after just a little stretch, there was an unexpected gain. This guy is capable. It may be because the physical inheritance is not easy to sell. It is not easy to find a buyer. If you don't sell it, it may just rot in your hands. Moreover, on the trading platform of the Demon Mansion, the formation and alchemy inheritances are also quite cheap. These are also two wasteful livelihoods that ordinary cultivators can't afford. Su Fan is a little regretful now. If he bargained with the other party, the price might be lower. What inheritance are you giving me? You said. I have a lot of inheritances from cultivation families. After reading the other party's message, Su Fan's eyes lit up at that time. From what this guy said, is he a specialist in dealing in various inheritances? Talisman, formation, etc. Formation, I think. There are several families near Beqiangxiancheng. I'll send you a few. After a while, Su Fan received the message from the other party, and he almost laughed after reading the message. This guy really has the formation inheritance of the Shen family, but it is all the basic inheritance of the formation that Shen Fang gave him. I want to ask, is there any from the immortal sect? How much ghost money? I have a few inheritance jade slips from the Beqiang immortal sect. Each one costs 40,000 ghost money. Fuck. I'm still poor. To be honest, 40,000 ghost money to buy a Beqiang immortal sect's array inheritance jade slip is really not expensive. Su Fan sighed, and then chose a He family's array inheritance jade slip. The He family is the first family near the Beqiang immortal sect, and their array foundation is enough to surpass the Shen family by several streets. The other party didn't say anything and agreed directly. It will take me about 10 days to get to Beqiang Immortal City. Where can I pick up the goods then? Contact me when you get here, and we'll talk about it then. Su Fan cut off the communication array disk, then smiled bitterly and shook his head. It would be great if he could find out the other party's detailed information. He really wanted to rob this guy. 10 days later, Su Fan came to Beqiang Immortal City, and this time he used a new identity. He went to the city and found a tea house. He found a seat in the crowded hall, then took out the communication array from his ring and sent a message. I'm at Beqiangxianzong. After a while, the other party replied. Where are you? Su Fan thought for a moment, then said the name of the tea house and the location of his tea seat. Anyway, in public, the other party didn't dare to do anything to him. You pay, I'll arrange for someone to deliver the goods to you, and you use the spirit stones to make a mountain shape on the table, but he still followed the other party's request, took out a few spirit stones from his ring, and made a mountain shape on the table. Su Fan took out the demon reincarnation plate and transferred 20,000 ghost money to the other party's account, then tasted the spirit tea while waiting patiently. After a while, the waiter of the tea house took a kettle to add water to the guests at each table, and he came to Su Fan's side and poured some hot water into his teapot. Just as he turned to leave, he quietly placed a ring next to the teapot. This is fucking. Su Fan always felt that something was wrong. But he couldn't tell what it was for a while. He picked up the ring, took out 2 jade slips from it, and put them on his forehead one by one. After a while, Su Fan put down the jade slips, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. The goods have been received, the jade slips are fine, I confirmed the transaction. Su Fan took out the demon reincarnation plate and clicked on it to confirm the transaction. The account has arrived. No matter what inheritance you need in the future, you can come to Beqiangxiancheng to find me. Su Fan thought for a while and said, Devours, let's discuss something. You say, can the Beqiangxianzong's formation inheritance be a little less? I only have 30,000 ghost money left. In fact, he was just trying his best, but he had to give it a try, just in case it worked. The other party was silent for a long time before replying to the message. Transfer the money, I'll have someone deliver the goods to you. Su Fan was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party actually agreed to the price he offered. He quickly transferred the money to the other party, and then continued to wait patiently. After a while, a waiter from the tea house came out again with a kettle. He added water to each table, then lingered to Su Fan's seat, added some water for Su Fan, and left a jade slip before leaving. What the hell? Who is the other party? This is too smooth. The whole delivery process was extremely natural and would not attract the attention of others at all. Suddenly, Su Fan's heart moved, and he knew what was wrong. This guy who was dealing in inheritance was too arrogant, and he didn't look like an evil cultivator at all. His intuition told him that this guy should not be an evil cultivator. How could a tea house waiter be arranged to deliver goods? Following the line of the tea house waiter, he might be able to find clues about him. Evil cultivators are often very cautious and will never leave any clues. And judging from the other party's style, he should have a lot of power in Beqiangxiancheng, and it seems that he is not afraid of exposing his identity at all. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 661. He is now increasingly regretting joining the Shen family. Su Fan left the tea house and walked back and forth on the street for several laps, but he didn't find anyone following him. He then found an inn and asked for a room, and went directly into the guest room. Su Fan sat cross-legged in the guest room, took out 2 jade slips from the ring, and then placed them on his forehead one by one. He stayed in the guest room for an afternoon, and then recorded the contents of the 2 jade slips into the other 2 blank jade slips. After transcribing the contents of the jade slips, he changed his clothes and activated the blood secret method to change his appearance, body shape and aura. Before leaving, he crushed the 2 jade slips and then left the inn. Su Fan left the inn, walked around the street for several laps, and went to 2 inns in succession, changing his identity respectively. Only then did he feel relieved. In order to erase the traces of this transaction, he also tried his best and tossed for a long time. Although he didn't find anything wrong on the 2 jade slips, and didn't find anyone following him, he had to be cautious. This is the world of cultivation, with numerous magics and techniques, especially evil cultivation, and there are so many crooked ways. Moreover, the object of this transaction is the people of Bekyong Immortal City, so he has to be on guard. When Su Fan finished his troubles, it was already night. He wandered on the brightly lit street for a while, then found a restaurant and asked for a private room, then ordered a table of spiritual food, and sat down comfortably to drink by himself. Su Fan picked up the wine glass and drank a sip of spiritual wine, then waved his hand to set up an isolation array in the private room. He took out the communication array disk of Ghost Hand Wei Kang in the demon mansion from the ring, and sent a message. You are not an evil cultivator. Through today's transaction, his intuition told him that the other party should not be an evil cultivator. Because this guy's behavior is not evil at all. He was also bored and decided to test the other party. Anyway, it would not affect anything. Fortunately, there is no satellite positioning in the world of cultivation, and the information in the communication array disk alone can't find his location at all. After a while, the other party replied with a message. Am I an evil cultivator? Will it affect our transaction? Fuck. This guy is too direct. Of course not, I'm just asking. You're not an evil cultivator either. Seeing the other party's reply, Su Fan couldn't help but shudder. Why do you say that? Why else? I felt from the beginning that you weren't. Fuck. Great minds think alike. Maybe the hearts of evil cultivators are darker. If they are interested, they can roughly feel something from the words between the lines of the message. That's fine, I'm just asking. I not only have the inheritance, but also collect all kinds of information. Let's communicate more in the future. Seeing the other party's message, Su Fan's heart moved. He really got a piece of information from the residual soul of Ghost Hand Wei Kang, and he didn't know if he could exchange some ghost money from this guy. You know what? I accidentally heard some fragmentary news in Bekyong Immortal City, but I'm not a local, so I didn't understand what it meant. Then tell me. Su Fan hesitated for a moment, and then sent a message. Demon Ruins. He had always been curious about this fragmented memory in the residual soul of Ghost Hand Wei Kang. Driven by curiosity, he took this opportunity to release some information. As soon as his message was sent, the other party replied instantly. 20,000 ghost money, tell me everything you know. Su Fan was dumbfounded when he saw the other party's message. He felt a chill rushing to his head instantly, his hair stood up, and his whole body was covered with goosebumps. What the hell? I wanted to throw a small whip to hear the sound, but who knew that a Tyrannosaurus Rex would explode? Although 20,000 ghost money is not a small amount, this money is not so easy to earn. Su Fan instinctively wanted to cut off the communication array, leave Bekyong Xianchang immediately, and then return to Zishan Market to close himself. But he forced himself to suppress the tension in his heart and decided to send the other words to the other party. He just said one word, and the other party reacted so much, which means that this matter must be serious, and it might be exposed. Su Fan himself is now near Bekyong Xiancheng. If something extraordinary happens, he is likely to be affected. Su Fan hesitated for a while, and finally made up his mind and sent another message. I just heard the news accidentally, and only heard a few unrelated words. As soon as he sent the message, the other party replied in seconds. I transfer the money, send it to me. How anxious he was. Could it be something really serious? Su Fan took out the demon reincarnation plate of Ghost Hand Wei Kang and entered his breath. When he saw the number in the account, he was stunned. The other party actually sent him 50,000 ghost money. This is fucking. Although 50,000 ghost money came into the account, Su Fan didn't feel that he had taken advantage of it at all. Now he just felt his head buzzing. Su Fan knew that he might have poked a hornet's nest. As for whether it could sting him, it was hard to say. But it had come to this point, what else could he do? Fengshen, Whitebone Plain, Zimin Mountain. After he sent the message this time, the other party didn't reply for a long time. It wasn't until about a quarter of an hour later that the other party replied with a message. Brother, thank you. Consider it as a favor to you. What the hell? What a mess. I got a favor without knowing anything. What the hell is going on? Is my information worth this price? Don't ask. Leave Baekhyun Immortal City as soon as possible. Fuck. I'm in Baekhyun Immortal City. Where else can I go? Su Fan didn't want to eat. He got up, paid a bill and left the restaurant. Then he went straight out of Baekhyun Immortal City and flew the Ghost Crow all the way to Zishan Market. He sat cross-legged on the back of the Ghost Crow, feeling that his mind was particularly chaotic. Su Fan shook his head, trying to get rid of all the confusion in his mind. Whatever happens. If the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up. If there's really no way to save the sky, then you can only accept it. If he hadn't signed a 10-year tribute contract with the Shen family, he would have run away long ago. But he signed a magic contract. He couldn't leave the Shenjiabao within 1,000 miles within 10 years. If he broke the contract, he would be backfired by the magic. The Cultivation family is not stupid. If there is no restraint, how can the Shen family manage the family's offerings? Not only that, if the Shen family castle is invaded, all the Shen family's offerings are also obliged to guard it. When Su Fan joined the Shen family, he really saw this one, but he didn't take it too seriously. After all, Chixishan is the plane of the immortal sect, and Shen family castle is in the most prosperous central area. How could there be so many troubles? Who would have thought that this group of evil cultivators in Chixishan would be so bold? Fortunately, Zishan Market is quite far away from Baekhyun Immortal City. Even if something big happens, he has time to deal with it. Anyway, he is now more and more regretting joining the Shen family. At this moment, outside a cave in the Baekhyun Immortal sect, a Yuanying cultivator was walking back and forth anxiously. This Yuanying cultivator is an elite disciple of the Baekhyun Immortal sect, named Zhang Zhuan. Zhang Zhuan does business on the trading platform of the Demon House, which is actually a task assigned to him by the sect as a distribution center for the Chixishan formation and formation materials. Baekhyun Xian Cheng has been gathering a large number of evil cultivators all year round. The whereabouts of this group of evil cultivators are extremely secretive, and it is impossible to completely eliminate them by relying on the power of the sect alone. In order to grasp the situation of the evil cultivators in the city as much as possible, Baekhyun Xianzhuang also arranged some of its own people in the group of evil cultivators. It is hoped that through this special platform, some information that cannot be obtained through formal channels can be obtained. He made a transaction with someone on the trading platform of the Demon House today, and the other party provided a piece of information that attracted his attention. Especially when he saw the word Demon Ruins, Zhang Zhuan was immediately frightened. Demon Ruins is an extremely secret matter of Baekhyun Xianzhuang, and only a few senior members of the sect in the past generations know about it. He also heard it from the elders of the family by accident. Who knew that he actually heard this term on the trading platform of the evil cultivators of the Demon House. This is a major event related to the safety of the sect, so he rushed back to the sect from Baekhyun Xianzhuang overnight. Because it was a major matter, he went directly to the cave of the master. Although the master was in retreat, he still alarmed him and hoped to see the master immediately. At this time, a beautiful female cultivator walked out of the cave. Uncle Zhang Zhuan, the ancestor has come out of retreat, and asked you to go see him. After she finished speaking, she led Zhang Zhuan to the outside of a room in the cave. Ancestor, Uncle Zhang is here, let him in. Zhang Zhuan smiled at the female cultivator, then pushed the door and walked into the room. At this time, an old man with a kind face was sitting cross-legged in the room. He glanced at Zhang Zhuan. Disciple greets the master. What is the matter that forced me to come out of retreat? Seeing that the master looked a little unhappy, Zhang Zhuan hurriedly sat cross-legged opposite him. Master, I got some information today. After he told the news he got from Su Fan, the old man's face suddenly became solemn. Zhang Zhuan asked hurriedly, Master, I know something about the demon ruins. I found out about the White Bone Plain and Zimun Mountain in the classics of the sect, but what about the Sealing Town? The old man's face turned gloomy after hearing this, and he looked up at Zhang Zhuan. Are these things really spread from the demon house? Absolutely true. The old man took a deep breath after hearing this, and then said, "Come with me." After he finished speaking, he stood up from the ground and left the abode with Zhang Zhuan. For the next 10 days, Su Fan stayed quietly in the cave in the West Mountain Market. Although these days have been calm, his intuition told him that there must be undercurrents in Biqiang Xiancheng. From the attitude of the person who traded with him, he knew that things were probably not that simple. Some evil cultivators in Biqiang Xiancheng should be holding back some big moves, which will surely shake the world once they are launched. And Su Fan felt that the person who traded with him was likely a disciple of Biqiang Xianzong. If he could use the platform of the demon house, others could certainly do the same. The evil organization of the demon house is extremely secretive. The various immortal sects in Cultivation certainly cannot let it do whatever it wants. They must arrange some spies in it. At 10 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Fan sat cross-legged in the thatched cottage in the portable secret realm, trying to figure out several Yuanying realm Taoist arts. In the past few days, he has learned the void escape method of the near and far away method. Maybe because he has just mastered it, he can only escape less than 100 miles each time he casts the spell. This is not a problem, anyway. He has the bug of the game panel. If he brushes this Taoist art to the realm of true meaning or even law in the future, he can escape thousands of miles each time he casts the spell. The other two Taoist arts, Golden Liang True Fire and Taixu Zanian Zuanian, have also been mastered through continuous speculation these days. These two spells are also powerful, especially Taixu Zanian Zuanian, which can attack the opponent's soul. If you encounter a cultivator with a relatively weak soul, you can even destroy the opponent's sea of consciousness with one move, which is extremely powerful. Golden Crow Blazing Sun True Fire is a pure fire magic, which can transform into an ancient golden crow and release the Blazing Sun True Fire with amazing destructive power. Although the magic of this immortal sect is extremely powerful, its only disadvantage is that it takes a long time to prepare for the casting. These days, Su Fan no longer studies the formation, and all his energy is devoted to these three kinds of Taoism. Not only that, he also sacrificed several top-grade protective Taoist instruments that he had obtained from the stolen goods. According to previous experience on the battlefield, if the major incident in Biqiang Xiancheng spreads to Zishan Fangshi, no matter how many top-grade protective Taoist instruments he has, it may not be enough. In addition, he also sorted out all the top-grade elixirs, 5th and 6th level immortal talismans, and various immortal formations and magic formations in his hands, trying to be as prepared as possible. Su Fan also has a large number of mechanical puppets seized from the Sulan people, and there are dozens of 5th level war puppets alone. In addition, there are dozens of evil spirits in the nascent soul realm. Zombies and skeleton kings made from the corpses of a large number of ghost clan nascent soul cultivators, and countless ghost soldiers and ghost generals. With the power in Su Fan's hands, even if it affects the West Mountain Market, he can still handle some things. Of course, this is the worst-case scenario that Su Fan expected. After all, this is Cultivation, the purest immortal sect plane. No matter how powerful the evil cultivators here are, they dare not go too far. Don't look at the demon house as extremely arrogant, that's just the immortal sect doesn't want to pay attention to them. After all, the evil cultivators can't be killed. These guys are hiding too deep. Unless all the forces of the immortal sects and cultivation families are concentrated to carry out a massive sweep of the evil cultivators in Cultivation. But this is too costly and too much to gain. Moreover, such a massive action is difficult to sustain for a long time, and it is impossible to completely eliminate all the evil cultivators. In a few years, the power of the evil cultivators will be revived. Anyway, no matter what happened, it has nothing to do with Su Fan. He had already thought about it. If this incident affected Zishan Market, he would rather risk the backlash of his magic to escape from here. But he couldn't miss any preparations. Today is the first chapter, and there will be more in the evening. Chapter 662 Am I a Disaster Star? In the early morning, the sun was rising. The sun slowly rose from the east, and the golden sunlight pierced through the morning mist and sprinkled on the towering mountains. Su Fan sat cross-legged on the top of a lonely peak, with the warm sunlight shining on him, and he felt extremely comfortable. During this period, He went to the mountains around the market every day to practice several Taoist arts that he had just learned. However, these kinds of Taoist arts in the nascent soul realm consume a lot of energy. If Liang Sun performed them, all of Su Fan's mana would be exhausted in a few times. It is not easy to brush these kinds of Taoist arts. There has been no progress in a few days. In fact, there are very few cultivators in this world of cultivation who brush data like him. The cultivators are familiar with the techniques and basically don't care about them anymore. If Su Fan didn't have a game panel, he would be the same as others. Who would be willing to practice Taoist arts over and over again every day? Su Fan's mana was almost recovered, so he stood up from the ground and wanted to continue to perform Taoist arts. At this time, the communication array disc on his waist vibrated slightly. He took off the communication array disc and took a look. He found that it was a message from Shen Fang. "Brother, what are you doing? You don't have to guess that this guy must be bored and don't know what to do." Although the two haven't seen each other for a long time, Shen Fang will contact him every few days. There is nothing serious, just a few chats. If you have something to say it. If you don't, get out. "Brother, why are you like this? I have something serious to talk to you today." "What serious business can you have?" This guy obviously lacks care. "Hurry up and tell me, I'm busy." "Do you want the magic inheritance of the nascent soul realm?" Su Fan has already learned several kinds of nascent soul realm Taoism. If he learns too much, he might not know everything well. "No, I'm going to the party tomorrow, and I'll help you keep an eye on other inheritances." After hearing what Shen Fang said, he frowned immediately. For some reason, he suddenly became a little irritable at this moment. "Where are you going to attend the party?" "The Black Pine Forest near Biqiang Xiansheng." The party place is in a cave. He had heard of the Black Pine Forest. The scenery there is nice, and there are many luxurious caves built. It is a luxury resort in Biqiang Xiansheng. Many immortal sect cultivators who come to Biqiang Xiansheng for procurement stay there every time they come. This kid doesn't practice swordsmanship, and wanders around every day. If something happens in Biqiang Xiansheng, he won't know how he died. "Don't go to the party tomorrow, go out with me to do something." Su Fan couldn't tell him that the evil cultivators were going to make trouble, so he wanted to find a reason not to go to Biqiang Xiansheng. "No, wait a few days. Tomorrow my sister and a few of his fellow disciples from Biqiang Xianzong will also go. I have to accompany them. This is fucking. Okay, I hope the evil cultivators won't start so soon." "Then you should be careful. I heard that the evil cultivators have been making a lot of trouble recently. I really hope to meet a few evil cultivators now, just in time to try my flying sword with them." This guy is so fucking stupid. If he wants to kill the evil cultivator, he will definitely get himself into trouble. Although Shen Fang is heartless, he is a good person and doesn't look like a young master of a cultivation family. Even so, if the other party is involved in this matter, Su Fan will definitely not get involved. Even if he owes this guy a favor, Su Fan will not take his life as a joke. Don't be so stubborn. You just practiced sword for a few days and you want to kill the evil cultivator, haha. I just said that, and you took it seriously. Okay, I won't chat with you anymore. Su Fan cut off the communication array after he finished speaking. He didn't have time to chat with him. He should practice Taoism instead. He practiced Taoism in the mountains for another day before returning to the cave. Sister Jen was cooking. Seeing Su Fan coming back, she floated over excitedly. "Master, the meal will be ready soon." Su Fan smiled and nodded, then said, "Well, what's for dinner?" "Beef stewed with radish." He walked to the stove, lifted the lid of the pot and smelled it. "Sister Jen, your craft is getting better and better." Sister Jen was overjoyed when she heard this. Su Fan walked into the thatched cottage and sat down cross-legged. He thought for a while, then took out the communication array disc of the evil cultivator Xiaoming from his ring. Su Fan input his breath into the communication array disc and found that someone had sent him several messages. He picked it up and saw that they were all sent by that Lao Li. "Lao Xiao, are you there? If you are okay, reply to my message. I have contacted those people." Su Fan smiled and then sent a message to Lao Li. "I have been hiding outside the city these days." As soon as he sent the message, Lao Li replied in an instant. "Brother, are you okay? Did Ghost Hand Wei Kang chase you?" "Of course. I didn't make it difficult for me. He was already dead and couldn't die anymore. Fortunately, I was smart and escaped his pursuit. I have been hiding outside the city and didn't dare to return to the city. I have good news to tell you. I have contacted those people. I didn't realize that this Lali's way was quite wild. Then do you know what they are going to do? No, they just asked me to wait for news. You should go back to the city now. They have been recruiting people recently. This is not recruiting people, they are clearly looking for cannon fodder. Are these people reliable? I think it's okay. As long as you join them, you will be given 1,000 spirit crystals. After the success, there will be a reward, and the spoils belong to you. This condition seems generous, but no matter how many spirit crystals you have to live to spend them. Su Fan hesitated for a while, and decided to go into the city to have a look. Always waiting for something to happen, this feeling of being lost is too torturous. If he doesn't figure it out, Su Fan can't sleep well. And from what Lao Li said, this group of people are recruiting people, at least they shouldn't start in the next 2 days, so it shouldn't be a big deal to go into the city at this time. Let Lao Li take me to meet that group of people and try to find some clues. I'll wait until midnight before returning to the city. The old demon ghost hand Wei Kang has been chasing me, then be careful. Find me at Zilanjuan after entering the city. When we two brothers have finished this job, we will leave Biqiang Immortal City. Su Fan cut off the communication array. These people are already looking for cannon fodder, which means they are about to take action. Go there tonight and see if we can find out what these people are going to do. The two chatted for a few more words and ended the communication. Su Fan activated the light screen of the communication array again and looked at the various messages that were constantly refreshed. But after looking for a long time, he did not find any information about Biqiang Immortal City. Su Fan put away the communication array and walked out of the thatched cottage. I have something to do, so I won't have dinner, he told Sister Zhen, and then performed the void escape method. He took a step and disappeared from the spot. When his figure appeared again, he was already 100 miles away. Su Fan had just practiced the void escape method not long ago, and he had not mastered it very well, so the distance he could escape was less than 100 miles. After performing it several times, he finally arrived outside the city of Biqiang Xianchen. Su Fan found a deserted place, changed Xiaoming's appearance, figure and aura, and then walked into Biqiang Xianchen. He came to the Zilangson tea house in the north of the city and met Lao Li in the private room on the second floor. This guy's name is Li Tong, and he is a fellow villager of Xiaoming. The two have cooperated in Biqiang Xiancheng for several years and committed many murders. Li Tong looked to be in his 40s, with a thin figure, a vicissitudes of life, a sparse beard, and a unique aura of a scholar. Who would have thought that such a person would be an evil cultivator who killed people like crazy? Seeing Xiaoming walk into the private room, Li Tong quickly stood up, held him with both hands and shook him vigorously. I'm glad you're okay. I've been worried about you these days. I'm going to fuck you. When I was targeted by Ghost Hand Wei Kang that day, you were the one who ran the fastest. Let's go. I'll take you to see someone, Li Tong said, pulling Su Fan out of the tea house, and then came to a secluded courtyard not far away. When the two entered the courtyard, they saw a late giant and cultivator waiting for them. This man looked to be over 50 years old, with a little graying at the temples, a thin face, and an extremely elegant temperament. Just looking at this man's temperament, some people would believe that he is a disciple of the immortal sect. Such an elegant person is hard to associate with an evil cultivator. Li Tong arched his hand to the other party and said with a smile, Dao Chisin, this is my brother Xiaoming. Su Fan also arched his hand and said, I am Xiaoming, meet Dao Chisin, Dao. Let's go into the house and talk. The three entered the house and sat cross-legged. A delicate little female cultivator brewed a pot of spiritual tea for them and poured a cup for each of them. Two Daoists, try my pine grass needle. The three chatted for a while, and then Master Chisin took out a ring and handed it to Su Fan. Daoist Xiaoming, you keep this first. There will be another bigger reward after the matter is completed. Su Fan took the ring and said, Daoist Chisin, I want to know what the deal is this time. Master Chisin smiled bitterly, then shook his head. To be honest, I don't know either. I was entrusted by several seniors to organize this matter. After he finished speaking, he smiled and said, Daoist, don't worry, I can only tell you that once the matter is completed, both of you will get a great opportunity. This pie is really taken for granted. The reason why the other party dared to recruit evil cultivators so ostentatiously is because the whereabouts of evil cultivators are secret. They only gather together when they usually get together, but the evil cultivators who participate in the gatherings almost don't know each other. Li Tong has been hanging around in Biqiongxiancheng for decades, and he doesn't know many evil cultivators in the city. Moreover, evil cultivators are hated by everyone, so there is no need to worry about them reporting to the Xianzong. Even if someone went to the immortal sect to report the secret, they could only find out the person behind him, Chisen Xianren. Su Fan knew that he could not get anything out of Chisen, so the three chatted for a few more words, and then he left with Li Tong. Su Fan left the art and asked Li Tong, "Do you know this person?" Li Tong nodded and said, "I have known him for a long time, but we are just nodding acquaintances." After he finished speaking, he leaned close to Su Fan's ear and whispered, "I heard that this guy is the outer sect deacon of Biqiongxianzong." Su Fan was stunned for a moment. He recalled what Chisen Xianren said and sweated coldly. The person who started this incident could not be an old monster of Biqiongxianzong who was about to die. In the past, the old ancestor of Haoian sect who was about to die did not hesitate to sacrifice almost all the disciples of the sect in order to break through the nascent soul realm. For their own avenue, this group of evil cultivators would not hesitate to bury the entire sect with them, even if it meant destroying Chixishan. If that's the case, then the Biqiong Immortal sect is in danger. Once the Biqiong Immortal sect is in chaos, the surrounding cultivation families will inevitably be in trouble, and the Xishan market will definitely be affected. It's really like what they said, I am a disaster. No matter where I go, I will never stop. Am I a disaster star? Seeing Su Fan's gloomy face, Li Tong beside him hurriedly comforted him. Old Zio, you don't have to worry too much. When the time comes, we brothers will take care of each other. If the momentum is not good, we will retreat immediately. So many cannon fodders, 1,000 spirit crystals each. Can ordinary people come up with such a big hand? The person standing behind this matter must be at least a god-transforming old monster. When those people start, you can't retreat. Don't worry, I'm fine. Su Fan turned around and glanced at the yard behind him. I'll leave first. Contact me if there is news. You come to my place, let's have a drink. This guy is really bold. At this time, he still has the mind to drink. Forget it, let's wait until the matter is done before drinking. I'm leaving. Su Fan ignored Lali's efforts to keep him and turned to walk out of the city. He left Biqiongxiancheng, found a hidden place, changed his appearance again, and then returned to the city. Su Fan found an inn near the courtyard and stayed there. He had just left a mark on Master Chisen, and the other's breath could be sensed within a radius of dozens of miles. In the early morning, the sky was already a little light, and the city was quiet. Master Chisen left the courtyard and walked towards the inner city. The inner city was not big, and it was all the property of the Biqiongxianzong. Master Chisen came to the outside of a luxurious palace-like building, greeted the disciples on duty outside, and walked in. Su Fan, who was following behind from a distance, was wearing the invisible shadow and infinite cloak, hiding in a shadow, staring at the courtyard. After a while, Su Fan quietly left. Anyway, as long as Chisen doesn't leave Biqiong Immortal City, he can find his location, so there is no need to stay here and wait. Su Fan returned to the inn and sat cross-legged in the guest room. He frowned and thought for a while, and decided to add fuel to the fire and try to mess up this matter. Su Fan took out a communication array from the ring and sent a message. Have you left Biqiong Immortal City? I haven't left yet. Since you provided me with information, you should leave as soon as possible. I have a piece of information. Do you want it? Chapter 663. It seems that things have gotten serious. Zhang Zhuan replied instantly after seeing Su Fan's message. Tell me about it. Your Biqiongxianzong has an outer sect steward named Chisen, who is recruiting evil cultivators in the city. Chisen. I haven't heard of this person. It may be a fake name. I saw him enter a courtyard in the inner city this morning. Which courtyard? Su Fan roughly described the luxurious courtyard and its location. Zhang Zhuan knew where it was instantly. It was the location of the sect's external affairs hall in Biqiongxiancheng. I see. Anything else? As far as I know, True Man Chisen has recruited a lot of evil cultivators in the city. As long as they join, they will be given 1,000 spirit crystals. Zhang Zhuan saw the message and couldn't help but frown. It was such a big deal. Although the sect's law enforcement hall has begun to secretly investigate in Biqiongxiancheng in the past few days, it has not obtained many clues. According to what the other party said, if someone from the sect is involved, the problem will be complicated. Okay, I see. Zhang Zhuan cut off the communication array after he finished speaking, and then frowned and thought. Although he discovered this information, the sect did not let him participate in the investigation, but handed this task to the sect's law enforcement hall. However, the information just obtained has already involved the sect's disciples. If the information is true, it means that the sect has been infiltrated by evil cultivators. If he reports this matter to the sect, the information is likely to be leaked. In fact, in his opinion, the sect's law enforcement hall said it was a secret investigation, but there is no secret in the sect. He thought about it, then left a cave and came to the master's residence. Zhang Zhuan walked into the abode, sat cross-legged in front of the master, and then told the master about the information he got. Is the source of your information reliable? After listening to the master's words, Zhang Zhuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Let's do this. I will tell the head brother about this matter in person. You continue to investigate according to this information. Zhang Zhuan came out of the master's cave, left the sect, and came to Biqiang Immortal City. He came to the outside of the sect's external affairs hall in the inner city, took out the communication array plate, contacted his cousin, and with the help of the other party, checked the photo light curtain in the hall of the external affairs hall. The only outer sect deacon who entered the external affairs hall this morning was a disciple named Li Zichen. Zhang Zhuan recorded this video, then went to a tea house in the city, took out the communication array of the demon house, and sent a message. At this moment, Su Fan, who was in the inn, received his message. Only one person went to the external affairs hall this morning. He is the outer sect deacon of the sect. He has reached the late giant in great perfection. He failed to break through the Yuanying realm a few years ago. It is impossible for him to break through successfully in the future. Seeing this message, Su Fan smiled bitterly. Whether it is a disciple of the immortal sect or a disciple of a cultivation family, once the path of cultivation is cut off, it is very likely to choose the evil way. He is in the Biqiang Immortal sect. Is there a master who is about to die? Zhang Zhuan had already investigated Li Zichen clearly. After receiving Su Fan's message, he couldn't help but shudder. He knew what the other party meant, but there were too many uncles in the Biqiang Immortal sect who were about to die, and he didn't dare to think about it anymore. Li Zichen's master is an elder in the sect who has reached the state of transformation. It is said that his time is up. Su Fan sighed. It seemed that things had gotten serious. His intuition told him that this incident was probably related to the people of Biqiang Xianzong, or at least they were involved. He didn't want to get involved anymore, so he decided to return to Xishan Market as soon as possible. How much do you think this piece of information is worth? After seeing Su Fan's message, Zhang Zhuan took a deep breath. At this time, he had no intention of making any deals. Although the sect's law enforcement hall had not found any clues yet, he knew that the situation was already very critical. Let's meet. Su Fan was stunned when he received Zhang Zhuan's message. Meeting? What a joke. This matter is too complicated. Now that the people of Biqiang Xianzong have been involved, if they get involved, they will die without a burial place. It's inconvenient for us to meet. I'm about to leave Biqiang Xianzheng, don't pretend. I know you are from Biqiang Xianzheng. Let's meet. This is so. This guy is smart. He guessed it. But at this time, he can't admit it even if he is beaten to death. Even if he guessed it, what can he do? You think too much? I'm leaving soon, I'll tell you the truth. If those evil cultivators succeed this time, as long as you are in Biqiang Xianzheng, you will not be spared. So what? I'm far away from Biqiang Xianzheng. Really? Then I'm really leaving right away. Su Fan cut off the communication array after he finished speaking, and threw it into the ring, and then hurriedly walked out of the city. Seeing Su Fan cut off the communication array, Zhang Zhuan couldn't help but sigh. The evil cultivators have infiltrated Biqiang Xianzong. The law enforcement hall inside the sect must not be able to find any useful clues. He can only rely on himself next. At this time, the communication array in his hand vibrated slightly. Zhang Zhuan picked it up and saw that it was a message sent by his master. Return to the sect immediately, the head brother wants to see you. Seeing the message sent by the master, Zhang Zhuan suddenly became excited. The sect finally began to take this matter seriously. He put away the communication array disk, then turned and left Biqiang Immortal City. When Su Fan returned to Xishan Market, it was already evening. He returned to the cave in the market, and then entered the portable secret realm. Sister Zhen saw him coming back and excitedly floated over. Master, you are back. You haven't eaten yet, right? I'll go cook. Well, thank you for your hard work, Su Fan said, then walked into the thatched cottage and sat down cross-legged. It was not until he returned to the cave position that he put his heart at ease. Anyway, no matter what the future of Baekhyun Immortal City will be, he doesn't want to get involved. He is just a person who sells information. Baekhyun Immortal City has collapsed, and it has nothing to do with me. At noon the next day, Su Fan was in the mountains outside the market, practicing several Yuanying realm Taoism that he had just mastered. The communication array on his waist vibrated slightly. He picked it up and found that it was a message from the patriarch of the Shen family. Gather at Shenjiabao immediately. What the hell? Su Fan had a bad feeling in his heart. The Shen family must have heard something. He signed a 10-year tribute contract with the Shen family. Facing the call of the Shen family, he could not refuse it at all, so he could only rush over as soon as possible. Su Fan took a deep breath, and then performed the close-up, worldwide void escape technique and returned to Zishan Market. But as soon as he entered the market, he was stunned. He saw that the small street had become empty, and the shops on both sides of the street had been closed. At this time, a steward of the Shen family came to him and saluted him. Senior, I just received news from my family that Zishanfang is temporarily closed. It seems that the several pieces of information he provided have attracted the attention of Baekhyun Xianzong. These families near Baekhyun Xianzong must have received warnings, so each family began to gather all the forces in the family together. Su Fan did not return to the cave, but used the void escape technique to rush to Shenjiabao. As soon as he entered Shenjiabao, a member of the Shen family came to greet him. Senior, please follow me. Su Fan followed the other party to hall, where dozens of Shen family worshippers had gathered. He found an inconspicuous place and closed his eyes to listen to the discussions of the Shen family worshippers around him. What happened? Why did you call us all to Shenjiabao? I just asked around. It is said that the law enforcement hall of Baekhyun Xianzong arrested a large number of evil cultivators in the city last night. My fellow townsmen and Baekhyun Xianzong said that the law enforcement hall also arrested some people in the mountain gate of Baekhyun Xianzong last night. Could it be that the evil cultivators in Baekhyun Xiancheng have caused trouble again? Can't these guys be quiet for a few days? Listening to these people's discussions, Su Fan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that Baekhyun Xianzong has finally taken action, but I don't know if they can catch the masterminds and solve this matter completely. At this time, Shen Hongfen, the head of the Shen family, walked in from outside with several Yuanying cultivators of the Shen family. We received news from the Baekhyun Immortal sect that a group of evil cultivators tried to cause chaos in Baekhyun Immortal City, so we called you back to Shenjiabao. After hearing Shen Hongfen's words, the Shen family worshippers in the hall asked questions one after another. Shen Hongfen raised his hands and pressed them down, making the noisy hall quiet. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, fellow Taoists, according to the news we just received, Baekhyun Immortal Sect has already controlled the situation. Fellow Taoists, stay in Shenjiabao for a few days. When the order of Baekhyun Immortal City is fully restored, everyone will be fine." Next, Su Fan and others settled down in Shenjiabao. Each person was assigned a separate room, and all supplies were very good. Su Fan sat cross-legged in the room, took out the communication array of the demon house from the ring, and sent a message. What happened to Baekhyun Xiancheng? Last night, the sect's law enforcement hall launched a surprise attack. Wiped out more than a dozen evil cultivators' bases, and arrested hundreds of evil cultivators who attempted to cause chaos. It seems that his guess was right. This guy is really a disciple of Baekhyun Xianzong. Your Baekhyun Xianzong's mountain gate has been cleared, except for Li Zichen who committed suicide out of fear of crime. Several other evil cultivators who infiltrated the sect have also been arrested. What the hell? Li Zichen actually committed suicide. Could he have been silenced? For some reason, after hearing the news of Li Zichen's suicide, Su Fan had a bad premonition in his heart. He always felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. Your information helped us a lot. I will transfer a sum of money to your account later. I'm so sorry. Thank you. I have to go busy. Let's meet each other in the future. Forget it. You are a disciple of the Xianzong. I dare not dare to be so high. You are a boring person. Su Fan laughed, and then cut off the communication array. As a rootless and casual cultivator, he had no intention of getting too close to the disciples of the immortal sect. He could not do such a thing as putting his own hot face on someone else's cold butt. Su Fan put away the communication array, and suddenly became irritable for no reason, always feeling that something was going to happen. The Baekhyang immortal sect made such a big commotion last night. Even if the mastermind of this incident was not caught, they had to endure temporarily. Evil cultivators usually act confidentially and cautiously, and they would definitely not dare to show up at this cusp. It seems that I should have thought too much. At this time, someone knocked on the door outside. Su Fan went out and saw a child of the Shen family standing outside the door. "Senior, the clan leader invites you to come over." After hearing the other party's words, Su Fan frowned immediately, and then followed him to a house deep in the Shen family fort. At this time, several Shen family worshippers had come here, and Shen's Hongan and several Yuanying cultivators of the Shen family were also there. "Please come here, fellow Taoists, because 2 young people of our Shen family are in Baekhyang Immortal City. At this time, we can only trouble you to bring them back." "What the hell? Okay, who made him a worshipper of the Shen family? He can only work like a cow and a horse for them." Shen's Honghun explained a few words to the worshippers of the 2 late Yuanying great monks who led the team, and then let them leave. It was not until they left Shenjiabao that Su Fan knew who they were going to pick up. It turned out that their group of people went to He Songling to pick up Shen Fang, who had been hanging out there for the past 2 days. Okay, who made him the eldest young master? The monk leading Su Fan's group was named Wei Tao, who was a late Yuanying cultivator. He had been a worshipper in the Shen family for decades and was deeply trusted by the Shen family. When they came out of Shenjiabao, they did not perform the cross-domain escape technique, but took a small flying boat with extremely fast speed. At this moment, Shen Fang was in a luxurious cave in He Songling, leisurely sipping tea. He glanced at Shen Jing next to him and shook his head. "Sister, let me go back by myself, it's not far from home." After hearing what her brother said, Shen Jing's face suddenly became stern. "Yesterday, the law enforcement hall of the Baekhyang Immortal Sect, tossed around in the city all night. How can I let you go back alone at this time?" Shen Fang curled his lips and said, "Isn't it just an evil cultivator? If he dares to provoke me, I will kill him." Pa, hearing her brother talking nonsense, Shen Jing slapped him on the head. "Look at what you can do, you want to go to heaven." Shen Fang covered his head with his teeth bared, daring to be angry but not to say anything. There was no way. He had been beaten by this sister since he was a child, and he had a psychological shadow long ago. "Sister, don't hit my head in the future." Seeing Shen Jing raised his hand again, Shen Fang quickly closed his mouth. "I contacted the family, and my second uncle sent a few worshippers to take you back." Shen Fang sighed. He was so old, but the family still treated him like a child. Who made him so unpromising? The whole family, from top to bottom, treated him as a young master who was just waiting to die. He secretly swore in his heart that when he became a master of swordsmanship, he would let everyone see how powerful he was. Lao Bu got drunk today, so this is the only chapter. I will continue to add more tomorrow. Chapter 664. I still couldn't dodge it. The flying boat that Su Fan and others were riding on landed on an open space. He followed Wei Tao and others down from the flying boat and saw endless towering mountains all around. This is the Xiangqiang Mountains that stretch across the central region of Chixishan. It stretches for hundreds of thousands of miles. It is definitely a place where the earth veins converge and spiritual objects gather. It is the gathering heart of the entire central region's spiritual veins. Baekhyang Xianzong is located at the northern foot of the Xiangqiang Mountains, and the sect is named after this. The lush mountain range in the distance is He Songling. The mountains there are clear and strange, dangerous but not dry. The mountains are lush and green, with exotic flowers and plants everywhere, and there are mountain springs and waterfalls, and clear streams are reflected in between. The mountains are surrounded by clouds and fog all year round, and there are countless caves and springs in the valleys of the mountains, which are connected to each other, and their depths are unknown. It is said that this is also the most beautiful place around Baekhyang Xiancheng. The immortal gate of Baekhyang Xianzong is deep in the mountains in the distance. But now many of the landscapes in He Songling have been transformed into caves, and ordinary people can't enter at all. Is that He Songling? I haven't been there yet. It is said that it is now inaccessible. At this time, a worshipper of the Shen family next to him sighed as he looked at He Songling in the distance. Wei Tao smiled and said, "You can go in if you rent a cave." The other party waved his hands and smiled bitterly. "I can't afford to rent a cave there." After he finished speaking, he sighed and said, "Old Wei, You and the people of the master's family should go there often. Wei Tao nodded and said, "Second master and I have been there several times. You should go there once if you have the chance in the future. It will definitely be worth the trip. I heard that this mountain range is just the remnant of Shianqiang Mountain. We used to call this place Zimen Mountain." After listening to the words of the worshipper of the Shen family, Wei Tao nodded. That's what it was called in ancient times. Su Fan's heart moved when he heard it, and he asked quickly, "Dao Wei Tao, I saw the white bone plain in a book. What is this place?" Wei Tao turned his head and looked at Su Fan. The area north of Biqiang Xianchang used to be called the White Bone Plain, which was also called in ancient times. Legend has it that Chixishan was invaded by evil demons from other realms at that time, and this place was once an ancient battlefield. What the hell? After listening to Wei Tao's explanation, Su Fan felt unwell. Could it be that the underground of the entire Biqiang Xianzhuang is a sealed demon ruins? Su Fan looked at his feet, and a chill rose in his heart, and even his hair stood up. Could this group of evil cultivators be planning to take advantage of this demon ruins? Although there are ancient formations left over from ancient times underground here, such a large area is not something they can get involved in. However, if there is the help of those old monsters who are about to die, it may not be certain. After all, it is a sect with a long history and is dedicated to the art of formation. The attainments in the art of formation are extremely profound. Although this sounds ridiculous, it is still very feasible if you are well prepared. Just imagine, a group of old monsters who are about to reach the end of their lives will do anything to further their realm. The more Su Fan thought about it, the more scared he became. The cold sweat on his back had soaked his robe. Several people walked and talked, and soon they arrived outside the Black Pine Ridge. Wei Tao took off the communication array disc from his waist and sent a message. After a while, he received a reply and put away the communication array disc. "Let's go in, Master Shen Jing is waiting for us inside." Hearing Shen Jing's name, Su Fan frowned immediately. But then he understood that it was probably this woman's idea to ask them to come and pick up Shen Fang back to Shen Jiabao. Only this brother-protecting demon could do such a thing. Su Fan followed Wei Tao and others into the Black Pine Ridge, passed through a dense forest, and suddenly saw a clear view in front of him. He only felt an extremely rich spiritual energy rushing towards him, and the damp feeling was like entering a sauna. Here, there are steep peaks, cliffs, waterfalls, gullies, and lush pines and cypresses. From time to time, cranes can be seen flying. The surrounding mountains are full of various trees, towering into the sky, with lush branches and leaves. It must be said that this place is really a fairyland. A giant female cultivator, wearing the standard robe of Biqiang Xianzhuang, has been waiting here for a long time. Greetings to the true lords, she greeted everyone, and then led Su Fan and others into the depths of He Songling. They walked all the way into He Songling. The scenery along the way was extremely beautiful, and they could see caves covered by formations. Su Fan couldn't help but be amazed. The cultivators who could live here, even if they just rented caves, probably weren't simple people. They came to a cave, and the giant and female cultivator who led the way led a few people in. When Su Fan entered the cave, he saw Shen Fang, who was lying on a recliner beside the pond in the cave, bored. The brother-protecting demon was sitting next to him, constantly saying something to him. Seeing Su Fan and the others, Shen Fang had no intention of getting up, but Shen Jing stood up. "Thank you for all the hard work, asking you to make a special trip. You are so good at saying nice things, can't you just send your brother home by yourself?" Shen Jing glanced at Shen Fang, who was still lying on the recliner, and punched him hard in anger. "Hurry up and meet the seniors." Su Fan curled his lips. These Yuanying cultivators came all the way here just to take this guy back. He is really a young master of a cultivation family. Shen Fang stood up from the recliner and bowed. "Greetings to the seniors." As soon as he said that, he saw Su Fan and was stunned. When he found that Shen Fang saw him, Su Fan quickly turned his head to the side, pretending not to know him. At this time, Shen Jing also saw Su Fan. Although he had a smile on his face, his eyes were obviously unfriendly. Su Fan simply turned around and pretended to appreciate the scenery in the cave. "It's getting late, fellow Taoists, let's get going." Wei Tao and others hurriedly bowed to Shen Jing, and then surrounded Shen Fang and walked out. Shen Fang turned his head to look at Su Fan, and blinked at him imperceptibly, with a particularly annoying expression. Su Fan pretended not to see it. He didn't want others to know that he had anything to do with this fool. Boom! Just as a few people walked out of the cave, There was a loud earth-shaking noise in the distance, and the entire Black Pine Ridge trembled a few times. Su Fan turned around and stared at the direction where the loud noise came from. He never thought that this group of evil cultivators were so bold that they actually launched an attack. I still couldn't dodge it. Wei Tao and others were also surprised, and they all protected Shen Feng and looked around nervously. At this time, Shen Jing also ran out of the cave. Hurry up and protect Shen Fengli, boom. Boom. Shen Jing's words were not finished yet, and she was interrupted by a series of violent roars. At this moment, the whole world seemed to collapse, as if an endless tsunami, rolling up a terrifying tide visible to the naked eye, was sweeping over like a tsunami. Su Fan felt like a lone boat in a storm, about to be covered by the tsunami. The storm roared, and he felt a black screen in front of his eyes, and his mind was instantly mixed up. He felt his body flying up. Bang! Su Fan fell heavily to the ground, and he was so dizzy that he spurted out a mouthful of blood. He bit his tongue hard, and then he woke up from his confused state, and then struggled to stand up from the ground. Su Fan shook his head, his ears were deaf, and he couldn't hear any sound. He looked around and found that Wei Tao was the only one left. Although he did not faint, he was dazed and slumped there, with a confused look in his eyes. At this time, the beautiful Black Pine Valley was like the end of the world. The caves and protective formations scattered everywhere had long disappeared, leaving only ruins. The steep peaks, cliffs, waterfalls, gullies and other beautiful natural landscapes were also turned into dust and ruined. Countless towering trees of various kinds on the surrounding mountains had been uprooted and became bare. The sky seemed to be covered with a layer of gray and black fog, and something like volcanic ash was floating in the air. The visibility was less than a few meters. It might be that the underground spiritual veins were also damaged, and the originally rich spiritual energy in Black Pine Ridge became chaotic. And for some reason, although Su Fan knew that he was still in Black Pine Valley, he felt like he was in another space. He tried to release his spiritual sense completely, but found that it was greatly affected, and the area covered by his spiritual sense was at least shrunk by more than half. He staggered to Wei Tao's side, took out a jade bottle from his ring, poured out a few pills and stuffed them into his mouth. Use your energy to heal your wounds immediately. I'll go find other people. Wei Tao was also shouting something loudly, but he couldn't hear anything. Su Fan patted his shoulder, then turned around and looked around, and saw Shen Feng after a few steps. He walked to this guy and checked him, and he was relieved immediately. The shock wave of fear just now even shocked a Yuan cultivator like him. Logically, a giant and cultivator like Shen Feng would never be spared. But this guy just fainted, except for some injuries to his soul, but he was fine. He must be a direct descendant of a cultivation family, and he must have carried a secret treasure with him, which allowed him to survive the previous wave of shock. Seeing that Shen Feng was fine for the time being, Su Fan began to look for other people around. He found several Shen family worshippers who came with him nearby and found that they were all seriously injured. One person was already dying and was afraid that he would not survive this. When he found Shen Jing, she had also fainted. Perhaps because she was carrying a secret treasure, her body was not seriously injured. Su Fan carried several people to Wei Tao's side, but the environment here was too bad and not suitable for healing. He thought about it, and then wanted to take several people into his own portable secret realm. But something strange happened. Su Fan found that he could no longer enter his portable secret realm. Su Fan took off the communication array disk from his waist again, and as expected, the communication array disk also failed. This is a bit weird. However, at this time he had roughly guessed the reason. Su Fan slapped the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist and summoned Yaksha, asking him to scout the surrounding situation. Fortunately, Yaksha has always been practicing in the top-grade ghost weapon on his waist. If he was left in that extremely yin secret realm, he would not even be able to find a helper. After a while, the ghost of Yaksha appeared in the air. Master, I walked dozens of miles, but I can't seem to get to the end. We seem to be trapped in someone else's domain. Su Fan frowned immediately. Although he didn't know what was going on, he knew that this was definitely not someone else's domain. He took a deep breath. No matter what, he should heal his wounds as soon as possible. Su Fan felt bad again. The shock wave just now might have just started. He would definitely face more crises in the future. Su Fan sat cross-legged, took out a few healing pills, and stuffed them into his mouth. After a long time, he slowly opened his eyes. At this time, his hearing had recovered. Now, Except for Shen Fang, everyone else has woken up. They are gathered together to chat about something. Maybe their hearing has not fully recovered yet, so they speak loudly. Fellow Taoist Shenjing, what happened just now? Was Biqiang Xianzong attacked? After listening to Wei Tao's words, Shenjing shook his head. If I'm right, the ancient formation under the sect was destroyed. Su Fan sighed secretly after hearing this. What was supposed to happen finally happened. The ancient formation under the Biqiang Xianzong was broken. If there were no Biqiang Xianzong members involved, it would be impossible for the evil cultivators in the city to complete it. Su Fan understood what was going on. Maybe the old monsters in the Biqiang Xianzong planned this matter from beginning to end. Looking back now, the evil cultivators in Biqiang Xiancheng are probably cannon fodder. Several wealthy worshippers nearby didn't know the whole story and were all confused. What ancient formation? Is it the mountain protection formation of your Biqiang Xianzong? It must be the work of those evil cultivators. It's a good opportunity to catch them all in one fell swoop. I don't know what's going on in Biqiang Xiancheng now. My Taoist partner and children are still in the city. Shenjing knew something about the sect, so she explained it to them. I once heard from Master that there seems to be an ancient formation deep underground in our Biqiang Xianzong. The impact we just received should be the result of the collapse of the ancient formation underground. She thought for a moment and continued, after our injuries stabilize, we should leave this place as soon as possible. Before Shenjing finished speaking, Su Fan came over and expressed his opinion. No, we don't know the surrounding situation, but if we go out rashly, we may be attacked by evil cultivators. Today's first update, there will be more in the evening. Chapter 665 These damn evil cultivators. If Su Fan was just guessing just now, he was more certain of his thoughts after hearing Shenjing's words. The place where they were was probably the demon ruins under the Biqiang Xianzong. It was also possible that there was a special overlap between this place and the demon ruins. Anyway, it was unlikely to get out of here for the time being. The evil cultivators broke the ancient formation under the Biqiang Xianzong, which was just the beginning. Who knows what else they would do next? Of course, Su Fan did not say his guess, because no one would believe it if he did, so he had to use the evil cultivators to prevaricate. At this time, it would be better to take advantage of the time to heal the wounds and deal with the next crisis. After hearing Su Fan's words, Shenjing frowned. If we don't leave now, are we going to die here? After she finished speaking, she looked at the others and continued, as far as I know, there is a teleportation formation in Heisongling that can be directly teleported back to the sect. If anyone doesn't want to leave, they can stay here. After hearing Shenjing's words, the others became excited. I think what fellow Taoist Shenjing said makes sense. The situation is unclear now. It's too dangerous to stay here. I also agree with fellow Taoist Shenjing. We should flee here as soon as possible. The situation over there in Biqiang Xianzong is unclear. There are many places that need rescue. We can't take care of this place for a while. Seeing that everyone else agreed with her opinion, Shenjing suddenly became energetic. She said in a deep voice, I'm going to find a teleportation array. If you want to leave here, follow me. After hearing Shenjing's words, Su Fan couldn't help shaking his head. Since you want to die, he didn't want to stop you. Anyway, he had done his best. The life and death of these people had nothing to do with him. Shenjing picked up the unconscious Shen Fang. She glanced at Su Fan, then turned and left. Everyone else followed. Only Wei Tao stayed. He advised, you should go with us. It's too dangerous to stay here. Su Fan smiled and said, I appreciate the kindness of fellow Taoist. I need to heal my wounds. After hearing Su Fan's words, Wei Tao bowed to him and turned to chase Shenjing and others. Looking at the backs of Shenjing and others, he couldn't help but sneer. In such a harsh environment, let alone activating the teleportation array, even the spells cast will be greatly discounted. If Su Fan guessed correctly, the ancient formation that sealed the demon ruins was broken, and now the Biqiang Xianzong and a large area around it may have lost contact with the outside world. Su Fan sat cross-legged on the ground, took out several jade bottles from the ring, and poured out the jade bottles one by one. Then he stuffed several pills in his hand into his mouth, and then closed his eyes and digested the medicine. In fact, Su Fan was not seriously injured, but his soul was damaged. He took several top-grade soul-nourishing pills, and after refining the medicine, the damage to his soul has been greatly alleviated. The ancient formation under the Biqiang Xianzong was used to seal the demon ruins. Now that the formation has been broken, who knows what is sealed in the demon ruins? In a while, who knows what will emerge from the demon ruins? Buzz, buzz, suddenly, there were bursts of buzzing sounds in the distance. And the whole world began to tremble violently. In the direction of Baekhyangzong in the distance, several scarlet blood-colored beams instantly shot up into the sky. Oh no, those evil cultivators have started a blood sacrifice. Su Fan looked up at the scarlet blood-colored beams, and a chill suddenly rose in his heart. Several blood-colored beams appeared at the same time in the direction of the mountain gate of Baekhyangzong. Does that mean that several old monsters of Baekhyangzong are preparing to use the power of the outside world to make a breakthrough? If this matter was really caused by those old monsters of Baekhyangzong, then it would be a big deal. Anyway, no matter what, after this incident, Baekhyangzong must have suffered a lot, and it is possible that the sect will be destroyed. Boom. Boom. At this time, the direction of the mountain gate of Baekhyangzong was like a boiling pot. Although these earth-shattering loud noises occurred inside the sect's defense formation and were so far away, Su Fan was still a little frightened. After all, he is a divine transformation immortal venerable. He can move mountains and fill the sea with a wave of his hand. So many divine transformation old monsters attacked at the same time. The terrifying might of destroying the world was so great that the whole world was shaking violently. The many divine transformation immortal venerables in the mountain gate of Baekhyangzong finally took action and were trying to prevent the blood sacrifice from happening. Although Baekhyangzong also has many refining void saint venerables and even the existence of combined great powers. But how could cultivators of this level stay in the sect? These old monsters must have gone somewhere. Now the two spaces of Baekhyangzong and Moksu have been connected together, completely isolated from the outside world. Even if the refining void old monsters of Baekhyangzong come back, it will take a lot of time to break this space barrier. The old monsters in the mountain gate who are about to die have been planning for this day for many years. Choosing to launch at this time must have been a long-planned move. Although Baekhyangzong has many divine transformation cultivators sitting in charge, they still destroyed the ancient formation underground. Even a nascent soul cultivator like Su Fan was injured by the impact when the ancient formation collapsed. At this time, there were probably not many low-level cultivators left in the mountain gate of Baekhyangzong and Baekhyangzong. Moreover, these old monsters who had entered the evil way, with the help of the power of high-level evil demons from outside the domain, had obviously resisted the crazy siege of many cultivators of Baekhyangzong. If these old monsters who were about to die used countless cultivators to perform blood sacrifices and summon high-level evil demons from other realms to descend, by then, even if the great masters of the Baekhyangzong who had refined the void and combined the body rush back, it would probably be too late. At this moment, the originally gray sky suddenly turned into an extremely vast and unfamiliar starry sky. Su Fan smiled bitterly. This was all over. He was too familiar with this scene. He had experienced it once in Hao-Aon sect at this time. Several spiritual energy vortices appeared in succession in the sky in the direction of the mountain gate of Baekhyangzong in the distance. The spiritual energy from tens of thousands of miles around suddenly gathered towards the mountain gate of Baekhyangzong. Almost at the same time, the sky also darkened. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky became thicker and thicker, and the clouds kept rolling. One after another, extremely thick arcs of electricity kept rolling in the dark clouds. Every time it flashed, there would be a rumbling thunder. The blooming lightning flashed, illuminating half of the sky. The dark clouds that covered the sky and the sun were torn apart by thunder from time to time, and the light was dazzling. Then, several spiritual energy vortices in the sky were getting bigger and bigger, and began to frantically devour the spiritual energy gathered from tens of thousands of miles around. Su Fan looked at the thunder clouds in the distance with a serious look. Although the spiritual energy in the mountain gate of Baekhyangzong was extremely rich and abundant, several old monsters who had reached the state of transformation broke through at the same time. How could this little spiritual energy be enough? Between heaven and earth, the changes became more and more intense. The several huge spiritual energy vortices in the sky spun wildly, and instantly formed several violent hurricane eyes. For a while, the wind howled, and the sand and rocks flew. At this time, the air began to become extremely thin, and the first-level spiritual vein under the mountain gate of Baekhyangzong was quickly drawn out in an instant. Above the mountain gate of Baekhyangzong, Several huge spiritual vortices, like huge demon eyes, madly devoured the underground spiritual veins. Su Fan stared at all this in amazement, and a huge wave of waves rose in his heart. This group of old monsters who had taken the evil path were too cruel. I don't know what method they used to directly suck the spiritual veins under the mountain gate of Baekhyang Xianzong clean. Su Fan couldn't help but sigh. Baekhyang Xianzong was finished. The spiritual veins under the sect were destroyed. Even if they survived this crisis, the original mountain gate would have no use value. In order to achieve their own goals, this group of old monsters who had taken the evil path of transformation even did not hesitate to destroy the mountain gate themselves. The madness of the evil cultivators can be seen. Not only the Baekhyang immortal sect, but also the cultivation families within hundreds of thousands of miles, as well as countless independent cultivators, will have to leave their homes and go to places with more spiritual energy to make a living in the future. This damn evil cultivator. Even though these things in the Baekhyang immortal sect had nothing to do with him, he still felt a little sad and a little choked up. Crack, crack, as several dazzling lights flashed, there were suddenly several sharp and violent explosions in the sky. Su Fan, who was thinking about it, felt that his eyes went black and his head was buzzing. He was caught off guard and was bleeding from all 7 orifices. Not good. Su Fan quickly sacrificed the Fangshan Linglong's Hunji Tower and let the giant tower several feet high seal him in it. Then, dense blood-colored runes appeared all over his body, and the Wangxiang futive formation of the witch was instantly activated. Boom boom, a deafening explosion suddenly struck, and the terrifying might of the god-transforming thunder tribulation was like the collapse of the sky and the crack of the earth. When a god-transforming cultivator breaks through the realm of refining void, he only needs to endure the baptism of 9 thunders, but each of them can be called a world-destroying thunder. Su Fan was hundreds of miles away, and he had the double protection of the Fangshan Linglong's Hunji Tower and the Wangxiang Futu Great Array. But he was still dizzy, and his internal organs were almost dislocated by several deafening thunders of world-destroying thunder. After the second and third thunders fell, Su Fan was already in a state of confusion. Fortunately, the fourth thunder did not fall for a long time, which gave him a breath of relief. Perhaps with the help of the high-level demons from outside the domain, several old monsters of the god transforming only endured the baptism of 3 world-destroying thunders. After all, they took a shortcut, and even if they broke through the realm of refining void, they were still a fake. But even if it is a fake, it is the great power of the void refining that countless incarnation monks dream of. At least it increases their lifespan by tens of thousands of years. It is better to turn into a cup of yellow earth. At this moment, the calamity clouds in the sky finally stopped. But what is weird is that blood-colored raindrops fell from the sky, dyeing the whole world blood-colored. Then, extremely powerful auras roared out from the gate of Baekhyang Xianzong. Seeing that several old monsters who had stepped into the evil way had successfully broken through, many incarnation monks of Baekhyang Xianzong began to flee. Then, the originally dark clouds in the sky slowly dissipated. Chapter 666. This is also a troublesome thing. Su Fan stood up from the ground. He looked at the blood-red sky and couldn't help but let out a long breath. He knew very well that the crisis had just begun. Whether he could survive this disaster next would depend on himself. Despite this, Su Fan didn't take it too seriously. He had experienced countless life and death crises over the years, and he had always fought his way out of a sea of blood and corpses alone. It was not an exaggeration to say that he had crawled out of a pile of dead bodies. Su Fan was used to life and death, and he also realized a truth. Even if you encounter a huge crisis, as long as you stay calm and don't panic, your chances of survival can be increased by at least half. At this time, it is definitely not okay to be afraid of death. No matter what demons and monsters his, just do it. At this time, the dark clouds that kept rolling in the sky had dissipated, and the vast and strange starry sky appeared again. Boom! Several thick blood-red beams that pierced the sky were shattered. A huge halo emerged in the sky, and in the center of the halo, waves of ripples were constantly rippling like a lake. Moreover, a huge shadow could be seen faintly, twisting constantly in the halo. Su Fan clearly felt an extremely terrifying aura, which was overwhelming and overwhelming, making him shudder. This big guy might be a high-level demon from an unknown realm. Ouch! With a shrill roar coming from the distant sky, it resounded through every corner of the void and clearly reflected into Su Fan's ears. A vast and boundless pressure swept across the entire world like a tsunami, and even the sky became dim. The boundless sense of oppression suddenly came, and Su Fan felt that his mind was roaring, as if he had fallen into an endless dark abyss. It was like falling into a bottomless black abyss in an instant, and he was left alone between heaven and earth, surrounded by endless cold darkness. Not good. Su Fan bit his tongue tip hard, and the severe pain made him regain clarity in an instant. This high-level demon from an unknown realm almost completely submerged his consciousness and made him sink into eternal damnation with just a roar. The suffocating feeling of terror and oppression, as if some great terror was about to cross the boundary and descend, made him deeply feel a sense of the sky falling and the earth sinking. Buzz buzz buzz, at this moment, the whole world trembled violently at this moment. Crack, crack, then, a crack suddenly split from the ground, and thick black demonic smoke spread out from the spider web-like gap. Boom boom boom, another earth-shaking sound, the whole space shook, and the soil on the ground cracked layer by layer, forming crisscross cracks. The tremor was even greater than before, causing large areas of soil to break apart. Su Fan felt like a lone boat in the sea, watching the surging waves rolling towards him. Finally, the violent tremor subsided, and at this moment the entire Black Pine Ridge was like the end of the world. The towering peaks had collapsed, the earth cracked, and all the vegetation in the surrounding soil died. Su Fan's vision was in a mess. There was a decayed, ancient and old smell floating in the air. The surroundings were filled with endless black fog, lifeless, without any vitality, giving people a cold feeling as if their skin was being peeled off layer by layer. In the fog, one could vaguely hear waves of terrifying howling. Like a night owl, like a ghost crying, echoing in the empty valley, making people shudder. Su Fan came to a crack and saw a bottomless abyss of hell that seemed to have swallowed up everything in the world. It was boundless and there was no end in sight. It seemed that there was something terrifying in the darkness. Even if you took a look, your soul would be completely pulled out of your body and fall into the terrifying feeling of endless darkness. Su Fan took a deep breath. The demon ruins should be below. Suddenly, he stepped back more than 10 steps. Countless hideous black shadows suddenly roared and swarmed out of the crack. The shrill howling sounds gathered together, shaking Su Fan's soul, as if the devil's voice drilled into his mind. Facing the dense and ferocious demon souls, Su Fan frowned. His whole body was filled with blood light, and dense blood-colored runes emerged, and he instantly activated the Blood Sea Tide Soul Devouring Array. With Su Fan as the center, a blood-colored array with a radius of hundreds of feet was formed. The Blood Sea Tide Soul Devouring Array was like a crazy spinning centrifuge, sucking countless ferocious demon souls into the blood-colored witch array, and then they were annihilated. If you look down from the sky, Su Fan is like a violent lawnmower, and the countless demon souls gathered around him are swept away like leaves. Suddenly, a ferocious skeleton more than 10 feet tall jumped out from the dark crack. This ferocious skeleton may have been weathered in the Yinquan wind for thousands of years, and the color has become withered and yellow, as if it will turn into a handful of yellow soil at any time. But at this moment, it was like a chicken blood, and it rushed over swiftly and vigorously. Su Fan waved his hand casually, and a sharp black knife shot out, instantly piercing the tall and hideous skeleton into pieces. The soul-devouring, killing treasure blade drew a strange arc in the air and plunged into the densely packed demon souls. This top-grade evil weapon can devour souls. Seeing the densely packed demon souls below, it was like a shark smelling the smell of blood, and it rushed wildly in the demon souls. This evil weapon has already given birth to a trace of evil spirits. There is no need for Su Fan to control it at all. It has already killed into the densely packed demon souls on its own initiative. This is also a troublesome thing. At this time, the hideous evil skeletons crawled out of the cracks and rushed towards him frantically. But before they could pounce in front of Su Fan, they were chopped to pieces by the soul-devouring killing treasure blade. Dragon Elephant Tread, Su Fan suddenly raised his leg and stomped it hard on the ground. Boom! With a loud noise that shook the earth, countless evil skeletons that were climbing up in the cracks were shattered, and the broken bones fell down with a crackling sound. Su Fan cast spells and magical powers, controlled magic tools, and activated talismans, and found that the power had dropped by at least 40%. It may be that this place is affected by the demon ruins. Not only has the spiritual energy become much thinner, but the mana of the cultivators has also been greatly reduced. Fortunately, he is a physical cultivator, and even if his mana is exhausted, it will not affect his combat effectiveness. Su Fan looked up at the huge halo in the sky, which was now a whole circle larger than before. The huge black shadow has become clearer and clearer. This high-level demon from the unknown realm is about to descend. The area around the Baekhyun immortal sect overlaps with a demon ruin space and has been completely isolated from the outside world. The spirit-transforming cultivators of Baekhyun Xianzong were also trapped in this space, being chased and killed by several evil cultivators who had just broken through the realm of refining emptiness. At this moment, the battle in the sky was also in full swing. Many spirit-transforming old monsters of Baekhyun Xianzong had gathered together and were fighting desperately with several evil cultivators of refining emptiness. Although these evil cultivators of refining emptiness were a little weak and had just broken through, refining emptiness was still refining emptiness after all, and it was more than enough to deal with these incarnation cultivators of Baekhyun Xianzong. From time to time, a spirit-transforming cultivator of Baekhyun Xianzong fell headlong from the sky. Su Fan looked at the countless demon souls and evil demon skeletons swarming out of the cracks and shook his head. This was just an appetizer. Who knows what will emerge from the demon ruins later? The only thing to do now is to wait patiently. Such a big thing happened in Baekhyun Xianzong, and it must have spread throughout the entire Chixishan at this moment. Those old monsters of refining emptiness in the sect, and even the great powers of fusion, may be frantically attacking this space barrier at this time. No matter what, as long as he can hold on until these old monsters break the space barrier outside, he will have a chance to survive. The biggest crisis now is the high-level demon from the unknown realm in the sky. If the old monsters outside break the space barrier before the high-level demon descends, there will be no problem. Once this high-level demon from the unknown realm descends before the barrier is broken, Su Fan can only leave it to fate. There is no way. Su Fan, a Yuanying cultivator, is no different from a grain of sand in the eyes of the demon. Boom! When Su Fan was thinking about it, he suddenly felt the ground under his feet bulge up. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, and a flash of lightning flashed on his body, and he disappeared from the spot. Then a huge bone hand several feet long directly arched the ground and stretched out from the ground. Then, a huge skeleton over 100 feet high slowly crawled out from the ground, revealing its huge body. This evil demon skeleton turned out to be a skeleton supreme at the level of incarnation. Su Fan didn't even think about it, and with a flash of blood on his body, he fled from here in an instant. Although it was just a newly awakened skeleton supreme, if he was allowed to fight hard, there should be no problem. But at this time, he must retain his strength. Who knows what will come out of this demon ruins next? When Su Fan's figure appeared again, he was already more than 10 miles away. Seeing his sudden appearance, the dense demon souls and skeletons gathered here began to rush towards him frantically. Purifying World Red Lotus, then an extremely hot red halo suddenly popped out from his body. The dense demon souls and skeletons surrounding him were swept away in an instant. Within a radius of hundreds of feet centered on him, there were broken limbs and bones all over the ground. And countless demon souls were also annihilated. At this time, Su Fan's eyes focused, and his consciousness found that there was a fierce fluctuation of spiritual energy next to him. A flash of blood appeared on his body, and he disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he found that several human cultivators were trapped in the formation. Under the command of several skeleton kings equivalent to the nascent soul realm, countless demon souls and evil demon skeletons emerged from the demon ruins and surrounded the formation. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and his consciousness swept through the formation, and he immediately smiled bitterly. It turned out that the people trapped in the formation were Shenjing, Wei Tao and others. Although they were protected by the immortal formation, they were also struggling to hold on. Because they were deeply affected by the environment of the demon ruins, the power of the cultivators' magic tools and talismans decreased a lot, and even the defensive ability of the formation was greatly reduced. Facing the siege of endless demon souls and evil demon skeletons, Shenjing, Wei Tao and others had little mana left. The defensive formation arranged by Shenjing has become increasingly dim and may collapse at any time. Shenfang has woken up and is controlling the flying sword, madly harvesting demon souls and evil demon skeletons. But there were too many densely packed demon souls and evil demon skeletons. After killing layer after layer, they could not be killed at all. And until now, those demon souls and evil demon skeletons are still pouring out from the demon ruins. The soul-devouring killing treasure blade is not popular, so Su Fan can only put it away. He took out 2 top-grade attacking Taoist instruments from his ring, and then used 2 different methods at the same time, controlling the 2 Taoist instruments to kill near the formation. If it was just Shen Jing and Wei Tao, Su Fan might not go to rescue them. But Shen Fang is different. Since he saw it, he had to go over and help. Su Fan's body flashed with blood, and he had already appeared outside the formation, and then controlled the two Taoist instruments to sweep away the demon souls and evil demon skeletons outside the formation. "Brother, my brother is here?" The appearance of Su Fan also made Shen Fang excited, and he shouted loudly. Shen Jing, Wei Tao and others beside him were all confused when they heard this guy calling Su Fan brother. "Pa!" Shen Jing was so angry that she slapped the guy on the head. "You are so disrespectful to talk like that." Wei Tao also took the opportunity to open the formation and took Su Fan in. "Devours, come in quickly." Su Fan turned around and looked at the several skeleton kings in the distance rushing towards him. He stepped into the formation. At this time, Shen Jing, Wei Tao and others in the formation were all pale, and it was obvious that their magic power was almost exhausted. Moreover, there were only two of the Shen family priests who had left with him. Shen Fang ran over and hugged Su Fan, saying excitedly, "Brother, you are finally here." He knew Su Fan's strength, and seeing him coming, it seemed that he had a backbone all of a sudden. Su Fan pushed him away with a look of disgust, and then looked at Shen Jing. "We can't stay here anymore, we have to fight our way out." After hearing Su Fan's words, Wei Tao smiled bitterly. "If we want to fight our way out, we must first deal with those skeleton kings, but now everyone's mana is almost exhausted." Before he could finish, Su Fan waved his hand to interrupt him. "You guys try to recover your mana as much as possible now, we will fight our way out later, and I will take care of those skeleton kings." No. After hearing Su Fan's words, Shen Jing and Wei Tao shouted almost at the same time. Wei Tao shook his head and said, "Devours, the power of our magic weapons and talismans will be greatly reduced. How can you deal with several skeleton kings at the same time? There are still some in the evening." Chapter 667. None of these people can fight. After hearing Su Fan's words, Shen Jing also frowned. "At this time, you'd better not show off. I still have a few sets of protective formations in my hands, and I can hold on for a while." Although Shen Jing had a very bad impression of Su Fan, at this time, he didn't want Su Fan to get involved. After all, one more person means more strength. In her opinion, this guy is overestimating his own abilities. That is the equivalent of the human race's nascent soul stage skeleton king. Not to mention that in an environment like the demon ruins, the mana will be greatly reduced. Even under normal circumstances, one person can't withstand the attack of several skeleton kings. "It's okay, just killing a few skeleton kings, my brother will definitely have no problem." Shen Fang knew Su Fan too well. In terms of combat effectiveness, even the elite disciples of the Betrayals Xianzong are nothing in front of him. "Shut up," Shen Jing scolded Shen Fang, then turned her head and glanced at Su Fan. "You can control the formation for us. When we recover our mana, we can make a long-term plan." Su Fan sneered and said, "Who chose to set up the formation here in the first place? Can't you use your brain, you?" The situation was urgent at the time, and we had no choice. Shen Jing was touched by the pain point and hurriedly defended herself, but even she felt that the words she said were a little pale. "We can't wait any longer. There are more and more monsters. If we wait for another skeleton supreme, we will all be left here." Shen Jing wanted to say something, but Su Fan waved his hand and didn't give her a chance to speak. "Don't say anything, you guys hurry up and recover your mana." Shen Jing took a deep breath, then sat down cross-legged with a stern face, took out a ki-boosting pill and stuffed it into his mouth. "Brother, stop talking nonsense, and recover your mana quickly." Shen Fang wanted to get close to Su Fan, but he was scolded by Su Fan as soon as he opened his mouth and dared not say a word. Wei Tao never expressed his opinion from the beginning to the end. He has joined the Shen family for many years and has won the trust of the Shen family. Now that Su Fan is here, he is relieved. After all, Shen Jing is from the main family. Even if her approach is wrong, he can't refute it in person. At this time, he doesn't want to indulge their bad habits. It's not that Su Fan looks down on them. None of these people can fight. The disciples of Betrayals Xianzong and the children of the surrounding cultivation families are nothing. So from now on, you have to listen to my command. Especially Shen Jing, the brother protecting demon, has no strength, no experience, and always wants to have the final say. If she is allowed to command again, she will definitely lead everyone into a ditch. Just say that she chose the location for the formation. She had to choose a place surrounded by enemies on all sides. Once surrounded, there is no way to retreat. If he hadn't come, Shen Fang, Wei Tao and others would have been killed by him. After a while, Wei Tao was the first to recover some mana, and he stood up from the ground. Devours, you should also recover your mana. Su Fan waved his hand and said, my mana is enough for now. He glanced at Wei Tao and continued, I'm serious. I will be responsible for those skeleton kings later. Wei Tao was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect this kid to be so stubborn. Are you sure? Su Fan nodded and said, don't worry, I won't do anything to get myself killed. After Shenjing and others had recovered their mana, Su Fan nodded to Wei Tao. After I deal with a few skeleton kings, Devours, lead everyone to follow me. Su Fan turned around and left the formation. Shenjing ran up a few steps to call him, but was stopped by Wei Tao. He is alone, can he do it? He said he is sure, let's wait and see. Shenjing looked at Su Fan outside the formation and snorted coldly. What are you trying to show off? You really don't know how to live or die? Shen Fang beside him smiled and said, sister, just wait and see. This guy is very strong. Shenjing turned her head and glared at him fiercely. Shut up. Su Fan came to the outside of the formation. With a flash of lightning under his feet, he appeared in front of a skeleton king. With a thought, a black magic sword appeared in his hand. Before the skeleton king could react, he turned around and swung the sword in a full circle. Whirlwind slash, boom, a terrifying hurricane suddenly aroused, and the surrounding dust and gravel were rolled up. The violent hurricane formed a huge storm circle, and the whole sky suddenly became gray. Puff, Su Fan cut the skeleton king in half with a sword. The huge body of more than 10 feet tall collapsed suddenly, and the broken limbs and bones piled up on the ground. Seeing Su Fan cut the skeleton king into a pile of bone fragments with a sword, Shenjing and Wei Tao's eyes widened in disbelief. This kid is too powerful. But the shock was yet to come. At this time, Su Fan's figure disappeared from the spot again. Sacrifice yourself to kill. When he appeared again, he had come behind another statue, and before he could stand firm, he had already slashed with a sword. Swish, a sharp sword light flashed, carrying a majestic murderous aura, whistling through the body of the skeleton king. This sword chopped the skeleton king into pieces of bones all over the ground. Then he kicked the ground with his right foot, stepped out a deep pit on the ground, and crashed into a skeleton king that was rushing towards him. Compared with the skeleton king who was more than 10 feet tall, Su Fan seemed extremely small. But he rushed towards the skeleton general king who was more than 10 feet tall with an extremely resolute and intimidating momentum, like a moth to a flame. Bang! Although the skeleton king was huge, what no one expected was that Su Fan's move actually knocked the tall skeleton king flying, and then fell heavily to the ground. Shenjing and Wei Tao, who were hiding in the formation to watch the battle, were already dumbfounded. Both of them subconsciously had an idea in their minds. This kid's physical body was so strong, could he be a demon beast? Su Fan moved, turned around and slashed with his sword again. Heartless slash, a flash of sword light flashed, and the time between heaven and earth seemed to have stopped at this moment. The air had twisted, as if it would collapse at any time. The sharp sword edge exuded a majestic momentum that could split the entire world in half. Boom! The cold and terrifying sword light whistled down, slashing the skeleton king who pounced on him and sending him flying backwards. Next, Su Fan chopped the remaining skeleton kings into pieces like chopping melons and vegetables. When the last skeleton king fell to the ground, Wei Tao waved his hand and put away the formation. Let's go. Let's catch up with him. He didn't care about anyone else and chased after him. Shenjing stamped her feet, turned her head and glared at Shen Fang fiercely. Let's go. Stop dawdling. After being scolded by his elder sister, Shen Fang didn't even dare to fart, and followed Shenjing to catch up. With Su Fan next, Shenjing and Wei Tao felt extremely relaxed. This guy not only has a body like a monster, but also has the intuition of a monster, and can always bypass those big guys. Su Fan led everyone to run all the way to the depths of Heisongling. Although there were constant battles along the way, they did not encounter high-level demon souls and skeletons. They came to a hidden place. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he turned his head suddenly to look to the side. Let's go over there. Su Fan led a few people to the vicinity of a collapsed mountain, and then turned his head to look at Shenjing. Someone has set up a formation in front. Go over and shout a few times to see if there are any people from your Biqiang Xianzong. Shenjing had already discovered this formation a long time ago. After all, she was a master of formations and was extremely sensitive to the aura of formations. She was about to remind Su Fan, but before she could open her mouth, Su Fan had already spoken first. The most annoying thing was that this guy actually acted like he was bossing her around, which made her extremely dissatisfied. Shenjing came to the hidden formation and shouted a few words into it. "I'm Shenjing. Is there any senior brother from Baekhyang Xianzong inside?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was a burst of excited shouting from inside the formation. "Is it senior sister Shenjing? I'll open the formation now." The scene on the opposite side changed, revealing an entrance that was only for one person to pass through. Shenjing walked into the formation first, and Su Fan, Wei Tao and others followed her in. At this time, there were more than a dozen cultivators gathered in the formation, most of whom were disciples of Baekhyang Xianzong. When they saw Shenjing, they immediately greeted her excitedly. "Sister Shenjing, I'm so glad you're okay. Sister, how did you find this place? What's going on outside? Sister Shenjing, I'm so glad you found this place." Seeing Shenjing and her fellow disciples asking about each other's well-being, Su Fan did not go over to get close to them, but found a deserted place in the formation and sat down cross-legged. Shen Fang also met several disciples from cultivation families and chatted with them. Although he did not mention what happened to the sect, everyone knew that even if they survived today, it was uncertain whether the Baekhyang immortal sect would still exist in the future. The cultivators gathered in the formation at this time did not feel like they had survived a disaster, and everyone's face was solemn. The atmosphere around was extremely depressing, and everyone's heart was tightly stretched. Su Fan did not know anyone either, so he found a deserted place in the formation and took a few ki-boosting pills to restore his mana. He took out a jade bottle from his ring, poured out a pill and stuffed it into his mouth, then began to use his power to dissolve the drug power. After a while, Su Fan slowly opened his eyes. He found that Wei Tao and Shen Fang were sitting next to him recovering their magic power. Su Fan glanced at the two and then turned his gaze to Shenjing and her fellow disciples. Shenjing's status in the sect might be quite transcendent. When they saw her coming, the disciples of the Baekhyang Xianzong in the formation seemed to have found their backbone and now surrounded her. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 668. Why are you causing trouble at this time? Baekhyang Xianzong is a sect that focuses on the art of formations. Most of the disciples in the sect are nerds who have been studying the art of formations for many years. Not only are their combat effectiveness relatively poor, but their fighting experience is also hard to describe. Shenjing is usually a relatively strong and powerful elite disciple in the sect, so when her fellow disciples hiding in this formation see her, they can't help but regard her as the backbone. Shenjing was just stabbed by Su Fan a few times, and she was not happy. Seeing a group of fellow disciples supporting her so much, her vanity began to swell again. Su Fan looked at this brother-protecting demon, surrounded by a group of Baekhyang Xianzong disciples, looking like he was pointing out a world, and he almost laughed out loud. They are also a group of people who have never seen the world. If you really follow him, you will die without knowing how you died. At this time, Wei Tao, who had recovered his magic power, came to his side without knowing when. I watched Xiaojing grow up. She is not bad, but too simple. Taoist friend, don't mind, simple as a shit, she is just stupid, okay. It's already this time, and you still can't figure it out. The spiritual veins of Baekhyang Xianzong have been destroyed, and it is no longer possible to serve as the mountain gate. So many disciples have died in the sect, and it is a question whether Baekhyang Xianzong can exist in the future. Especially for the middle and low-level disciples, this is the future of the sect. Even if Baekhyang Xianzong finds a place with abundant spiritual veins to start over, it will take hundreds of years to recover to its peak state. This is only in the Xianzong plane. If it were placed in the demon sect plane, it would have been divided up and eaten up. He understood what Wei Tao meant. It was nothing more than asking him not to be so petty as Shenjing. He was also a wise man, knowing that Shenjing had little experience, and it would definitely not work if he wanted to survive by relying on her. At this time, Wei Tao was clear in his mind, and if they wanted to survive, They could only rely on Su Fan. At this time, Shen Fang had also recovered his mana and came to Su Fan's side. "Brother, don't worry about my sister, we all listen to you." This kid also saw that although his sister was usually quite capable, she was nothing at this time. This is fucking. These two people also know what's going on, but none of them dared to show their teeth to Shen Jing. But looking at Shen Jing's current state, this woman is afraid that she will not listen to his arrangements. This is good. Su Fan just has no reason to leave. With such a bunch of burdens, he might have to sacrifice himself. In fact, at this time, even he didn't know what to do next. But no matter what, it is definitely not okay to stay here all the time. The high-level demon from the unknown realm that is about to descend has awakened the evil demons that have been sleeping in the demon ruins for many years. Not long ago, he saw a skeleton supreme equivalent to the human race's incarnation realm. And before long, more and more foreign evil demons will wake up from their slumber. By then, this hidden formation will not be able to escape the induction of the skeleton supreme, so staying here will definitely be a dead end. But even so, Su Fan didn't know where to hide. Now, the area of more than 10,000 miles around the gate of Biqiang Xianzong has lost contact with the outside world, and the ground is densely covered with huge cracks. There are all kinds of evil monsters crawling out of the demon ruins everywhere. In such a small area, where can you let him escape? Su Fan tried to activate the Atomai body, but the effect was not as good as before. Even if he put on the invisible shadow and infinite cloak, let alone the skeleton supreme at the level of transformation, it is estimated that he may not be able to escape the detection of the skeleton king. There is no way. The environment here has been polluted by the breath of the demon ruins, and the various means of the cultivators have been greatly reduced. Moreover, these foreign evil monsters have been sleeping in the underground demon ruins for so many years, and they are particularly sensitive to the breath of human cultivators. Su Fan thought for a long time, but couldn't think of any solution. At this time, Shen Jing came over. She didn't intend to pay attention to Wei Tao and Shen Fang at all, and came directly to Su Fan. "Fellow Taoist, I just discussed with several fellow disciples. Now we can only survive this crisis if we work together." At this point, she glanced at Su Fan. "Here's what I think. Reassign the people who are temporarily hiding in the formation. Everyone will take turns to guard the formation." "Fellow Taoist," before Shen Jing finished speaking, Su Fan stood up from the ground. "This is the rule you have been discussing just now. Let everyone stay in this formation." Shen Jing, who had just been interrupted, looked at Su Fan with a stern face, and then nodded. "There are evil spirits everywhere outside. Going out now will definitely be a dead end. We can only hide in the formation temporarily and wait for the rescue of the ancestors of the sect." Su Fan shook his head and said, "I think you should figure out how to break out after the formation is discovered." After hearing Su Fan's words, Shen Jing sneered. "Fellow Taoist, the ancestors of the sect will be able to break the space shield tomorrow at the latest. I and several fellow disciples have already set up several more formations, which are enough for us to hold out until tomorrow." Boom boom. Shen Jing's words were not finished yet, and she was interrupted by a loud noise that shook the earth. The formation arranged in the outermost layer was instantly blown up, and the shock wave generated by the collapse of the formation also shook Su Fan and others to the ground. "This is the skeleton supreme. Don't count on the formation, prepare to break through." Su Fan finished speaking and a black magic sword appeared in his hand. Hearing his words, Wei Tao and Shen Fang ran over and stood behind him without thinking. Shen Jing and a group of disciples of the Biqiang Xianzong were already in a state of confusion and panic. "Sister, come here." Fortunately, Shen Fang shouted, and Shen Jing woke up with a start, and then called her fellow disciples to run over. To be honest, if Su Fan could run, he would have run long ago. Just now, he not only sensed more than a dozen powerful auras, but also 2 skeleton supremas. Although the strength of the ghosts and the skeleton creatures is relatively weak, and these evil monsters have been sleeping in the demon ruins for who knows how many years. Now they have just awakened and are at their weakest. But even so, they are 2 powerful 6th-level ghosts. Even if Su Fan encounters them, he will have to turn around and run. Although these people are all burdens in his eyes, they can at least attract some firepower for him when he breaks through the siege. He has already thought about it, and he will get rid of these people when he breaks through the siege. Su Fan turned around expressionlessly, and then glanced at the group of people behind him calmly, who practices magic. After hearing Su Fan's words, Only Wei Tao raised his hand. Originally thought that he could get some help from these people, who knew that they were all a group of nerds who mainly practiced formations. It seems that he can't rely on them. Su Fan sighed and said, the rest are all mainly practicing formations, although the formation cultivators are the most precious. It's a pity that when breaking through the siege, the formation cultivators will be useless. At this time, a handsome Yuanying cultivator suddenly raised his hand and said weakly, Dao, I mainly practice the Dao of harmony. After hearing his words, Su Fan almost died of anger. Why are you making trouble at this time? No matter how handsome you are, can you still mate with those skeletons outside? Su Fan ignored this guy and asked again, who has a 6th level talisman? This time, Shen Jing and a group of people from Biqiang Xianzhuang all raised their hands. Even Shen Fang and the pretty boy who mainly practiced the Dao of harmony had 6th level talismans in their hands. This is fucking. Although these nerds are not good at fighting, it must be said that the disciples of Biqiang Xianzhuang are indeed extraordinary. Who has a 7th level fairy talisman? Seeing that everyone shook their heads, Su Fan knew that he was a little greedy. How many 6th level attack talismans do you have? Report to me immediately. 6, 5, 3, 4. As everyone reported the number of 6th level talismans in their hands, Su Fan almost vomited blood. When did the 6th level talismans become cabbage? I fought hard and killed so many people, but I only accumulated a few after so many years. But these guys, any one of them has several. However, seeing that they have so many 6th level attack talismans in their hands, Su Fan also breathed a sigh of relief. Although the power of the 6th level talismans will shrink in the environment of the demon ruins, it can't withstand a large number. From now on, everyone listen to my command. If anyone doesn't listen to me, I will kill him. Su Fan looked at them expressionlessly, but his eyes became sharp and sinister, and murderous intent flashed. The sudden change in his eyes made Shen Jing and others feel cold on their backs, as if they were being stared at by an evil demon. Wei Tao laughed and said, don't worry, fellow Taoist, everyone will definitely listen to you. Shen Fang beside him also tried to smooth things over, which made the atmosphere around better. Su Fan ignored the two of them and glanced at Shen Jing. The other party felt a little uncomfortable being stared at by him, and quickly expressed his position on behalf of the disciples of Biqiang Xianzhuang, firmly obeying Su Fan's command. In fact, Su Fan's words were meant for Shen Jing and the disciples of Biqiang Xianzhuang. These disciples of Xianzhuang have no ability and are full of trouble. Boom! At this time, another earth-shaking loud noise came. And the second formation outside also exploded. The huge impact made Su Fan and others dizzy, especially the handsome little white face, who even sat down on the ground. Now there is only one formation left, and Su Fan doesn't want to wait any longer. He chose a direction to break through, then turned around and shouted loudly. Open the formation, let's rush out. Shen Jing quickly took out a jade talisman, and then waved it gently, and the formation suddenly opened up. Kill it, Su Fan roared, and then rushed out of the formation first. The direction he chose was only one Yuanying level skeleton king, and he deliberately avoided the two skeleton supremas. As soon as Su Fan rushed out of the formation, densely packed demon souls and evil demon skeletons howled and pounced on him. Bone-eroding yin wind rolls, Su Fan's eyes condensed, and then he waved his hand casually. The temperature around him suddenly dropped, and then a gust of yin wind suddenly appeared out of thin air and rolled up, and then boom swept forward wildly. A gust of extremely cold bone-eroding yin wind instantly blew towards the densely packed demon souls and evil demon skeletons on the opposite side. In the blink of an eye, a large piece of the densely packed demon souls and evil demon skeletons in front of Su Fan was wiped out of thin air. And as this extremely cold wind whistled away, more and more evil demons turned into piles of residual souls and broken bones and disappeared from the spot. At this time, a skeleton king of more than 10 feet jumped up from a distance. With a bang, the huge skeleton body fell in front of Su Fan. But before it could make a move, a sharp and terrifying sword light swept across its body. Then, the skeleton body of more than 10 feet collapsed with a loud bang, leaving a pile of bone fragments on the ground. Hurry up and rush forward. Hearing Su Fan's shout, Wei Tao and Shen Fang took the lead. One cast a powerful spell, and the other controlled the flying sword, frantically harvesting the surrounding demon souls and evil demon bones. After a while, they opened a hole, and then used the escape technique to flee madly to the distance. But they had just rushed out not far when they felt the sky darken. A huge skeleton over 100 feet tall leaped over the heads of Su Fan and the others, and landed in front of them, blocking their way. Hit him with the 6th level talisman. As soon as Su Fan finished speaking, Shen Fang and the others behind him activated the 6th level immortal talismans in their hands almost at the same time, and then threw them out fiercely. Boom! Boom! This supreme skeleton of the incarnation level had just landed on the ground, and before it could stand firm, it was hit by more than 10 6th level immortal talismans. Although the power of the 6th level immortal talismans was greatly reduced in the environment of the demon ruins, but this supreme skeleton had just been awakened and was at its weakest state. Moreover, the strength of the white bone ghost was very weak. Even at its peak, it could not be compared with a human incarnation cultivator. The supreme skeleton was instantly defeated by the various spells burst out by more than 10 6th level immortal talismans. After the spells of more than a dozen 6th level immortal talismans dissipated, the skeleton supreme was already in a miserable state. His whole body was in pieces, and there was almost no good place to be found. Ouch! This also completely angered the skeleton supreme. It howled to the sky and rushed towards Su Fan and others. At this moment, Su Fan, who had been holding the sword with both hands for a long time, slashed it with a fierce sword. Infinite slash. Su Fan's sword was silent and ordinary, without the earth-shaking power of the past. Swish! Although it was only a faint sword light that crossed the sky and the earth, the sword force was in an endless cycle, endless, as if there was no end. Boom boom! With a violent roar that shocked thousands of miles, the sword light swept across the body of the skeleton supreme. Then, the skeleton supreme, who was more than 100 feet tall, was chopped away by this sword. Bang! The huge white bone body fell heavily to the ground, stirring up endless smoke and dust. Crack! Crack! The skeleton supreme's bones began to break one after another, and in the blink of an eye, they had turned into a pile of broken bones, leaving only a huge white skull. In the 2 dark holes, the faintly flickering soul fire had become dim. It became darker and darker, and finally gradually disappeared. At this time, a deep gully about a mile wide appeared on the ground, extending to far distance. Both sides of the gully were also in a mess, and the huge spider web-like cracks on the ground also slowly collapsed with his sword. The densely packed demon souls and skeleton evil demons that originally gathered here seemed to be evaporated on the spot, and all of them were annihilated in this instant. Su Fan leaned on the magic sword with both hands and panted heavily. Although compared with the first time he used the power of the law, he has adapted a lot now. At least now his body is no longer covered with scars. But using the power of the law across levels consumes a lot of energy. Now Su Fan's blood and magic power are almost consumed. Moreover, he felt pain all over his body. Even though his body was extremely strong, he felt that his muscles and tendons were all strained. Fortunately, after paying so much, he finally killed this skeleton supreme. At this moment, Wei Tao, Shen Feng and others behind Su Fan were all stunned. Especially Shen Jing and those disciples from Biqiang Xianzong, their hearts were even more shocked. Although these disciples of Biqiang Xianzong had poor combat effectiveness, they still had vision. This is the power of law. Even in those super Xianzongs in Chixishan, only the elite disciples in the sect can exert the power of law. Not to mention the Yuanying cultivators in Chixishan, even the immortal master of the transformation of gods is not everyone who can comprehend the power of law. The power of law is definitely high-end and classy, and it is out of vulgarity. And this guy actually killed a skeleton supreme of the transformation of gods with just one sword. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe it to death. What are you still standing there for? Let's go. It was not until they heard Su Fan's shout that they woke up from the shock and controlled their magic weapons to whistle away. But as soon as they flew into the sky with their magic weapons, they saw a dense black spot in the distance. Oh no, it's a flying evil skeleton. Hearing Su Fan's shout, everyone was shocked. Once a monk who controls a magic weapon encounters a flying evil skeleton in the air, it is absolutely a life and death situation. They quickly landed on the ground, and then used their escape skills to run away. Su Fan rushed to the front and kept using his magical powers to clear away the dense demon souls and evil skeletons in front of him. Wei Tao and Shen Fang, who followed him closely, also kept casting spells or controlling flying swords to help him check for deficiencies. In addition, Shen Jing and other disciples of the Biqiang Xianzong activated the 4th and 5th level fairy talismans as if they were free. The direction Su Fan chose was the depths of the Black Pine Valley. Although most of the peaks there had collapsed, The entrance to the cave could always be found. As long as the entrance to the caves in the mountains was found, and then the complex terrain inside the caves was used to arrange the formations layer by layer, their danger would be greatly reduced. Of course, this was also based on the fact that the ancestor of the Baekhyun immortal sect was the first to break the space barrier. If the high-level demon from the unknown realm had arrived one step earlier, all of them, the disciples in the mountain gate of the Baekhyun immortal sect, and the monks in the Baekhyun immortal city, would have died without a burial place. Only 5,000 words will be updated today, so I have to slow down and continue to update tomorrow. Chapter 669. This guy is too fierce. Su Fan led everyone all the way to the depths of Black Pine Ridge. He was always at the forefront, and his magical powers were constantly activated as if they were free. 9. Nether yellow spring rain. The night sky, which was originally bright with stars, was instantly covered by dark clouds. The dark clouds made the sky above seem to be pressed down and within reach. The clouds rolled violently, like a galloping army, rolling and sweeping from the sky above. Bang! At this time, a drop of rain fell, smashing a huge deep pit on the ground, and the surrounding temperature dropped suddenly. Then, the pale white frost quickly spread from the bottom of the pit to the top, and then turned into pieces of cold ice to freeze everything around. The densely packed evil demon skeletons in front were instantly frozen into human-shaped ice sculptures. The extremely cold and gloomy coldness made even the demon souls without entities freeze in an instant, and then collapsed and turned into ashes. The pale white frost flowers did not stop, but continued to spread around. Bang! Bang! Then, drop after drop of rain fell from the sky. At first, it was sparse, but then it became more and more urgent, mixed with a strong wind, and turned into torrential rain. The dark night sky was filled with dark clouds, and heavy rain poured down. The rain curtain covered the entire Grand Canyon. Although the raindrops looked like rice grains, they were like huge rocks, smashing the ground into huge deep pits. The sudden drop in temperature, coupled with the rapid spread of frost, turned the area within a few miles into an icy world in a short while. Moreover, once the surrounding demon souls and evil demon skeletons rushed into this area, they would be instantly frozen into ice sculptures. If you look down from the sky at this moment, the densely packed souls and evil demon skeletons on the ground are like a large area that has been wiped out. Su Fan does not only have the 9 Nether Yellow Spring Rain as a magical power for large-scale group killing. The lethality of the two magical powers, Bone-Eroding Yin Wind Volume and Purifying World Red Lotus, is also very abnormal, both of which can kill a large area. Especially the Bone-Eroding Yin Wind Volume, the cold and piercing violent Yin Wind whistled and rolled up. As long as you enter the range of this cold storm, the demon soul will be instantly shattered, and the evil demon skeleton will be blown to pieces, leaving a pile of bone residue. Moreover, compared with spells, magical powers have great advantages. First of all, the casting speed is fast, and there is almost no preparation time for casting. Secondly, the consumption is small, which is much stronger than the magic of the immortal sect. This also shocked Wei Tao and Shenjing and others behind him. When have they seen such a brutal fighting style? The kind of spell that can wipe out a large area with a wave of the hand makes everyone fascinated. With Su Fan, the big killer in front, it also makes it very easy for others. Wei Tao and Shen Fang followed behind him to check for deficiencies and make up for the gaps. Shenjing and other disciples of the Baekhyun immortal sect followed behind, controlling the magic weapons to be responsible for both sides of the team. Needless to say, Wei Tao was a late-stage nascent soul cultivator who had participated in the Star Domain War and was quite powerful. With Su Fan at the forefront, he could calmly cast various powerful Taoist spells. What surprised Su Fan the most was Shen Fang. Although he was only at the Golden Core realm, after more than a year of training, he really had some shadows of a sword cultivator. Now Shen Fang controlled a flying sword and rushed through the densely packed foreign monsters. His lethality was extremely amazing, and even Wei Tao next to him was surprised. Although the disciples of the Baekhyun immortal sect had relatively poor combat power, they had no problem dealing with some low-level demon souls and evil demon skeletons. And with Su Fan rushing in front, the whole team moved very quickly. No, those flying evil demon skeletons are coming. Hearing someone shouting loudly, Su Fan turned his head and frowned immediately. In the distance, a dense mass of flying skeletons were seen flying over, almost covering the sky and the sun, covering the entire sky tightly. Damn, this is the Air Force. If such a large number of flying evil skeletons swooped down from a high position, it would be a big deal. Su Fan had just raised the morale of the team, and now they couldn't give up all their efforts. It doesn't matter, they are just a large group of low-level skeletons, they will break at a touch. Old way, prepare your Taoist magic, use your most powerful Taoist magic to hit them. Others, use the 5th level talisman to greet them. Shen Fang, don't you want to be a sword cultivator? Now it's up to you. Originally, everyone was a little uneasy, but after hearing Su Fan's words, they immediately became energetic and prepared. When the overwhelming flying evil skeletons flew over their heads, Wei Tao's Taoist magic was already ready. Flame Dragon Blazing Fire Spell, a scorching fireball shot up into the sky, and the temperature around it suddenly rose. Su Fan felt that his hair was being burned by the heat. Boom! The scorching fireball rushed into the flying evil demon skeletons and exploded. The scorching flames wiped out a large area of the flying evil demon skeletons, and countless broken limbs and bones fell down with a crackling sound. And this was just the beginning. The exploding flames turned into a fire dragon that kept rolling and circling in the flying evil demon skeletons. When the spell ended, the sky that was originally covered by the flying evil demon skeletons became clear again. Then, Shen Fang's flying sword and the 5th level talismans activated by others were also launched, smashing the dense flying evil demon skeletons into pieces. Cry! At this time, a shrill cry was heard, and a huge flying skeleton with a wingspan of dozens of feet flew over from a distance. Not good, this is a skeleton supreme of the incarnation level, Su Fan shouted, and then roared, use the 6th level immortal talisman to greet it. After he finished speaking, he held the magic sword tightly with both hands, staring at the huge flying evil demon skeleton. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and with a boom, a strong bloodlight filled his body, and an endless blood-colored aura rushed into the sky. Just as he was gathering his strength, the huge flying evil demon skeleton had already flown over. Shenjing and others, who had already taken out the 6th level immortal talisman, activated the immortal talisman one after another and smashed it all over. Although the power of the 6th level immortal talisman was greatly reduced in the environment of the demon ruins, it was too much. More than a dozen 6th level immortal talismans were used at the same time. Even the incarnation monster of the human race had to take shelter for a while, not to mention using it to deal with the skeleton supreme. Although this skeleton supreme was a terrifying demon at the level of God transformation when he was alive, he is now just a skeleton awakened by a high-level demon from another world. The flying evil demon's defense was already very poor. More than a dozen 6th level immortal talismans smashed on it, and it immediately fell from the air. Su Fan slowly raised the sword above his head, and the boundless blood color that permeated his body instantly soared into the sky. Ah! Su Fan roared, and the blood color permeated his body. At this moment, his eyes were as red as blood, and his long hair rose without wind. The area of 100 feet around Su Fan was filled with endless blood-colored mist, forming a fierce storm. Against the wind, Su Fan's feet flashed with blood, and he raised the sword with both hands and slashed it down. Clang! A sword light with a terrifying and awe-inspiring killing intent, full of incomparable domineering momentum and spirit, flashed by. Wherever the sword light passed, the space was torn apart, as if it was twisted and shattered, and the whole world was cut in half. Swish! A sharp sword light flashed, carrying a majestic murderous aura, whistling through the body of the skeleton supreme. Boom! The righteous world shook violently, and the endless smoke and dust that was originally filled everywhere suddenly separated, leaving a crack of hundreds of meters on the ground. Su Fan's sword chopped the skeleton supreme that fell on the ground into pieces. Just like this. Compared with the skeleton supreme just now, this one is far worse. Not only him, but everyone else was also confused. No one expected that a skeleton supreme would be killed so easily by them. What are you still standing there for? Let's go! Hearing Su Fan's shout, everyone came to their senses as if they had just woken up from a dream, and continued to rush forward with Su Fan. After killing a flying skeleton supreme, everyone felt a sense of unprecedented confidence. In the following battle, they all displayed far greater combat power than before. However, the good times did not last long. Just as they were about to rush into the mountains ahead, they heard a bang. A skeleton supreme being over 100 feet tall landed in front of them. Before Su Fan and the others could react, two more skeleton supreme beings roared and rushed over from a distance. Fuck. 3 skeleton supreme beings came at once. What a fight. No matter which side, Use the 6th level immortal talisman to hit the one in front first, Su Fan shouted, and then he did not rush to attack. Instead, he closed his eyes and had a glimmer of enlightenment in his heart. Endless momentum began to slowly brew in his body. Shenjing and the others behind him heard Su Fan's shouts, and they all activated the 6th level immortal talismans in their hands, smashing the skeleton supreme being on the opposite side. More than a dozen 6th level immortal talismans exploded on the skeleton supreme's body at almost the same time, instantly blowing its bones into pieces. After more than a dozen 6th level immortal talismans exploded, Su Fan suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, he felt that the surrounding scene had disappeared, and he seemed to be in an endless galaxy. Looking at the vast void around him, the intangible enlightenment in his heart became clearer and clearer. Suddenly, the sky and the earth were surging, and the whimpering wind suddenly stirred up between the sky and the earth. Void slash, with a flash of sword light, the hurricane that was originally raging came to an abrupt end. A sword light was seen silently emerging from the void. The terrifying sword light carried a mysterious Taoist rhyme, tearing through the darkness in an instant, and the surrounding space was shaken to the point of trembling visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the time between heaven and earth seemed to have stopped, the air had twisted, and the surrounding space seemed to be about to collapse at any time. The sharp sword edge, exuding a majestic momentum that could split the entire world in half, swept across the body of the skeleton supreme opposite. Boom! Su Fan's sword instantly chopped the already wounded skeleton supreme into a pile of bone fragments. The power of law again. Wei Tao, Shenjing and others standing behind him almost popped their eyes out. Who is this guy? He has just performed 2 sword moves containing the power of law in a short while. There are many talented elite disciples in the super sects of Chixishan who can use the power of law. But if you want to say that they can perform 2 big moves containing the power of law in such a short time, there are not many. After all, it is a cross-level spell, and the body of the nascent soul cultivator cannot withstand the backlash of the power of law. Why are you still standing there? Use the 6th level immortal talisman to attack the nearest skeleton supreme first. Hearing Su Fan's shout, Wei Tao, Shenjing and others quickly activated the 6th level immortal talisman and threw it towards the skeleton supreme closest to them. Boom! Boom! A skeleton supreme that roared and rushed over was immediately submerged in the attack of the 6th level immortal talisman. Keep attacking, focus on the other one. Shenjing and others took out the 6th level immortal talisman again, activated it and smashed it at another skeleton supreme. And Su Fan also gritted his teeth and forced to use the infinite slash containing the power of law, smashing a skeleton supreme into pieces. But facing the last skeleton supreme, his body really couldn't hold up. Use the 6th level immortal talisman to give it another round. Shenjing and others listened to his words, and activated more than a dozen 6th level immortal talismans without thinking, and smashed them all on the body of the skeleton supreme. Although Su Fan could no longer use the big move of the power of law, the last skeleton supreme was hit twice by the 6th level immortal talisman, and the huge white bone body was almost shattered. Whirlwind slash, Su Fan rushed over and swung the sword in a full circle, and immediately a terrifying eye of the storm was formed, and countless gravel and dust were swept up. The violent rotation of the storm formed of Odek's center of the airflow, and the air in the whole world seemed to be sucked dry. With a flash of sword light, with an extremely cold and terrifying murderous aura, the last skeleton supreme was cut in half. Su Fan leaned on the magic sword and panted heavily. At this moment, his skin had collapsed, his muscles and tendons were broken, and his whole body was bleeding, like a bloody man. Su Fan took out a jade bottle from the ring and poured the healing pills in it into his mouth. Wei Tao, Shenjing and others looked at Su Fan's miserable state, and their hearts could not calm down for a long time. This guy is too fierce. If it weren't for Su Fan, they might have died several times. Wei Tao walked over and asked with concern, Daoyao, are you okay? Su Fan waved at him and said with a wry smile, if a few more skeleton supremes come, we can only accept our fate. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly condensed. Su Fan suddenly sensed several powerful auras that were converging here from all directions. I am really a crow's mouth, and what I say will come true. Su Fan glanced at the group of people next to him, and then shouted, another skeleton supreme is coming, let's split up and run, one who lives is alive. First update today, more will be added later. Chapter 670, the bird will fly up to the sky if it dies, and it will live forever. After hearing Su Fan's words, Everyone's face was filled with sadness. But after experiencing a bloody battle, even Shen Jing and a group of disciples from the Biqiang Xianzhuang seemed to have matured a lot. They knew that in such a dangerous situation, staying alive was already a luxury. Wei Tao said nothing after hearing this, but arched his hand to him, then turned around and performed the escape technique and disappeared. Shen Jing came over and bowed deeply to him, and said in a deep voice, "Take care." After he finished speaking, he picked up Shen Fang who wanted to speak, and the two disappeared instantly. The others also bowed deeply to him, and then performed the escape technique and left. Seeing that everyone had left, Su Fan took a deep breath while leaning on the big sword, and then a flash of blood appeared on his body, and he had disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already more than 10 miles away. In the environment of the demon ruins, the impact on the cultivator's escape technique was even greater, and this time the distance of the blood escape was only less than 30% of the previous distance. Su Fan's appearance also made the densely packed demon souls and evil demon skeletons agitated. The surroundings were like a boiling pot, and they rushed over frantically. Purifying red lotus, a hot halo popped out from Su Fan's body, instantly sweeping away the evil demons and monsters within a radius of dozens of feet. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he completely released his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings, and then chose a direction to rush away. Because the distance of the blood escape was greatly reduced, and the risk of performing the escape technique here was too great. There were evil demons and monsters crawling out of the demon ruins everywhere here. If you blindly perform the escape technique, you may encounter the Skeleton Supreme. Su Fan rushed to the distant mountain, but he stopped before he had gone far. Something was wrong. Why were the nearby Skeleton Supremas all running towards him? But he immediately understood what was going on. It must be because he made too much noise and killed several Skeleton Supremas. Although the Skeleton Supreme is equivalent to the human race's divine transformation cultivator, its intelligence is very low, and it has just been awakened, and now it acts entirely on instinct. Just now, he used several powerful moves containing the power of the law, which made these Skeleton Supremas feel threatened, so they all followed his trail and chased after him. Su Fan sighed, smiled bitterly and shook his head. His hatred attracted all the Skeleton Supremas from the demon ruins. This time, he was doomed. Although the area where the demon ruins is located is not small, with a radius of thousands of miles, it has been completely isolated from the outside world, and there are evil monsters crawling out of the demon ruins everywhere. Being targeted by so many Skeleton Supremas, where can you let him escape? Although he killed several Skeleton Supremas with several powerful moves containing the power of the law, they were attacked by more than a dozen 6th-level immortal talismans. If he fights against the Skeleton Supreme, even if he fights for his life, it would be good if he can kill one or two. Now the Skeleton Supremas from all directions are gathering here, and he has no way to escape. It seems that he will die this time. It's a pity that there is no one to collect the body when he died in this broken place. Su Fan smiled. If he dies, he will die. Why should he be afraid? Since he traveled to this world of cultivation, if it weren't for his luck, he would have died countless times. Thinking of this, Su Fan felt calm. If he dies, he will fly up to the sky, and if he doesn't die, he will live for thousands of years. Su Fan glanced at the broken limbs and bones scattered around him. Anyway, he has done enough, and it is not unfair to die. Hey! He is not without a way to escape. Su Fan walked to a crack next to him. At this time, the evil demons awakened in the demon ruins had come out. At this time, there was no sound in the crack, and it was terrifyingly quiet. Su Fan raised his head and looked at the huge halo in the sky. It had expanded several times. The high-level demon from the unknown realm could come at any time. With the Skeleton Supremas coming from all directions, his only way out was to enter the demon ruins, hoping to survive. Thinking of this, Su Fan's eyes condensed and he activated his atomized body. His figure slowly disappeared, turning into a thin mist, and then slowly floated into the crack, drifting towards the demon ruins deep underground. Although Su Fan was in an atomized state at this time, when he floated into the crack, he still felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. This kind of coldness was definitely not the coldness of an ice cave, but a coldness that went to the bones, as if even the blood and soul were frozen. You have to know that Su Fan has experienced the baptism of the bone-eroding cold wind, and even if he went to the coldest place, he would not be afraid of the cold. And the lower he floated, the lower the temperature. When he floated to the bottom of the demon ruins, his atomized body could no longer be maintained. Su Fan could only restore his true human body, and then his eyes condensed, and a hot breath suddenly overflowed from his body. He controlled the Yangji Disha to completely wrap his body, and only then could he barely resist the cold. The demon ruins were as dark as ink, and one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. One could faintly hear a whimpering sound, which was full of indescribable tenderness and sorrow. Moreover, even if he completely released his spiritual sense here, he could only cover a radius of several dozen feet. His spiritual sense had already degenerated to the level of the foundation building stage. He didn't know if those skeleton supremas would chase him in. If they really jumped in, he would be doomed. In this environment at the bottom of the demon ruins, he had no power to fight back. However, after waiting for a long time, these skeleton supremas did not jump down with him. Maybe he entered the crack and came to the depths of the demon ruins, and the skeleton supremas lost their breath. In any case, he couldn't stay still. Su Fan took a deep breath, pinched his fingers, and performed the 9 nether hiding technique. His eyes condensed, and dense blood-colored runes appeared on his body. He activated the silent annihilation witch formation again. Although in the environment of the demon ruins, the spells and formations of the human race were weakened a lot. Finally, he put on the invisible shadow and infinite cloak and walked forward. Because the vision was too poor, he almost tripped after a few steps. Then he was extra careful and walked forward step by step. Maybe he gradually adapted to the darkness here, and he felt that he could see something. At this time, he felt an extremely powerful breath. Su Fan didn't think about it, turned around and walked in the opposite direction. It was not until he walked for a long time that he was relieved. The breath just now was too strong. It was the first time that Su Fan sensed such a strong breath. Su Fan guessed that the owner of this breath should be the foreign demon who was sealed in the demon ruins that year. Analyzing from the breath revealed by the other party, the powerful breath that Su Fan just sensed and felt was even unprecedented for him. Chapter 671, Netherworld Yin Fire. Su Fan turned around and left without thinking. It's better to stay away from this big guy. Fortunately, this high-level foreign demon has not awakened yet, otherwise he would be blown to pieces with a breath. At this time, Su Fan felt that he was locked by a breath, as if a scrutinizing gaze fell on him. Buzz, in an instant, Su Fan felt that his mind was blank. That deep and boundless gaze seemed to see through his heart and pry open all the secrets in his heart. Time seemed to freeze. Su Fan stood there blankly, and his soul seemed to fall into an endless dark abyss. At this time, the little man in his body suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! Su Fan heard a blast in his ears, like a huangzhong dalu, deafening. He shuddered and woke up from his confused state in an instant. Su Fan was sweating coldly, and he ran away. At this time, there was no time to care about anything else, just wanting to get as far away from here as possible. Awoo! Awoo! At this time, more than a dozen powerful auras came quickly from a distance to him. Oh no, it's the Skeleton Supreme. This was the Skeleton Supreme guarding the big guy. He had just alarmed them and was now rushing towards him frantically. A flash of blood appeared on Su Fan's body, and he had disappeared from the spot. The dozen Skeleton Supremas chasing him were extremely fast, and they used blood escape several times in succession, but they still couldn't get rid of them. Su Fan was running for his life in the dark demon ruins, and the roar behind him was getting closer and closer to him. When he launched the blood escape again, his figure had just stood firm, and a faint light appeared not far ahead, which was particularly bright in the dark demon ruins. At this time, he didn't care about these things. A flash of blood appeared on his body, and he had disappeared from the spot. When his figure appeared again, the scene in front of him stunned him. He saw dense spots of light floating in the air around him, like stars in the night sky in the dark demon ruins. For some reason, these spots of light made his scalp tingle, and even the hairs on his body stood up subconsciously. His intuition told him that these dense spots of light around him were very dangerous. Not only did he feel the crisis, but even the dozen or so Skeleton Supremas who had been chasing him behind him stopped roaring, and it was obvious that they slowed down. These spots of light must be not simple. If he rushed forward rashly now, it would be very dangerous. But the dozen or so Skeleton Supremas behind him had already caught up with him, and turning back was impossible. He could only bite the bullet and move forward. Looking at the dense spots of light in front of him, Su Fan was sure that he could not use the blood escape again. He took a deep breath and walked towards the spots of light in front of him. It was not until he got to the nearest that he realized that these spots of light were actually glowing pale white flames, like calming lanterns, floating in the air and swaying constantly. Su Fan turned around and saw that the dozen or so skeleton supremes behind him had stopped, which made him feel relieved. Although the front was also a dangerous place, it was better than being chased by others. Su Fan thought for a while, took out a knife-shaped top-grade magic weapon from the ring, and then controlled the magic weapon to stab the pale white flame not far away. Bang! The pale white flame exploded. But it immediately returned to its original state. What surprised Su Fan was that the top-grade knife-shaped magic weapon had lost contact with him. He frowned and walked over, carefully bypassing the pale white flame, and found that the top-grade knife-shaped magic weapon had fallen to the ground. Su Fan went over to pick up the knife-shaped magic weapon, and saw that the magic weapon had almost melted, and the original shape could no longer be seen at this moment. He couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Just by touching the pale white flame, this top-grade magic weapon was completely useless. Fortunately, he didn't touch this thing when he escaped from the blood just now, otherwise he would definitely suffer. Su Fan turned around and looked at the pale white flame floating in the air again. What on earth is this? Suddenly, he remembered something and quickly took out a jade slip from his ring and placed it on his forehead. After a long while, Su Fan put down the jade slip and a look of realization appeared on his face. He just checked some information and found out that these pale white flames were called Netherworld Yin Fire. This is an extremely rare and strange fire. Because the conditions for the birth of this strange fire are very harsh, it is rare even in the entire world of cultivation. According to the jade slip, it is said that this extremely rare and strange fire can only be found in the mysterious Netherworld. The reason why the Netherworld Yin Fire was born here must be due to the extreme and special environment of the demon ruins. The corpses of countless foreign evil demons have been sealed underground by formations for many years, and the endless yin qi has accumulated here and caused abnormal changes. Coincidentally, the 6th level of the heavenly demon saint body art requires this strange fire to temper the body. As for why it is so coincidental, Su Fan is too lazy to think about it. He only knew that the heavenly demon sacred body art was really perverted. The 6th level of the art actually let him use this thing to temper his body. Is it really going to let him live? When he thought of the top-grade knife-shaped magic weapon that was completely destroyed just now, Su Fan couldn't help but shudder. These pale white flames floating in the air are actually sparks that overflowed from the Netherworld Yin Fire to the periphery. If you want to practice the 6th level of the heavenly demon sacred body art, you must go deep into the core area of the Netherworld Yin Fire. It's just such a small spark, but the power is so brutal. If he is allowed to practice in the core area of the Netherworld Yin Fire, he will definitely die. Su Fan turned his head and looked behind him. The dozen or so skeleton supremes who had been chasing him should have realized the danger, so they all stopped. But they did not leave, but stayed in the outer area of the Netherworld Yin Fire. Su Fan knew in his heart that these guys were just a group of ghosts acting on instinct, and they would never give up until they chased him. Now he has fallen into the biggest crisis since he crossed over. If the big guy in the demon ruins wakes up, he will definitely die. If the unknown realm outside comes, he will not be able to escape death. Su Fan couldn't understand why he was always forced into such a dilemma. But he also knew that he had no choice. If he wanted to survive this crisis, he could only fight once. He would rather be burned to death by the Netherworld Yin Fire than die at the hands of those foreign ghosts. Thinking of this, Su Fan took a deep breath and walked forward. The further he walked inside, the more Netherworld Yin Fire floated in the air, and in the end it was so dense that it almost covered the entire space. Su Fan carefully avoided the groups of pale white flames and walked for a long time before he came to the core area of the Netherworld Yin Fire. He saw pale white flames rising into the sky from a crack in the ground in front of him. Standing here, he couldn't feel any temperature at all. If he didn't understand the cruelty of the Netherworld Yin Fire, he might be caught by it. According to the Jade Slip, the Netherworld Yin Fire is extremely difficult to deal with. Even if you just touch it lightly, the seemingly insignificant pale white flame will be like a maggot on the tarsal bone, and will not extinguish until you are burned to ashes. Su Fan looked at the huge crack in front of him and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Do I have to jump into that crack? Maybe before he can practice, the whole person will be burned to ashes. Su Fan hesitated for a long time, and then gritted his teeth. He took off his robe, and handed the storage ring and the key to the secret realm to Yaksha, letting it wait for him in front of the crack. The netherworld yin fire is extremely ferocious. If you jump into the crack with so many things, you will be burned to ashes in an instant. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and the eyes of the little man in his body suddenly opened. Boom! An extremely cold breath rushed out of his body and formed a layer of protective shield on Su Fan's body. Then, the cold nine nether mysterious water also formed a dark blue water shield outside his body, covering him. It is unknown whether the two protective layers of erosion bone yin wind and nine nether mysterious water can withstand the burning of netherworld yin fire. As long as Su Fan can practice as Haoshin technique, he will have a chance of survival. Let's die, I will fight. Thinking of this, Su Fan came to the crack in the ground and jumped into it. At this moment, countless cultivators have gathered around Biqiang Xianzong, and the lowest realm is the God Transformation Cultivator. In particular, the dozen huge phantoms in the sky are all water refining old monsters. Since the Biqiang Xianzong had an accident, the God Transformation and refining old monsters of the nearby mortal sects have rushed here from all over the place, but they are still a step late. Several evil God Transformation old monsters of Biqiang Xianzong joined forces to break the Biqiang Xianzong's underground formation to seal the demon ruins. As a result, the mountain gate of Biqiang Xianzong and the area of Biqiang Xiansheng, which is nearly 10,000 miles in radius, all overlap with the space of the demon ruins. Now this area has been completely isolated from the outside world. Several evil old monsters sacrificed millions of cultivators and opened the space channel of the unknown realm, trying to let a high-level demon descend to Cultivation. Not only that, these old monsters who had entered the evil way of transformation did not hesitate to destroy the spiritual veins of the mountain gate, and with the help of the old demon of the unknown realm, they successfully broke through the realm of refining emptiness. A group of refining emptiness masters came from all over the place and continued to attack the barrier. A casual blow from these old monsters of refining emptiness was enough to destroy the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and erupted with an unimaginable terrifying power. Boom! Suddenly, an unimaginable giant hand that covered the sky fell from the sky, suppressing the sky and the sky. The whole world seemed to be left with only the terrifying giant hand that covered the sky. The sky was suppressed at this moment, and there seemed to be a mysterious aura surrounding the boundless fingers and palms. As the giant hand fell, the space barrier only trembled a few times, and then it returned to calm. Boom! Another mysterious Taoist power overturned the whole world like a tide, rolling towards the space barrier. The strong aura suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It swept up the mighty power like a tsunami, hitting the space barrier and causing it to vibrate violently. Although the space barrier had been attacked to the point of being in danger, it would take some time to completely break the barrier. The 3 refining monsters of Biqiang Xianzong who worked the hardest were the 3 old monsters of Liangsu in Biqiang Xianzong. Seeing that the sect suffered such a disaster, they were extremely anxious. The only ancestor of the sect who was in the fusion realm was still wondering in which realm at this time. It was not only Biqiang Xianzong, but also the old monsters of the fusion realm of the major immortal sects in Cultivation. Except for a few who were in closed-door retreat, almost all the others were looking for opportunities in various realms. In fact, when the sect was in trouble, they were not at the mountain gate. They were in other planes and were rushing back day and night. The 3 refining cultivators who arrived at the sect were actually just their clones left in Cultivation. Although Biqiang Xianzong was not among the top 10 super sects in Cultivation, it was the only sect in Cultivation that focused on the art of formation. Now everyone with a discerning eye could see that Biqiang Xianzong was finished. Even if this space barrier was broken, Biqiang Xianzong could not be saved. The spiritual veins of the mountain gate had been destroyed, and the millions of cultivators in the sect and the immortal city were in danger. The heritage of the ancient art of formation that had been passed down for more than 100,000 years had completely disappeared. In the crack in the ground under the demon ruins, a figure rose into the sky from the pale white flames. Su Fan stood in front of the crack. At this moment, he was naked and had become a big bald head again. Not to mention hair, there was not even a single hair left on his body. This breakthrough was too shaky. Despite the dual protection of bone-eroding yin wind and 9 nether mysterious water, the 2 defenses collapsed one after another after he jumped into the crack. Su Fan only felt an extremely hot breath engulfing him, and his limbs and bones seemed to fall into lava purgatory. The feeling of the burning yin fire was absolutely piercing. That feeling was like magma flowing in the blood vessels, and the severe pain swept over like a tidal tsunami. Every second was torture, like stepping barefoot on the crater of a violently erupting volcano, hot magma spewing out from the ground, trying to burn him inch by inch. Although Su Fan used the cold bone-eroding yin wind and the cold nine nether mysterious water in his body to try to resist the erosion of the netherworld yin fire. But the hot yin fire rushed into his body, like refined molten steel, madly burning every inch of his bones, devouring and biting his internal organs and every meridian. The seemingly insignificant netherworld fire quickly burned his skin, and then the muscles and bones quickly fell off layer by layer. Su Fan could only watch all this, and was powerless. He could only force himself to retain a trace of rationality, and then practice the 6th level of the heavenly demon saint body art. As the practice continued to operate, the little man in Su Fan's body suddenly opened his mouth and began to swallow the netherworld fire that had entered his body. I just came back from another place in the evening, so I can only update once tonight. Chapter 672. The greater the risk, the greater the reward. Su Fan's breakthrough this time was extremely thrilling, and it can be said that he narrowly escaped death. His arms and legs had been burned by the netherworld yin fire, leaving only half of his torso. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Su Fan successfully completed the first big cycle of the practice. This allowed his nascent soul to devour the netherworld yin fire that invaded his body, and he saved his life at the last moment. If it was a little later, he would have really turned into ashes. This time, risking his life to break through the heavenly demon saint body art made him walk around the gates of hell again. After being burned by the netherworld yin fire, his whole body seemed to be re-refined. His whole body was thoroughly cleansed inside and out. Although his appearance was still the same, his limbs, torso, and internal organs seemed to be reborn. Not only the flesh, bones, and blood were cleansed, but also the hidden injuries and impurities such as erysipelas accumulated in the body were cleared away, and his whole body was as pure as glass. Su Fan's eyes focused, and his consciousness swept through his body, and he saw that the little man in his body had a pale white halo around him. Now there were 6 halos circling around the nascent soul. They were the deep purple heaven and earth thunder halo, the scarlet yang yang earth evil halo, the deep blue 9 nether mysterious water halo, the dark green eye of 10,000 poisons halo, the light blue bone eroding yin wind halo, and the pale white netherworld yin fire halo that had just formed. The 6 halos went back and forth around the nascent soul, slowly rotating. The pitch-black Benlai sword leaned against the little man, and the Benlai sword was wrapped in the heaven and earth thunder, rotating continuously with a halo. Su Fan raised his hand, and as he thought, he saw a pale white flame burst out from his fingers. This is the legendary netherworld yin fire. Looking at the pale white flame bursting out from his fingers, Su Fan was extremely excited. It took a whole day to practice the 6th level of the heavenly demon saint body art in the cracks in the ground, and even he didn't know how much netherworld yin fire he had swallowed. The netherworld yin fire in the crack in the ground, who knows how many years it has been nurtured in the demon ruins. After being continuously refined by his nascent soul in his body, it has now been repeatedly refined and condensed into the purest netherworld yin fire. Now the power of the netherworld yin fire in his body is several times more powerful than the pale white flame in the crack in the ground. He took the netherworld yin fire back into his body, and then swung his fist fiercely. There was a pop sound. Now Su Fan's punch has exceeded the speed of sound, and the sound of his right fist breaking through the air is like thunder. He exerted force with both arms and felt the endless terrifying power. After breaking through the 6th level of the heavenly demon saint body art, his physical strength has become so abnormal that it cannot be described in words. Now the strength of his physical body is equivalent to a top-grade magic weapon, and he even dares to harden the top-grade Taoist weapon of the nascent soul cultivator with his bare hands. I dare not say anything else. Now with the strength of the physical body alone, he can easily tear apart all opponents of the same level. If he activated his demonized body, performed the secret method of the physical body, and then used the magic sword to perform a big move containing the power of the law, he would dare to fight even if he met a god-transforming monster. This is just a breakthrough. When the 6th level of the heavenly demon saint body art is cultivated to perfection, the strength of the physical body can be increased a lot. Although the process of this breakthrough can be said to be a life and death struggle. But in this world, the greater the risk, the greater the reward. Although Su Fan still doesn't know how much his strength has improved, at least in this crisis, his chances of surviving have greatly increased. Swoosh! At this time, the ghost of Yaksha emerged from the air next to him. Seeing Su Fan walk out of the crack in the ground safely, he immediately jumped over excitedly. Master, you're out. Yaksha is not the naive and innocent Sister Zhen. This guy is very smart. Although Su Fan didn't explain anything to him, he had already guessed something. So since the master jumped into the crack in the ground, Yaksha began to be nervous. Because it could clearly feel the threat of the pale white flames rising from the cracks in the ground, it was always worried about the safety of its master. There was no way Yaksha was Su Fan's contracted ghost. If the master died, the ghost servant would also be scattered. Su Fan took the robe, the ring and the secret jade key from Yaksha, and then let it return to the top-grade ghost weapon. He put on the robe and put it on again. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and he completely let go of his consciousness, and found that his soul had at least doubled. For the cultivators in this world of cultivation, the most difficult thing to cultivate is probably the soul. Especially after the cultivators break through the nascent soul cultivator, even if they practice the soul technique every day, it is more difficult than ascending to heaven to improve the power of the soul. It must be said that although the heavenly demon saint body art is quite perverted, this set of techniques is indeed too heaven-defying. Su Fan slowly turned around, with only calmness in his eyes, without any emotional fluctuations. Then use these dozen skeleton supremes to verify my strength after the breakthrough. Thinking of this, Su Fan stepped forward. He returned to the periphery of the netherworld yin fire and looked at the dense pale flames floating in the air. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He thought he might die in the demon ruins this time, but who would have thought that he would encounter a chance to break through here? It's really unpredictable. Of course, it may also be his fate, which has been doomed long ago. Although the dozen skeleton supremes guarding outside are equivalent to the human race's god transformation realm. But these skeletons have been buried in the demon ruins for who knows how many years. Now they've just awakened and their strength is at its weakest stage. Moreover, the strength of these ghosts is very weak, and they can't be compared with those god transformation old monsters of the human race. If there were a dozen human god transformation monks waiting for him outside, he would not dare to go out and fight them. As Su Fan walked forward, his body began to change slowly. On his neck, thick black tendons like chopsticks overflowed from the cortex, wriggling like earthworms, and spreading rapidly all over his body. Su Fan's body also slowly swelled, and muscles surged wildly, constantly drilling out from every corner of his body. Bone spurs pierced out of his body, and the sides of his forehead slowly bulged, and two hideous horns drilled out from inside. In the blink of an eye, Su Fan had turned into a demonized body that was dozens of feet tall. His whole body was covered with strange bone armor, flashing with terrifying dim light. This is not a human, but a living evil demon. After breaking through the 6th level of heavenly demon saint body art, it may be because the blood and ki of the flesh have been re-refined. When the demonized body was activated again, the body not only did not continue to grow, but shrank a little. Now the demonized body is less than 100 feet tall. However, Su Fan was not frustrated at all. Although the demonized body has become much shorter, at this moment, his whole body is like a piece of fine steel that has been tempered thousands of times, and all the impurities have been tempered away. He also felt unprecedented strength in this demonized body. Whether it is physical strength or agility, it has increased by at least several times compared to the past. To be honest, Su Fan's current strength is even scary to himself. Awoo! Awoo! At this time, several extremely violent roars came from the dark space in the distance. A skeleton supreme over 100 feet tall roared and rushed over from the dark space. Facing this crazy skeleton supreme, Su Fan had no intention of avoiding it. Not only that, he kicked the ground fiercely, and the demonized body of dozens of feet tall rushed towards the skeleton supreme. Xiong Shenkyo, suddenly, a demonized gray bear phantom hundreds of feet tall rose behind Su Fan, and the environment around him within a radius of hundreds of feet also changed. At this moment, he seemed to be in the ancient times, and all he could see was an endless wilderness plain. Bang! Su Fan's huge demon body slammed into the skeleton supreme fiercely, like Mars hitting the earth, making a loud noise that shook the world. The skeleton supreme, who is equivalent to the human race's god transformation realm, was actually knocked flying by Su Fan, and fell heavily more than 1,000 feet away, and fell heavily to the ground. It was seen that its entire skeleton was almost shattered by this collision, especially the bones in the chest and abdomen had been smashed to pieces. The skeleton supreme wanted to get up from the ground, but it struggled for a long time before it stood up. However, its hip axis seemed to be broken by the collision, and it could not support the huge skeleton at all. It collapsed to the ground again with a pop, turning into a pile of broken and mottled bones. The skeleton supreme kept reassembling the bones piled on the ground, trying to stand up again, but every time he reassembled the bones, it turned into bones on the ground. Su Fan was also shaken back by a huge force and took dozens of steps before he could stand firm. He had fought with the skeleton supreme once, and he had a rough idea of his strength after the breakthrough. With the strength of his physical body, he could completely crush the skeleton supreme by using the physical Dao technique, and killing it was a piece of cake. Su Fan couldn't believe that he was so powerful. In fact, as a physical Dao cultivator, after breaking through the 6th level of the heavenly demon saint body art, at least in terms of the physical body, he could barely be considered a physical cultivator in the realm of transformation. When he encountered the skeleton supreme with only a broken skeleton left, he could certainly take it down easily. Ouch! At this time, another skeleton supreme roared and rushed out of the darkness frantically. This time Su Fan did not choose to fight with the other party, but his body flashed with blood and he disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he had already come to the side of the skeleton supreme, swung his thick demon arm, and turned it into a demon claw with a horizontal sword to slash horizontally. But this time, his entire arm was wrapped in a blazing pale flame. Wind Falcon Blade, the demon arm burning with pale flames fiercely slashed at the skeleton supreme. The demon claws that turned into a horizontal sword slashed into the ribs of the skeleton supreme and got stuck in the bone gap. The huge force smashed the skeleton supreme, making it bend its waist like a shrimp, and also stopped its forward steps. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and the eyes of the little man in his body suddenly opened. A pale flame roared out of his body, and boom surged out of Su Fan's body. The pale netherworld yin fire instantly ignited the skeleton supreme skeleton. In just a few breaths, the skeleton supreme skeleton had been burned for more than half, and the pale flames were still burning. In a short while, the skeleton supreme, who was more than 100 feet tall, was burned by the netherworld yin fire to a pile of bone residue and ashes. Looking at the pile of bone debris on the ground, Su Fan was stunned by the shock. He never thought that the netherworld yin fire would be so ferocious. It was only a short while ago. The skeleton supreme, which was more than 100 feet long, had turned into ashes. Su Fan knew in his heart that he might have underestimated the power of the netherworld yin fire. Of course, it may also be that the netherworld yin fire is the nemesis of all ghosts, and it may not be so effective against human incarnation monks. Su Fan successively verified his own strength and the power of the netherworld yin fire with 2 skeleton supremas, and found that after this breakthrough, his strength was simply advancing by leaps and bounds. Before the breakthrough, Su Fan might not be able to defeat such a skeleton supreme, even if he risked his life. The skeleton supremas he killed were all already scarred after just enduring the attacks of more than a dozen 6th-level immortal talismans. This is the truth. Su Fan used another big move containing the power of the law, which was able to kill the skeleton supreme. But now, he can kill all these 10 or so skeleton supremas by himself. Thinking of this, even Su Fan couldn't help but smack his lips. This time, he broke through the 6th level of demon saint body art, and his strength was so fierce. Am I already so strong? Awoo! Awoo! At this time, with extremely violent howls, one by one, the skeleton supremas over 100 feet tall rushed out from the dark space. Su Fan thought, and a several-foot-long black sword appeared in his hand. He glanced at the group of skeleton supremas rushing towards him, and his eyes suddenly condensed. Boom! A thick blood mist exploded. Endless blood mist spun wildly around Su Fan, gradually forming a blood-colored storm like a tidal wave. The gravel and stones within a radius of several miles were swept up and flew all over the sky. Whirlwind slash, boom, the whole sky suddenly became gray. Suddenly, a terrifying hurricane arose. The scarlet storm roared wildly, and even the clusters of pale white flames floating in the air were blown away. Swish, as a sword light flashed, the hurricane that was originally raging came to an abrupt end. With a violent whistling sound, the several skeleton supremas who were closer to Su Fan were instantly cut in half wherever the sword light passed, turning into broken limbs and bones all over the ground. Chapter 673 Old buddy, it's up to you today. Su Fan did not comprehend the power of the law when he used the whirlwind slash. But the power of this sword made him look confused. Is he so powerful now? Su Fan never thought that the whirlwind slash would take away a small half of the dozen skeleton supremas. Even the few who were not dead were chopped to pieces, leaving a pile of bones on the ground. Su Fan carried the black magic sword and walked over one by one to behead the few skeleton supremas who were not dead, and then put all their bones into the stored ring. No matter how weak these skeleton supremas are, they are equivalent to the incarnation of human monks. Put the remains of these skeleton supremas in the Juain's secret realm and nourish them for a few years. Then find a way to get some inheritance of the white bone deo of this star domain demon sect, and then carefully refine a batch of skeleton supremas. If he fights with others in the future, he will wave his hand to summon a large group of skeleton supremas, which will scare the opponent to death. Su Fan turned around and looked at the dark space deep in the demon ruins. He felt a chill on the back of his neck, and heard a faint whisper in his ear. The sound was vague and drifted in his ear. Su Fan couldn't help but shudder. The big guy in the demon ruins might wake up at any time, so he should leave here as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he took out a flying magic weapon from his ring, and then flew up with it. Su Fan flew to a high altitude and found that the dark space was boundless. He didn't know how high he flew, but he couldn't fly to the end. He thought he could still get out of the crack above the demon ruins, but who knew that after entering the demon ruins, he was already in another space. He was fine when he came, but he couldn't go back. In desperation, Su Fan could only land on the ground and think about how to leave the demon ruins. He knew in his heart that he didn't have much time. Once the big guy in the demon ruins woke up, he would have no way to survive. Although he had just broken through the 6th level of the heavenly demon saint body art, his strength had changed dramatically. But he was nothing in front of the big guy who sealed the town of demon ruins. He could blow him to pieces with just a breath. For now, he had to fight hard. While the big guy in demon ruins hadn't woken up yet, he went over to see if there was any chance. Thinking of this, Su Fan pointed his finger and left a mark on the ground. Then, a flash of blood appeared on his body, and he disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, his eyes condensed, and he completely let go of his spiritual sense, taking in all the movements within a radius of more than 100 miles. Su Fan was stunned. How could it be possible? Has his spiritual soul increased so much? And the distance he could launch the blood escape also increased several times compared to before the breakthrough. But he immediately figured it out. It might be because when he broke through the 6th level of the heavenly demon saint body art, his nascent soul swallowed too much netherworld yin fire. Because the netherworld yin fire was born in the special environment of demon ruins, the environment of demon ruins had no effect on him. Now Su Fan's strength in demon ruins has recovered to about 80% of his peak period. No wonder it was so easy to kill those skeleton supremas just now. Su Fan has more confidence now that his strength has been restored. Anyway, staying here and not moving is no different from waiting to die. It is better to take the initiative to attack, even if he dies, it is worth it. Su Fan launched several blood escapes in succession and finally returned to the original place. His figure just appeared here, and the feeling of being spied on appeared again, which made him a little creepy. It's too scary. This big guy has not woken up yet, how could he have such a feeling? But no matter what, Su Fan has to give it a try. At least there is still a chance now. If the big guy wakes up, there will be no way to survive. Awoo! Awoo! At this time, a fierce roar came from the dark space. It should be the skeleton supreme guarding the big guy who discovered Su Fan's arrival and rushed towards him with a roar. At this moment, Su Fan was no longer nervous. Having just broken through the 6th level of the heavenly demon saint body art, his body, soul, and blood have been greatly enhanced. Moreover, after swallowing countless netherworld yin fire in the demon ruins, he has adapted to the environment here and has recovered more than half of his strength. Now Su Fan's strength can completely crush the skeleton supreme in the demon ruins. At this time, a skeleton supreme over 100 feet tall roared out from the dark space. Su Fan's whole body flashed with lightning, and he instantly appeared in front of this skeleton supreme. Violent tiger collapse, his whole body suddenly collapsed, like a fully drawn bow, and then suddenly bounced back, swinging his fist and smashing down. This skeleton supreme rushed most fiercely. Su Fan suddenly appeared in front of it, and instinctively wanted to stop, but the huge inertia could not stop his steps all at once. Bang! Su Fan's violent tiger collapse actually hit the skeleton supreme. His punch contained the sinister and treacherous power of the 9 strengths bone-transforming hand, which directly broke the Skeleton Supreme in half. Because the Skeleton Supreme rushed too fast, after the huge bone body was broken into 2 pieces, it still rushed forward dozens of feet before breaking into 2 pieces and falling to the ground. Su Fan took the opportunity to rush over, stepped on the Skeleton Supreme's neck with 1 foot, and then took out the magic sword and inserted it into its empty eye socket. At this time, he was not prepared to wait there, and began to attack actively. Su Fan took out the magic sword, and his whole body flashed with blood. He appeared next to Skeleton Supreme again, swung the sword and swept it fiercely. Bang! He swung the sword almost a full circle, and cut off the skull of a Skeleton Supreme. The huge skull fell to the ground and rolled far away. The headless huge skeleton continued to rush forward hundreds of feet, and then scattered the broken limbs and bones all over the ground. Next, Su Fan rushed forward with a big sword, killing more than 10 Skeleton Supremes. It must be said that although the heavenly demon saint body art is perverted, it is indeed against the will of heaven. It has only been a day, and he can now kill these Skeleton Supremes as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. After breaking through the 6th level of the heavenly demon saint body art, his strength is no longer the same. Su Fan put the remains of these Skeleton Supremes into the storage ring, and then holding the magic sword, he slowly walked forward. He released his spiritual sense and kept scanning the surroundings. There was no Skeleton Supreme nearby. The feeling of being spied on still existed, but he could not sense the location of the big guy, so he could only explore forward carefully. After walking for a long time, Su Fan's spiritual sense did not detect any breath. He stopped, retracted his spiritual sense, and then closed his eyes to concentrate all his energy. Because Zuxu was very naughty and often hid to tease him. The ruins beasts grew up in the dark virtual world since they were young. Their stealth ability is extremely strong. Even at the beginning, Su Fan could not always sense the location of Zuxu. After several years, he and Zuxu constantly fought wits and courage, and his sensing ability has greatly improved. Su Fan stood there, holding his breath and sensing everything around him. At this moment, the demon ruins was extremely quiet, like a ghost cave, and there was no sound around. At this moment, Su Fan could only hear the sound of his own heartbeat, and there were faint whispers in his ears. Suddenly, he opened his eyes abruptly. Found it. Su Fan came to an open place with a big sword, and then closed his eyes again. After a while, he opened his eyes, picked up the magic sword and stabbed it forward fiercely, as if stabbing a layer of barrier. Bang! There was a dull roar, as if something exploded, and an unprecedented strong momentum roared like a hurricane. In a hurry, Su Fan retreated more than 10 steps in succession, and then he managed to stabilize his body. At this moment, he felt as if the whole world was pressing down on him. The overwhelming mighty force made him unable to straighten his back. Su Fan felt that the whole world was turning upside down, as if the space was in chaos. At this moment, a pair of eyes appeared in his mind, with a fierceness in the dark pupils, staring at him intently. Su Fan's eyes went dark, and he instantly fell into a state of confusion, and then he knew nothing. At this moment, the little man in his body suddenly opened his eyes. HMPH, Su Fan heard a cold snort in his ears, like a spring thunder, which instantly restored his clarity from the confused state. He shook his body a few times and barely stabilized his body. Su Fan roared and tried his best to force his body to stand up straight. In front of such a vast and terrifying momentum, he was like an ant, and he could be crushed into slag at any time. Su Fan was so overwhelmed by this terrifying aura that he couldn't move. Now he couldn't do anything even if he wanted to turn around and escape. He used up all his strength to prevent himself from collapsing on the ground. At this time, Su Fan was already disheartened. What realm was this big guy in? He could burst out with such a vast and terrifying aura just in a sleeping state. It is said that a cultivator has broken through the fusion realm. Unless a higher level powerful person takes action, a cultivator of the same level can no longer kill him. This high-level demon from an unknown realm should be an old monster in the fusion stage. He was sealed in this demon ruins by a human cultivator in succession. He tried to use blood escape to escape from here, but all kinds of magical powers could not be used at all. Su Fan now regretted it very much. He shouldn't have come here. Now it was too late even if he wanted to escape. Suddenly, the dark magic sword in his hand kept vibrating. And the dark sword kept flashing with faint light. What was going on? The magic sword vibrated violently in his hand, and I was a little bit stunned. Su Fan could feel an eagerness from the magic sword, as if it was struggling to escape. He was moved and quickly inputted his strength into the magic sword. What shocked Su Fan was that as soon as he input the magic power into the hilt, the dark sword instantly burst into dazzling light. Then, something even more magical happened. Su Fan suddenly felt his body lighten, and the vast and terrifying might had weakened by more than half. He finally relaxed and stood there panting. Su Fan recovered his strength and turned around to escape from here. But as soon as he turned around, he stopped. He had already come here, so he was going to leave like this? If the high-level demon in front woke up, would he still have a way to survive? This big guy could burst out such a terrifying momentum even in his sleeping state. If it woke up, it would probably make him die with a blink of an eye. Su Fan glanced at the constantly trembling magic sword in his hand, and suddenly a bold idea came to his mind. He took a deep breath and stepped forward with determination. Su Fan knew that whether he could survive this crisis today depended on this magic sword. He held the magic sword tightly with both hands and kept moving forward. The further he walked, the more violent the majestic and terrifying might became, and in the end, it had already pressed him so hard that he couldn't stand up straight. Su Fan felt like a small broken boat in the ocean, constantly swaying in the eye of the terrifying storm, and could be overturned by the raging waves at any time. Su Fan gritted his teeth and kept walking. Although the speed was very slow, he was always moving forward unswervingly. I don't know how long he walked. Just when Su Fan's physical strength was almost exhausted, he finally sensed a foreign demon in the distance. This demon was sitting cross-legged there, and his figure sitting on the ground was hundreds of feet tall. The higher the realm of the demon cultivator, the larger the demon body. Judging from the demon body of this foreign demon, the other party is likely to be a demon in the fusion realm. Su Fan could clearly sense an active aura spreading over its huge demon body. It seemed that this big guy would soon wake up. No matter what, he had to be stopped from waking up from his deep sleep. Su Fan looked at the dark magic sword in his hand again, smiled bitterly and shook his head. If he relied on his own strength alone, let alone stopping this great demon in the fusion realm from waking up, even if he didn't fight back, he probably wouldn't be able to hurt it at all. Old buddy, it's up to you today. The magic sword in Su Fan's hand suddenly vibrated violently when he heard Su Fan's words, and an urgent thought came to his mind. He was stunned immediately. When did this magic sword give birth to a sword spirit? Su Fan closed his eyes and tried to communicate with the magic sword, but he failed after trying for a long time. At this time, the magic sword in his hand was shaking more and more violently, and he could clearly feel an impatient emotion in his mind. What the hell do you want to do? Why don't you communicate with me? You just know how to tremble there. Su Fan secretly complained a few words. Then held the magic sword tightly with both hands and continued to walk towards the foreign demon in the distance. As soon as he took the first step, the magic sword suddenly calmed down. What the hell? So this guy wanted him to hurry over. Su Fan gritted his teeth and walked all the way to the bottom of the foreign demon. He glanced at the magic sword and took a deep breath. Old buddy, victory or defeat depends on this move, it all depends on you. Chapter 674. Don't be so aggressive anymore. Old buddy, victory or defeat depends on you. The magic sword in Su Fan's hand trembled slightly as if it understood his words. This sword should have been born with intelligence a long time ago, but it just didn't bother to pay attention to him. Su Fan guessed that it was the sword spirit of the sword that awakened. If it wasn't for the desire to get some money from this foreign combined demon, this guy might not have paid attention to him. You are really cool. Su Fan took a deep breath, then picked up the magic sword and turned it several times, and threw it at the foreign combined demon. Swoosh, the dark magic sword was thrown high into the air by him, drawing a curved line in the sky, and then fell from the sky. Puff, the big sword whistled and fell, and suddenly pierced into the thigh of the foreign combined demon. Su Fan threw the big sword in his hand away, staring at the magic sword until the big sword pierced into the foreign combined demon's leg. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. It must be said that this black broken sword must have a great origin. This is a foreign demon in the fusion realm. Even the top-grade treasure of the old monster and the transformation of the spirit is estimated to be unable to break the defense. But after a long time, nothing happened. Just when Su Fan didn't know what to do, the change finally happened. The dark magic sword suddenly flickered slightly, and a stream of dark magic smoke began to rise from the magic sword. The sudden change made Su Fan look forward to it. Even the overwhelming momentum that had been suppressing him had been reduced by half at this time. But Su Fan didn't have the mind to care about those things now. All his energy was used to sense the changes in the breath of the foreign demon. At this time, the magic sword inserted in the leg of the foreign demon was flashing brighter and brighter, and it was a bit dazzling in the end. The magic smoke rising around the magic sword became thicker and thicker, even covering the flashing light on the magic sword. Not only that, this pitch-black sword began to grow visibly. After a while, the length of the sword had increased several times. Moreover, Su Fan clearly sensed that the active aura in the body of this foreign combined demon had become weaker and weaker. He could no longer feel any pressure standing there, and became relaxed. It seemed that the magic sword should have taken a lot of advantage from the foreign combined demon, and there might be a very big change this time. Su Fan waited for more than an hour, and at this moment, the active aura in the body of this foreign combined demon had disappeared, and it fell into deep sleep again. At this time, the magic sword inserted in the leg of the foreign combined demon had grown dozens of times in length. Finally, the thick magic smoke around the magic sword began to become thinner and thinner, and the light on the sword body of the magic sword no longer flickered. Swoosh! The magic sword inserted in the leg of the foreign combined demon suddenly soared into the sky. With a puff sound, a magic sword several dozen feet long fell from the sky and suddenly stabbed in front of Su Fan. The dark magic blood remaining on the sword splashed everywhere, and another drop of magic blood splashed directly on Su Fan's body, making him feel cold. Su Fan wiped his face. At this moment, he had no intention of paying attention to the changes in the magic sword. This is the magic blood of the foreign combined demon. It would be a pity to waste it. Su Fan's eyes condensed, and blood light flashed all over his body. Dense blood-colored runes began to appear on his body. With him as the center, a blood-colored witch formation of blood shadow descending Gouda ray instantly covered hundreds of feet in radius. In fact, this witch formation was used by him to communicate with the witch gate realm during the blood sacrifice. However, this blood shadow descending Gouda ray has a function, which is to purify the blood and remove impurities, evil thoughts and demonic thoughts in the blood and make the blood purer. Then, Su Fan launched the evil method blood transformation demon mist. Boom! A fierce wind suddenly aroused around him, forming a violent storm that rolled up around him. The drops of demon blood splashed from the sword slowly turned into strands of blood, which were swept up from the ground by the violent hurricane and began to gather around Su Fan. The boundless blood-colored storm spun wildly around Su Fan, and after being continuously purified by the blood shadow descending Gouda ray, the purest demon blood was swallowed into Su Fan's body. The demon blood purified by the blood shadow descending Gouda ray began to be swallowed up bit by bit and entered Su Fan's body. The demon blood penetrated into Su Fan's skin, blood vessels, muscles, and finally into the bones, and then flowed along the blood vessels to the limbs, heart, brain, and every nerve. Su Fan only felt as if there were countless poisonous snakes in his body, biting him with sharp fangs. The whole body was in severe pain as if being cut by a knife, spreading in all directions along the meridians in his body. The feeling was like magma flowing in the blood vessels, and the severe pain was like a tidal tsunami. The feeling of burning flames, burning every inch of his flesh and blood, made him scream loudly. The pain in the body was nothing, it would pass if he endured it. But the devil blood of the foreign combined demon had already invaded Su Fan's brain, making him slowly fall into a state of confusion. He felt as if he was in a dark world full of resentment, malice, curses and anger. There was no end to the world, and there were hundreds of millions of fierce foreign demons everywhere. They were hideous and terrifying, and their eyes were full of endless resentment. Then, in his mind, it was like a movie, and frames of horrible pictures flashed by. He seemed to have come to an endless hell, where there was no hope or sunshine. Eternal perdition, endless fear. It was full of death, pain, despair, wailing, shrillness and other negative emotions. At the same time, Su Fan's body overflowed with thick devil smoke. Boom! The black mist that permeated Su Fan's body suddenly boiled up, and the demon body continued to grow. In a blink of an eye, it had reached a height of more than 100 feet. Fine black scales surged from the demon body, constantly drilling out from every corner of the demon body, bursting out with incomparable terrifying power. Crack, crack, fierce bone spurs squeezed out from every joint, and each key part formed a piece of rough armor. The huge head was covered with long hair, and the hair was as thick as a finger like tough steel wire. Two hideous horns grew on both sides of the forehead. Moreover, a vertical eye opened between the eyebrows, flashing with a resentful light, revealing a terrible evil power. Ouch! The demon body that Su Fan turned into roared to the sky, and the evil power like a tide suddenly swept out. This terrifying sound was heard from a long distance, with a faint low wail, a gloomy breath and a fierce killing intent. Su Fan, who had swallowed the blood of the foreign combined demon, had completely sunk. At this moment, Su Fan's rationality had long since disappeared, and only endless resentment and various negative emotions remained in his mind. He had become a demonized body that only knew how to kill. At this critical moment, the little man in his body suddenly opened his eyes. Snap! The little man suddenly snapped his fingers, and the demonic thoughts and resentment that were raging in Su Fan's mind disappeared instantly. Boom! The six halos surrounding the nascent soul began to rotate loudly. The demon blood that had merged into Su Fan's blood was like a huge wave, flowing freely and heartily in his blood vessels. Su Fan shuddered suddenly and woke up all of a sudden. Seeing that he had turned into a demon body of more than 100 feet, he couldn't help but shudder. What happened just now? It seemed that he was possessed by a demon. That was the demon blood of the foreign combined demon, and he swallowed it without even thinking about it. He almost got into trouble. Fortunately, he woke up from the evil thoughts at the last moment, otherwise he would have become a walking corpse who only knew how to kill. Damn it, I can't be so fierce in the future. Su Fan waved his hand and performed a water mirror technique, and a huge mirror suddenly appeared in the air. He looked at his demon body in the mirror and couldn't help but be stunned. Su Fan found that his demon body had changed a lot compared to the past. Not only did the demon body reach more than 100 feet high again, but it also had a head of long hair and a weird vertical eye between the eyebrows. The dark green eyeballs rolled around, revealing a sense of weirdness and viciousness. This is not like a human being. It's so ugly, even uglier than the previous image. Anyway, I'm in the state of a demon body, so it doesn't matter if it's ugly. Su Fan exerted force with both arms, and endless power surged out from the two thick demon arms. Although it was extremely dangerous when he swallowed the devil blood just now that he was in the demonized state, his body became more abnormal, and his strength increased by more than 10 times again. His eyes focused, and he completely released his spiritual sense, taking in everything within a radius of hundreds of miles. His spiritual sense increased by at least 2 times. After all, it was the blood of a foreign combined demon. Just swallowing a little bit made his body undergo earth-shaking changes. I just don't know if swallowing the devil blood this time can inherit the magical powers of this foreign combined demon. Su Fan removed the demon-eye body, and then took out another robe from the ring and put it on. After swallowing the devil blood, even if he restored his human body, the strength of his body increased several times compared to just now. Now, with just the strength of his body, he is already enough to fight against the incarnation monk. Now Su Fan's body is so strong that even if he performs more than a dozen sword moves containing the power of the law in a row, his body can withstand it. At this time, a hot current suddenly surged in his lower abdomen, and his blood and ki became agitated. The hard little Su Yang under him suddenly raised his head, propping up the lower half of his robe like a tent. Fuck. I'm now a teddy bear who sucks the sky, the earth and the air again. Last time he swallowed a large amount of demon blood, he also inherited many characteristics of the demon clan. It was not until he completely merged the demon blood that these characteristics of the demon clan slowly disappeared. Su Fan smiled bitterly and shook his head, then looked up at the huge magic sword that was dozens of feet high in front of him. As soon as he thought about it, the huge magic sword in front of him became smaller in an instant, and appeared in his hand with a whoosh. Su Fan felt his hand sink. The weight of this magic sword was at least dozens of times heavier than before. He picked up the magic sword and looked at it carefully. At this time, the magic sword had changed a lot, and it was no longer the mottled and tattered appearance before. It seems that this magic sword has been fleeced from the foreign combined demon. The magic sword is about 4.5 feet long. The vicissitudes of the ancient sword are reflected by the misty light, which looks like a dark gem that is intoxicating. It is covered with mysterious lines and engraved with countless fine and delicate runes, which has a natural charm. The vicissitudes of the sword are heavy, like the endless flow of billions of stars, revealing a mysterious and natural charm. 2 bean-sized ancient seal characters Pomo are engraved on the sword hilt of the magic sword. Su Fan held the Pomo sword tightly with both hands, performed several moves of the 9 extremes chain slash in succession, and then nodded with satisfaction. He didn't expect that the rag he found in Shaoyang Market would actually create an opportunity for him. After so many years of sharpening, the Pomo sword finally saw the light of day again today, revealing its original appearance. If I use this demon-breaking sword to fight against foreign demons in the future, it will be like cutting vegetables with a melon. As Su Fan thought, the demon-breaking sword in his hand disappeared instantly. His eyes focused, and his consciousness swept through his body, and he found that the demon-breaking sword had returned to the side of the nascent soul. Su Fan breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't expect that this time he entered the demon ruins, he would gain so much. Not only did he break through the 6th level of the heavenly demon saint body art, but he also successfully swallowed the demon blood of the foreign combined demon. Moreover, the demon-breaking sword also restored its original appearance, and its power increased by at least several times. Su Fan's substantial increase in strength also gave him strong confidence. Except for the high-level demon from the unknown realm that descended, the ghosts awakened in the demon ruins were just a bunch of chickens and dogs in front of him. This is really not bragging, he can sweep through the demon ruins alone. Thinking of this, Su Fan raised his head and looked into the sky, and saw dense cracks faintly visible in the void. He glanced at the combined demon who was sitting cross-legged and sleeping in the distance, and then a flash of blood appeared on his body, and he had disappeared from the spot. When Su Fan appeared again, his figure was already standing on the edge of a crack. Finally out. Seeing Su Fan's appearance, the dense demon souls and skeleton evil demons around him all roared and rushed towards him. Purifying World Red Lotus, with him as the center, an extremely hot red halo suddenly shot out to the surroundings. With a boom, the dense demon souls and skeleton evil demons in a radius of thousands of feet were swept away by him, leaving behind residual souls in the sky and broken bones all over the ground. If you look down from the sky, the dense demon ruins ghosts on the ground are like being wiped out of thin air. Yangji Disha is the most powerful against all kinds of ghosts and monsters, especially against these low-level demon souls and evil demon skeletons, which can be wiped out in one go. Awoo, awoo. At this time, bursts of roars came from all directions, and more than a dozen skeleton supremas were rushing here from the surroundings. Chapter 675, Five-Sided Demon Killing Divine Thunder. Listening to the fierce roars coming from all directions, Su Fan couldn't help but sneer. He raised his head and looked at the huge halo in the sky, which had almost completely covered the area of 10,000 miles. This high-level demon from an unknown realm was about to descend. Su Fan took a deep breath, tightly grasped the demon-breaking sword with both hands, and a fierce murderous look appeared in his eyes. Clear the field before the demon descends. At this time, there was a loud bang, and a skeleton supreme suddenly fell from the sky and landed opposite Su Fan. Ouch! The skeleton supreme roared loudly, and then rushed over frantically. Su Fan held a magic sword in both hands, staring at the huge skeleton supreme opposite, without any intention of taking action. It was not until the skeleton supreme was about to rush in front of him that he slashed it with a sword. Slash against the wind, a flash of sword light passed by, and the space was reversed and twisted. Invisible ripples vibrated towards the surroundings, and the whole world seemed to be split in half. Swish, the sword light flashed and passed by, and the skeleton supreme on the opposite side whizzed past Su Fan, and then pieces of broken limbs and bones fell down with a crackling sound. The huge bone body of more than 100 feet was split into two halves, and collapsed with a crash, leaving bones all over the ground. Su Fan turned around and took a look at the pile of broken limbs and bones behind him, and couldn't help but take a breath of cold air. Although he broke through the 6th level of the heavenly demon saint body art in the demon ruins this time, and swallowed the blood of the foreign combined demon, his strength has changed dramatically. But the sword just now still set off a huge wave in his heart. Am I so awesome now? With a casual sword, he killed the skeleton supreme who is equivalent to a human cultivator in the divine transformation realm. Su Fan glanced at the demon-breaking sword in his hand and nodded with a smile. Man, you've taken so much advantage of that big demon, so you'll see how powerful it is. Unfortunately, the demon-breaking sword didn't even bother to pay attention to him. Okay, you're noble, so you don't hesitate to pay attention to me. Ouch! Ouch! At this time, several huge skeleton supremas appeared from all around. Su Fan waved his hand and put the pile of broken limbs and bones on the ground into his storage ring, then rushed in one direction with the demon-breaking sword. At this moment, in a valley deep in the Black Pine Ridge, Shenjing, Wei Tao and others were desperately resisting the dense demon souls and skeleton demons outside. After Su Fan separated from them, Shen Jing, Wei Tao and others found that the skeleton supremas were not targeting them. So not long after, they gathered together again. After entering the deep mountains, many lone disciples of the Beqiang immortal sect also joined their team, which greatly strengthened their strength. After all, they were disciples of this Hendao Xianzong, and they had all kinds of immortal formations. Shen Jing and others chose a hidden valley and arranged several concealment and protection immortal formations. The initial effect was good, and they did avoid the detection of foreign monsters. But the good times did not last long. Later, several disciples of the Beqiang Xianzong who were being hunted were chased here by foreign ghosts. After all, they were all from the same sect. How could Shen Jing and others watch their senior brothers in the sect die at the hands of the demon abyss ghosts? So they opened the formation and took several fellow disciples into the valley. This stirred up a hornet's nest. The demon souls and skeleton demons from all directions gathered here and attacked the valley day and night. Wei Tao, Shen Jing and others could only continuously arrange formations to fight against the overwhelming attacks of the demon abyss ghosts outside. Shen Fang controlled the flying sword and flew back and forth among the dense group of demon abyss ghosts. Groups of demon souls and skeleton demons died under his flying sword. But there were too many demonic monsters in the demonic abyss to kill them all. Bang! At this time, a skeleton king appeared in front of him, waved his huge bone hand, and slapped Shen Fang's flying sword away. Fortunately, Wei Tao used a powerful Taoist technique in time to repel the skeleton king. Shen Fang took this opportunity to retract his flying sword and hid behind the team. Boom! With the unremitting efforts of everyone, a new protective fairy formation was finally arranged. Shen Fang sat on the ground with the buttocks, panting heavily. After a long time, he recovered. The long-term control of the flying sword made him almost exhausted in terms of mana, consciousness and physical strength. There was no way. The fairy formation they arranged outside the valley was constantly broken, and Shen Jing and others could only constantly arrange new protective formations. Just like this, they retreated into the valley little by little, and when arranging a new formation, it was also the most dangerous moment. They had to resist the crazy attack of the demonic monsters before the formation was completed. Fortunately, there were some skeleton kings and dense low-level ghosts outside the valley. If a skeleton supreme came, they would have died long ago. Shen Fang turned his head and looked at the end of the valley, and couldn't help but sigh. There was not much room in this valley for them to continue to set up a new fairy formation, because it was only a few hundred meters away from the end of the valley. At this time, Shen Fang thought of Su Fan. I don't know what that guy's like. If he can come, he will definitely rescue them. Boom. Boom. At this time, with several earth-shaking loud noises, the several defensive fairy formations that had just been set up shook violently. No, it's the skeleton supreme. Shen Fang quickly got up from the ground, his eyes fixed on the outside of the fairy formation. He saw a skeleton supreme over 100 feet tall, frantically attacking the formation, and Shen Fang's heart suddenly turned cold. Not only him, Wei Tao, Shen Jing and others also looked distraught, and everyone fell into despair. At this time, they had been fighting for several hours, and both their mana and consciousness were almost exhausted. What was worse was that there was not much space in the valley for them to set up a new immortal formation. Now there was another skeleton supreme outside the formation. With their current state, there was no point in fighting. Everyone listen, get the 6th level talismans in your hands ready. After hearing Shen Jing's shout, everyone recovered from the despair and took out various talismans from their rings. Although the 6th level talismans were powerful, in an environment like the demon ruins, the power of the talismans was at least reduced by half. At the beginning, they used more than a dozen 6th level immortal talismans, but they only severely injured the skeleton supreme. If Su Fan hadn't completed the fatal blow, they would not have been able to kill the skeleton supreme. But at this time, they had to fight. After all, they had held on for so long, and no one wanted to give up at the last moment. Boom! With a loud noise, everyone's heart was in their throat, and the first line of defense formation had been breached. Too fast, it's only been a while, and the outermost formation was blown up by the skeleton supreme. Although the disciples of Beqiang Xianzong were arranging new formations like crazy, it takes time to arrange defensive formations. Shen Jing and others are disciples of Beqiang Xianzong, and they have all kinds of high-end immortal formations. If it were someone else, the valley would have been breached long ago. Just when everyone was terrified, the skeleton supreme suddenly stopped attacking, turned around and looked up at the sky. Shen Feng and others also raised their heads at the same time, and were stunned by the scene in the sky. I don't know when the sky has dimmed, as if night has fallen. The sky is already low in the lead clouds, and silver threads are looming in the dark clouds. The dull thunder is getting clearer and clearer, as if something is brewing. Wei Tao looked at the thunder clouds that suddenly formed, and suddenly thought of something. Thunder method. This is Thunder Taoist method. He is a Taoist practitioner of the immortal sect, and is extremely sensitive to the breath of Taoist magic. Boom boom, as soon as Wei Tao finished speaking, there was a shocking explosion in the sky. An extremely thick purple thunder seemed to have found a channel to vent, instantly tearing through the void and whistling down wildly. The thunder instantly passed through the flying skeletons that were covering the sky in the air, and then fell into the dense group of demons and ghosts in the ruins. Boom, the thunder exploded on the ground, and instantly swept away the demon souls and skeletons within a radius of more than 1,000 feet. The originally dense group of demons and ghosts in the ruins was wiped out in an instant, leaving bone residue all over the ground. Countless broken limbs and bones also fell from the air with a crackling sound, and the group of flying skeletons that almost covered the sky and the sun were also pierced with a big hole. Then, one after another, thunders of heaven and earth fell from the sky, raging wildly among the demons and ghosts. Whether it was the flying skeletons covering the sky or the densely packed demonic ghosts on the ground, they were immediately hit hard by the Taoist spell of 5-direction demon-slaying divine thunder. Ouch! Seeing the countless thunders of heaven and earth raging wildly, the skeleton supreme was immediately enraged. It roared to the sky and rushed towards the monk who cast the spell in the distance. The threat to the valley was temporarily lifted, and Shen Feng and others also breathed a sigh of relief. They all gathered in front of the formation and looked out of the valley through the spiritual shield. At this moment, the 5-direction demon-slaying divine thunder was no longer raging. And the demonic ghosts that had originally gathered in front of the valley had already dispersed. Thunder magic is the most effective against all kinds of demons and monsters. The Yuanying level Taoist spell 5-direction demon-slaying divine thunder is absolutely powerful enough to destroy the world for low-level ghosts. Although the attack range of this Taoist magic was only more than 10 miles in radius, the nearby demon ruins ghosts were frightened by the violent thunder and lightning and fled in all directions. At this time, except for the bones scattered all over the valley, the other demon ruins ghosts had already run away. Only the remnants of the demon soul formed large patches of black fog, floating in the air, and the surrounding atmosphere seemed extremely gloomy and weird. At this time, a human cultivator walked out of the fog. This person had a blank expression, deep and cold eyes, and his sight was like a sharp sword, scanning the surroundings coldly. He was filled with a terrifying murderous aura, and he was a cultivator who had experienced countless fierce battles. This human cultivator was Su Fan. He had killed countless skeleton kings and a large number of low-level demon ruins ghosts along the way. He even killed dozens of skeleton supremas. Now, except for the few evil old monsters from the Betrayals who had just broken through the realm of refining emptiness, Su Fan had almost no opponents here. However, those evil old monsters were controlling the magic array in the mountain gate at this moment to welcome the arrival of the high-level demon from the unknown realm, and they had no time to pay attention to him. Su Fan looked at the valley in the distance with an expressionless face. There were obvious traces of the array. It should be the remaining human cultivators resisting the siege of the demon ruins ghosts there. I don't know if Shen Feng can survive. Although this guy is quite unreliable, he is still a good person. Su Fan chose this direction. In fact, he also wanted to find Shen Feng, hoping that this kid could survive. Brother. Great, brother is here to save me. Seeing Su Fan, Shen Feng suddenly shouted excitedly. Wei Tao, Shen Jing and others were also stunned when they heard it. They never thought that Su Fan would survive under the pursuit of so many skeleton supremas. Open the array, let's go to help him. Hearing Shen Feng's words, Shen Jing turned his head and glared at him. Shut up, you can't leave the array now. After hearing what his sister said, Shen Feng immediately refused to do it. If we don't go to help our eldest brother, he will be in danger. No, we have to take this opportunity to set up the protective immortal formation. Shen Feng wanted to continue speaking, but before he could open his mouth, he felt a shock all over his body, and then his body was controlled, unable to move or speak. Shen Jing ignored Shen Feng and waved to the group of Beqiang Xianzong next to him. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and set up the formation. After she finished speaking, She looked at Su Fan outside the formation and sighed secretly. The Skeleton Supreme had already rushed over, and it was too late to go over to help now. She couldn't let her emotions get in the way at this time. If it wasn't for saving a few fellow disciples, they wouldn't have fallen into such a dangerous situation. They had made a mistake once, and they couldn't make it again. Now, for the safety of the people in the valley, Shenjing had no choice but to do this. At this time, the Skeleton Supreme on the opposite side had already roared and rushed over, but Su Fan didn't pay any attention to it. Wei Tao, Shenjing and others all became nervous. Run quickly, it's over. Even if this guy wants to run, it's too late. Is he scared silly? Why doesn't he move? If you can't run, then fight. Why don't you do it? The group of people in the valley shouted anxiously when they saw that the Skeleton Supreme had already rushed to Su Fan. Shen Fang was even more furious. He struggled desperately, but he couldn't get rid of the shackles of the spell at all. Boom! Just when everyone thought that Su Fan would be crushed by the Skeleton Supreme, there was a loud noise, and the huge bone body fell to the ground with a bang. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.